This is a Voice Media Park production of the history of Busoga, written by Y.K. Lubogo and first published by his grandson Isaac Christopher Lubogo. Read by Moses Kansime and features read by Lydia Chisache and Kasubu Mwajuma. Edited by Amy Akello. Beginning with the foreword, Lydia Chisache reads.
Foreword. This foreword was given by A.P.S. Sheridan, the Secretary of Bantu Language Literature Committee, Eastern Province, Jinja, Uganda. This history of Busoga is a translation of the original work of Mr. Y.K. Lubogo, which was written in Luganda between 1921 and 1938. While considerable effort has been made to produce a readable English version, the objective of the translation is to preserve the content and style of the original work rather than produce a literary work. The facts and figures given were set forth by Mr. Y.K. Lubogo and have not been checked by the Literature Committee. It is a pity that such a long delay has occurred between the completion of the manuscript and the publication of the book. Nevertheless, it is fortunate that this newly constituted Literature Committee has been able to produce for distribution the result of so many years' hard work by the author. Since there has been this lapse in time between the writing of the original work and the appearance of this edition, the history of Busoga is far from up to date, and readers have to remember that when the author refers to present-day conditions, he naturally means at the time he was writing this book, some time prior to 1939. Endorsement. Given by Isaac Christopher Lubogo, grandson of Y.K. Lubogo. Isaac Christopher Lubogo is a proud Busoga who is an attorney and lecturer of law. He holds a Bachelor of Law, Masters of Law, and Doctor of Laws Fellow. Endorsement. The Busoga defined as fine pencils in God's hand, lessons for posterity, as narrated in the history of Busoga, was meticulously written by the great Y.K. Lubogo, commander of the British Empire, approximately 100 years ago. Y.K. Lubogo is believed unofficially to have been born in 1869. Some people allege that at that time he had died, he had reached a very ripe age of 120 years. Others, on the other hand, claim that he died at the age of 95 years. Be as it may, what is written by Y.K. transcends time. It is indeed a history of the incredible people of Busoga from a long time ago, a credible and delightful guide, full of important information for those who want to enjoy companionship with the people of Busoga. Fine Pencils in God's Hands certain and truly portrays Y.K. as a very authoritative figure in both the public and cultural domains. He was highly limbed considering the times and was hence very instrumental in the forming and forging of the Busoga kingdom as we know it today. Therefore, what Y.K. writes is living history that stretches back to over 100 years ago by a man who lived and saw the evolution of an incredible Busoga. For starters, apart from the Bantu kingdoms, the Busoga are surrounded by water bodies with River Nile to the west, Lake Victoria to the south, River Mpologoma to the east, and Lake Chuga to the north. The Busoga lived as farmers under circumstances akin to those of their Baganda neighbors to the west. Although Busoga had no central authority at the advent of the British rule, she had developed small principalities, each with its own hereditary ruler. Later, she consolidated her central authority and acquired a king ruler, the Isebantu Chabazinga, and initiated the kingdom in matters of government. Busoga became part of Uganda. In 1894, Berkeley's was granted authority from England to add Toro, Ankole, Bunyoro, and Busoga to the Protectorate of Uganda, which originally comprised of Buganda only. In the non-monarchical society, such as the pre-colonial Busoga principalities, a council of elders wielded the powers of supreme chief in chiefly societies. Mainly, they had equal recognition and function of authority for the place and yet recognized central authority. Grace Ibingira, in his book The Forging of an African Nation, argues that indirect rule call it decentralization, provided a comparatively attractive method of governing indigenous tribes and thus could not be open to serious challenge. The tradition rulers and chiefs secured ready obedience to their orders from their people, as well as obedience to orders of the protectorate authorities, which the chiefs were committed to administer. The smooth working of its machinery, as told by YK in his book, is testimony enough. It was on this foundation that legal system, the local government, and legislative councils based on kingship or chieftaincy or elders of the family and recognition of authority was inherent in their midst. Whether this society is a monarchy or a gerontocracy, one common denominator is the constant aspiration towards the initiation of Isebantu as culture leader of the Busoga was just the starting point in the people's programs to protect and strengthen their culture values, leading to the true creed of Busoga, fine pencils in God's hands.
Introduction. Ever since Busoga came into existence, none of its history has been written down, although it can be proved that most of this history is true. This history was known to every Busoga, having been handed down to successful generations until the coming of the Europeans such as Speke, the first white man to see the source of the Nile in 1862. This discovery attracted more and more Europeans, whose coming effected the disappearance of the old order. Our history was handed down to generations through a continuous chain-like process. It could just not be forgotten, since through all the ages men and women could talk together about the various historical events in the hearing of the young generation. Further, narrating these historical events would be done during communal activities such as beer parties, games, or during all sorts of social functions or during the ceremonies held in honor of the gods. No problem could be solved, nor any dispute settled without reference to the past events in order to justify the solution or settlement. On such occasions when reference was made to past events, children had the opportunity to hear and learn these things. Needless to say, the elders also had the opportunity to remind themselves of these things. There were no special historians among these people. Everyone amongst them was a historian, and whatever facts he remembered would be either agreed to by his colleagues or rejected. After much dispute and explanation, they would all agree to one common thing. We believe that the history of this country was preserved in this way, and as historians, we must rely on this verbal history whenever we wish to write about any particular event. There are two types of clans in Busoga. The first type is the ruling clans, which established themselves in the present locations at a time when Busoga was just coming into existence. Such clans were independent, and each was a small kingdom in itself, although some of them had areas of only 10 to 20 square miles. Each of them jealously guarded their independence. Each clan had a ruling family, with its sons and daughters regarded as princes and princesses, just like any other ruling family in a big kingdom. This is why we say that these families were like real kings, as you will see later on in this book. The second type of clans was that with no power over any part of the country. These clans lived under the rule of the ruling clans, from whom they got their land on which they settled. Later on, this land became theirs permanently. The clans provided servants, fighters, courtiers, wives and laborers of all types. However, when these married any member of the first type of clan, the children were not regarded as princes or princesses. Chapter 1. The Tribe of Busoga. Busoga has been a complete tribe for many generations now, with firmly established boundaries. Certain boundaries were altered and parts of Busoga were joined to other districts in Uganda by the British government. These boundaries were altered and parts of Busoga were cut away without the consent of the people of Busoga. The government would merely inform the people that such and such parts of the country had been joined to other districts. For example, certain islands in Lake Victoria, which had formed part of Busoga, were transferred to Buganda Kingdom between 1900 to 1906. 3 Samia counties were also taken from Busoga and joined to Budama districts in 1918, and no account was given for them. The 3 counties were Ofala's Saza, Igaga's, and Ingago's counties. Certain Bunyali counties, which previously were within the jurisdiction of Bukoli, were also transferred to Budama districts. Other areas which were also transferred from Busoga to Bugiri in 1896 to 1900 include Budama, Busita, Palisa, Gongoyo, among others. Previously, these belonged to Zibondo's kingdom. These alterations reduced the boundaries of Busoga to the big rivers and lakes which surround the country, with the exception of the part of Bukoli at Bulugui. The people of Busoga belonged to the stock of people who came into Uganda from Abyssinia about 600 years ago. The Busoga secured this part of the world for themselves forever. They speak Lusoga, a Bantu language which is related to the languages spoken by the people of Buganda, Bugwere, Budama, Bugishu, Ankole, Rwanda, Toro, and Bunyoro. Lusoga is very much like Luganda, which is steadily displacing the former. Luganda has come to be used in homes, especially by women and children. Chapter 2. The counties which were found independent by the British. Busoga became united after the British had founded their headquarters at Bukaleba in 1893. The united counties included Gabula, Budyope or Bugabula, Muzaya, or known as Buzaya, but now a Muluka in Bugabula. Ngobi Buzimba now is known as Kigulu, and the following are sub-counties or what we call Gombololas in Kigulu. These include Chisambira, also known as Busambira, Nyago, Buyala, Mpindi Bumba, Budambanda, Buwera. While also in Kigulu you can find the Molukas and Mitalas known as the parishes and villages, and they include Katekalosi, Busobobi, Nakabugo, Bukona, and Intembe Chiraga. Other counties included Zibondo Bulamoji, Nkono or Bukono, now a Gombolola in Busiro, Chisigiyi or Busigiyi, now known as Busiki, Kalage, now is a Gombolola of Busiki, Mieya Bugwere, Chireri, Naigobwa, now a Gombolola also in Bugweri, Wakoli or Bukoli with Kalende, Buchamato, and Dugonsango, now a Gombolola in Bukoli. The following are now Mulukas in Bugweri: Mbabani, Buyende, Bugulu, Chebambe Kaima, Buima, now a Gombolola in Butembe, while Idodo, Budondo, Kaluba, Lubale, Wairaka, Waguma, Mafubira, all now are Mulukas in Butembe. Tabingwa Luka, now the Saza County of Luka, while Busumba, Bugaya, now Gombololas in Luka. The following are the Milukas and Mitalas, or parishes and villages in Luka: Isanga, Busika, Seranga or Buseranga, Mukwanga or known as Bukwanga, Kamanya, Bumanya, Chisule, Kasoga, Kitinda, Tikalu, Wambuzi, and Naigobwa. The sub-counties or gombololas in Bunya include Nanyumba, Bunyuli, Kayaga, and Igobi, while the Mitalas in Bunya include Chisoma, Kauki, Mutulu Makalanga, Mutoli, Ngulumo, Nalugoda, Bukoba, Naiwebe, Busamo, Naiwamo, Bwembe, Mbanji, Bukalenzi, Bukalangau, Bunyuri, Kajaya, Busakira, Luba Bunya, Kasajja, Buyondi. In addition to all these, there were a number of clans which were under the protection of some of the ruling clans. Such clans had their hereditary rulers. The following were the rulers in that category. Itamu, Isinga of Bulamoji. Nankola, Buyinda in Bulamoji. Nantamu, Isinga of Bukono. Chema, Bukaima in Bunya. Mulemu, Busamo, Bugabula. There were many other small hereditary chiefs who ruled over very small areas under the protection of some big kings. Chapter 3. The History of Bukoli. A very small number of people in Bukoli state that long ago there was a very well-to-do man known as Mukama. This man traveled from Mount Elgon through Bugiri, Teso, and Lango districts and eventually entered Bunyoro. He stayed in Bunyoro only for a very short period of time and then traveled to Busoga, which country he entered through Bugabula. He spent about 3 years growing food crops in Bugabula, but later continued his journey to Bukoli, where he roamed about before he came to Namakoko, where his son was born, whom he named Kukwaya, and assigned that area to him. Many people of Bukoli state that long ago there was a very rich man who had many followers and was known by 2 names, Mukama or Chintu. That he came from Mount Elgon and traveled through Bugishu and Budama districts and reached Bukoli or Busoga. His first stopping place was Wenyamira, near a river-bounded hill called Kigali. From there, he went to Chibanda and on to Chisimbiro. He traveled right into the middle of Busoga, where he roamed about. He eventually crossed over to Bunyoro, which was then known as Bukama, which means of the Lord. While in Bukama, Mukama had many children born to him, whom he sent to Busoga, which he had seen virtually empty on his way to Bukama. One of his children who came to Busoga was named Okali, also known as Wakoli. Okali entered Busoga via Bugabula and he traveled to Bukoli, establishing himself at Chibanda, where his father had once lived. He then moved on to Chisimbiro and later went to Bukoli Hill at Namakoko. Okali found very few people in Bukoli, and these were living among the hills on the shores of the lake. They had as their ruler a man named Naminya, who was a ventriloquist and could foretell the future. Okali had only one wife called Chitimbo. He also had 2 dogs, spears, and many followers whose names are not known. There was nothing at all that could stop Okali from winning the whole of Bukoli, since this country was practically deserted. As he had nobody to compete with him, he spent most of his time hunting wild animals. He used the meat of these animals, which he killed, as wages to employ people to grow food for him. In a short time, he had plenty of food. People from famine-stricken areas of Budama and Kavirondo used to come to him for food. Eventually, these people settled in Bukoli's county, and these increased the population, and the area increased subsequently. The successful lineage of Bukoli starts with their founder, the first being Okali, who was succeeded by Chibwe, followed by Odagadu, who was succeeded by Mukwaya. Then came Mwonja, who was followed by Mutumba. Nkutu was the seventh of the successful lineage of Bukoli. Then came Nkoye, followed by Wanjuba, Sewanga, Mukova, Kisa Sirizi, Mengero, Chiyembe, Chibuka, Kigoifu, was followed by Ochwa, was succeeded by Otakinya. Otakinya was succeeded by Muluya, was succeeded by Nangai. Then came Kasali, followed by Kawunye, and followed by Mutanda, who ruled from 1894 to 1899 and died a prisoner at Entebbe. He was imprisoned because of disobedience till his death in November 1899 and was succeeded by Mugoya I, who ruled for 2 years from 1900 to 1902. Then Musitwa ruled from 1903 until May 1920, after which Samuel Mugoya, the first Christian ruler in Bukoli, came into office in May 1920. All these 26 rulers were of the lineage of Bukoli. Most of them ruled for years and were small kings in their area. Every one of them was succeeded by his son, as this was the tradition most favored by the common people of the area. Any outlaws were fiercely rejected and easily speared to death or exiled. The country was peaceful until Mukova, son of Sewanga, who was Bukoli Ochisasiri's uncle, applied to the Kabaka of Buganda for an army to help him overthrow the rule of Kisasirizi. The Kabaka of Buganda cooperated and sent a very big army to Mukova. However, Kisakirizi's army was too strong and managed to resist the allied army of Mukova. Mukova again asked for another army from the Kabaka, who once more agreed to give him an army of specially chosen men. Chikoyo was appointed by the Kabaka to lead the army, and because of the tortures he inflicted upon Kisasirizi's men, he was nicknamed Mutegere, which translates to be patient or wait patiently. Chikoyo defeated Kisasirizi's army and placed Mukova, Kisasirizi's brother, on the throne. From that time, the rulers of Bukoli were friends of the Kabaka of Buganda and would not hesitate to apply for military aid from him. Of course, they sent many gifts and presents to the Kabaka for his friendship and military aid. Soon, most of the chiefs in Busoga followed the example set by Bukoli. Whenever any of them wished to make war against a neighboring chief, he would go to the Kabaka for military assistance. This became a habit practiced mostly by those chiefs whose counties were bounded either by Lake Victoria or the River Nile. The chief who would ask first the Kabaka for military assistance would inevitably defeat his enemy, but then the vanquished would also present the case to the Kabaka, who would inconsistently assist him to defeat the previous victor. Thus, the former vanquished chief would be put back into power. This state of affairs existed from the time of Mukova until the coming of the Europeans in Uganda. The Busoga were not united, and although the Baganda never invaded Busoga, they still came to fight in Busoga on invitation. The first missionaries to be sent to Busoga began their work in Bukoli during the rule of Kawunye. There were 2 Church Missionary Society missionaries, Reverend B.C. Gordon and Mr. F.G. Smith, who were sent from Namirembe by Bishop Tucker in 1891. Chapter 4. Luzinga Luwukar, The account of Muzaya or Ngobi Mao. Ngobi Mao is believed to be responsible for creating the Luzinga principality. People say Ngobi Mao was one of Mukama's children. Some, moreover, state that he was possibly the second of Mukama's eldest children who came to settle in Busoga. His birth is rather obscure, and people are not sure of his birthplace. What is certain is that he was Mukama's son, and that Mukama gave him a large piece of land near the Nile. His legitimate name was Ngobi Mao, but he was later nicknamed Muzaya because he stayed in a lonely land infested with imbwa flies. Most people agree upon the account of Mao's coming into Busoga. Chitimbo, known as Bugabula, states that on his arrival in Busoga, Ngobi Mao first established himself at Luzinga. He lived and later died there and was buried in his home at Luzinga. In his day, Luzinga was a very thinly populated area, but was full of wild animals of all sorts. Most of the people in this area were Baganda, who had crossed from the Nile to come and settle in this part of the country. These nicknamed Ngobi Mao skins, because Ngobi used to wear animal skins. Ngobi Mao was succeeded by his son Luuka, who moved his chief's home, known as the Mbuga, to Mulagirire, where he lived peacefully, often hunting wild animals. Luuka died and was buried at Mulagirire. He was succeeded by Kabega, his eldest son. In his time, Kabega moved his chief's home, known as the Mbuga, to Ranyama, where he died and was succeeded by Galia. Galia died and was buried at Ranyama. Changwa then succeeded Galia, and he also lived and died at Ranyama. He was succeeded by his son Gwanyoto Kakulu, who lived for many years before he died, and was buried at Ranyama. He was succeeded by his brother Nkomfukire, but because Nkomfukire was a very old man, the people were not satisfied with his ascension to the throne. He was eventually replaced by his son Muzaya Otini, who had gathered an army to fight his father Nkomfukire. Otini Muzaya ruled for some years, and after his death he was succeeded by his son Kaluba Mulije. Kaluba Mulije ruled for many years, and when he died, he was buried in his Mbuga, known as the chief's home, at Ranyama. He was succeeded by his nephew, Gwanyoto II, Isabiriye's son, because Kaluba Mulije had no children. Gwanyoto II ruled for a very short time and was overthrown by Wandira, who was not of Ngobi Mao's lineage. This happened after the arrivals of the Europeans into Busoga, and it is said that they assisted Wandira to replace Kaluba Mulije. The outcome was to deprive this area of its independence. It was now made a gombola within Bugabula, and Gwanyoto was no more than a mere head of his clan. Chapter 5. Bukono, the account of Unyi or Nkono. The establishment of Bukono principality was begun by Unyi, also known as Nkono. Unyi or Nkono was Mukama's son. It is said that on his way from Mount Elgon, Mukama had with him his wife, 5 children, some men, 2 dogs, spears, cattle, goats, and many other things. While in Busoga, he had 2 more children, Iganda and Katimbo. Mukama's original home on Mount Elgon is not known. By the time Mukama came to Busoga, the country was a nameless domain of wild animals, and as stated before, Mukama developed skill to hunt these animals. He lived temporarily among the hills of Kamigo, at a place called Irera, not very far from present-day Jinja. Later on, he went to explore the country around River Mpologoma. He arrived with his son Unyi at a place which he named Namakoko in Bukono, and he built a house there. Mukama asked Unyi whether he would like to have that part of the country for himself, and Unyi accepted. Mukama then returned to Irera, leaving his son Unyi at Namakoko. Unyi established his imbuga in a place named Ungiro, meaning Unis, in a neighborhood of rock called Wageza. Unyi lived in his new imbuga and had 2 children whom he named Wako and Kisozi, respectively. Unyi was basically a cultivator, but he was much troubled by buffaloes and elephants. Whenever he killed an elephant, people from Bukedi came and robbed the tusks. Unyi did not have with himself enough people to fight these intruders, so he just left them to please themselves. It is said that he died at the age of 72 and was buried at Ungiro. He was succeeded by his son Wako. These were Unyi's brothers, or shall we say, the sons of Mukama. First was Okali, who was given the part of Bukoli, and his title was Koli. The second, Ibanda, who was given the part of Kigulu, his title Ngobi. The third, Ngabani, who was given the part of Bulamoji. His title was the Zibondo. The fourth, Ngobi Mao of Buzaya. His title, Muzaya. The fifth was Chitimbo, who was given Bugabula and entitled Gabula. The sixth was Nyiro, who was given Luuka and was entitled Tabingwa. After succeeding his father Unyi, Wako lived in his father's imbuga, but he was more of a hunter than a cultivator. It is said that when he was still a youth, he hunted every day. Daily hunting was exhausting, and alas, he died at a rather early age. In his days, more and more people migrated into his country from Bukedi. His brother Kisozi succeeded him. Now Kisozi was a good and just ruler. In his time, cultivation was done by most of his people, and he was liked by all the people. He was reputed for wisdom, and all his people obeyed him without exception. It can safely be assumed that he died of old age, and after his death, he was greatly mourned by his people who liked him so much. Kisozi was succeeded by his son Wakawuli. Wakawuli's mother was Inyawa, who was born in Busiki. Unfortunately, Wakawuli was the very opposite of his father. He was a cruel and proud chief, delighting in shedding blood, and accordingly killed many of his subjects. His people could not tolerate him, so they made a conspiracy against him and murdered him. Somehow, the secret of how he was murdered was revealed to his mother's relatives in Busiki, who became very furious. Their anger could not be appeased without retaliation, so they gathered a big army and made ready to attack the people of Bukono. On hearing of the imminent invasion, the people of Bukono gathered a big army in preparation for war. When the people of Busiki attacked the Bukono at Vukula, a bloody war commenced. The loss on both sides was shocking, but the Busiki sustained a thorough defeat. The ruminants of their army retreated with all possible speed, leaving the Bukono victorious in their country. Ntumba, the brother of Wakawuli, was immediately placed on the throne. Time proved that Ntumba was just the right man for the chieftainship. He was endowed with some of the good qualities of his father Chisozi, who was a good and just ruler. He transferred his imbuga from Ungiro, where Uni had established it, to Vukula, where the battle between the Busiki and the Bukono had taken place. This was done in memory of the battle in which many of the people of Bukono had lost their lives. He was fully aware of the fact that his position was entirely due to those brave men who had died for their country. Up to this day, Vukula is still regarded as the capital of Bukono and second in importance to Kigulu County. However, Buono was the first Gombolola or sub-county to get a permanent building for offices in the whole of Busoga. It was built in 1933 when Mr. Zadok K.B. Gumba was the Gombolola chief. Ntumba had a smooth period of chieftainship, and he lived for many years. He married many women, some of whom he kept in his old Mbuga of Unguro. He was very much liked by his subjects, who sincerely mourned him when he died, and he was buried in his new Mbuka at Vikula. Ntumba was succeeded by his son Najomi, who had much trouble because he tried to set himself against the worshipping of the dead, which was being done especially by the people from Bukedi. He tried to stop these people from entering his country by blocking all the routes across the river Mpologoma. In addition, he took away all the boats from the river and ordered selected men to guard the river. He also passed a law forbidding his subjects from entering into Bukedi or from admitting anybody from Bukedi into their homes. Whoever defiled his law would either be hanged or stripped of all their property. He went further and blocked all the routes from Zibondo's county because he feared that the people of Bukedi would enter his country from that direction. Although Najomi took much precautions and steps to block all the roads into his country, he himself was a great traveler. He visited Zibondo's capital and traveled as far as Kigulu at a place called Nkone. It is said that he traveled so much not only because he was interested in traveling as such, but also because he wanted to study the behavior of the people of Bukedi, who were living all in these places. It is also alleged that he went to Nkono purposely to fight the Bukedi people who had robbed his subjects' properties that included ivory tusks from elephants. He only had one son and daughters whom are not known, for it is not a custom of the Busoga to count female children, a similar habit to that of the Jews. At his death, he was buried at Izirangombi in Busiki. Mudula was chosen to succeed his father Najomi and lived at Birangombi. Although he ruled for many years, his name is not associated with any memorable deeds. He was a quiet, passive ruler who was succeeded by his son Nkenga. After Nkenga had succeeded his father Mudula, he wanted to revive Najomi's precautionary measures but was unsuccessful. By then, the greater part of Busiki was within the jurisdiction of Nkono. This explains why Izirangombi in Busiki was Nkono's Mbuga. Nkenga died and was buried at Izirangombi. His son Mutiaba succeeded him. After his succession to the chieftainship, Mutiaba was faced with much difficulties. His Busiki subjects rebelled against him and gathered an army to fight him. The Busiki were victorious in the battle which ensued, and they captured Nkono's Mbuga of Izirangombi. In addition to this Mbuga, Nkono lost many mitala to the people of Busiki. On a night when Mutiaba was sleeping in his Mbuga of Ramba, he was attacked by some insidious Busiki who set his house on fire. Fortunately, one of his wives was awake, and on seeing the fire, she awoke Mutiaba, who rushed out of the house. However, some lives were lost in the house owing to its raw nature, and Mutiaba's back was badly burnt. He migrated to Ungiro, where he died from the effects of the fire. The Busiki took over a large part of the country which had previously been under the rule of Nkono. The Nkono county was reduced to Nawebete, and Mutiaba was succeeded by his son Kabusera, whose determination was to avenge his father's losses and death. He accordingly gathered a retaliatory army and led it himself against the Busiki, whom he defeated soundly and restored his father's two Mbugas, including the Mitala which had been taken by the Busiki. He consequently won much prestige for himself and for his country. After this victory, Kabusera's country experienced much prosperity. The population increased and the people concentrated on cultivation. He died in the midst of loving people and was buried with much mourning. His son Muzetia succeeded him. Muzetia was a reputed smoker of opium, the result of which made his eyes a scarlet red color. Much of his leisure, or even in the time when he would be discussing important affairs of the country, was spent in puffing the intoxicating opium. He smoked it so frequently that his mental stability was badly affected. He became restless and would go without food for 3 to 4 days. His subjects were soon fed up with him as he exhibited many more defective flaws, apart from even smoking opium. The consequence was that he was forced off his throne and replaced by his brother Pande Kemba. On his succession to the chieftainship, Pande Kemba was tasked to find an army that could fight a well-organized Busiki army. His subjects were counting greatly on his leadership in the battle which was imminent. They trusted and put all their confidence in him. Unfortunately, they were disappointed, for Pande Kemba was a very timid man and could not even dare to participate in the fight himself. He was the kind who would do nothing even if he was openly insulted. His timidity disappointed those who had hopefully elected him. Much of the country was taken by the Busiki, and his subjects could not care less when he died. He was succeeded by his son Mugalia I, who established his Nyumbuga on Chisenzi Hill in 1862. This was at the time when some Europeans had already arrived in Buganda. Mugalia I ruled for only 3 months and died. On his death, he was buried in his Nyumbuga. Chebambe, later nicknamed Chitamwa, which translates "he who doesn't cut his hair," was Kabusera's youngest son and brother to Muzetia the opium smoker and Pande Kemba the timid. By the time his father had died, Chebambe was a young boy. When he came into power, the Europeans had already established themselves in Busoga at Bukaleba. This was between 1872 to 1886. He was a wise ruler and could settle any dispute justly and promptly. He was sociable and much loved by his people. The British agent at Bukaleba, Mr. Grant, invited all rulers to Bukaleba and requested them all to build their new mbugas. This was a precautionary measure against rebels as well as a step towards a united Busoga. Previously, every chief in Busoga, however small his area would be, was a small king. There was no central government or authority above them. Chebambe, also known as Chitamwa, did not welcome the idea of having another power above him. So he refused the invitation and decided against paying the taxes to the Europeans. His son, Kabusera, who he had named after his own father, endeavored to show him that it was advisable for him to go to Bukaleba, since all the other chiefs such as Chisiki, Igobi, Wakoli, and Zibondo had all gone there. But Chitamwa merely comforted his son by telling him that he would fight the Europeans if they dared attack him. He reminded his son that there are many guns and brave men in Bukono who would easily resist any attack by the Europeans. Chitamwa was truly a brave man and had secured a large number of guns for himself. Besides his own personal gun, he would additionally arm himself with a spear and shield, 2 daggers strung on either side of his waist, and he equipped himself with an axe which under normal conditions he would use to make wooden crafts. He was such a very outstanding craftsman and could make gourds, canoes, bowls, walking sticks, drums, and many other useful crafts. His favorite subjects were only those who would prove themselves brave. One day, he spoke to his son Kabusera that should the Europeans be attempted to attack him, he would go out to meet them in the valley of Nawebete. He had bought many guns from Buganda which he had distributed among his brave men, By this time, many chiefs in Busoga owned some guns. Chitamwa went on to appoint Namali Bey to the post of general in the army. It is said that this Namali Bey had experience in organizing an army. After his appointment, he began the task of drilling and disciplining a large army of brave men for Chitamwa's army. Chitamwa was very pleased with his general's efforts, but Namali Bey had no idea of the war tactics of the Europeans. He was only making use of his military experience that he had gained through contact with the Nubians and Indians. At the time when he had been appointed by Chitamwa, he was equivalent to a captain, but his able management of the army raised him to the rank of general. Chitamwa had ministers, such as Musota and many others, who flattered him so much that he believed that his position was quite secure. He could not imagine the possibility of any other power overthrowing him because of his well-trained armed army. He felt that his country was invincible. Soon, Mr. Grant had knowledge of Chitamwa's military preparations and determination to fight the Europeans. He was informed that Chitamwa could not willingly place himself under the power of Mr. Grant. Mr. Grant did not waste any more time. After receipt of this information, he only pondered a little and then prepared his army to fight Chitamwa. He marched through Bugiri. His army, armed with many guns and ammunitions, and with an addition of a cannon or Maxim gun. Mr. Grant was accompanied by Mirongobi, Tabingwa, Zibondo, Chisiki, and two of Luba's sons, Mulu and Mutiabule. The invaders were undoubtedly afraid of Chitamwa, for which of these Saza chiefs brought his army with him? There were 4 counties allied, and 3 of them marched onto Chitamwa's kingdom. You can now imagine, in true perspective, the odds against which Chitamwa's small army was going to fight. The invading army arrived in Busiki in February 1897. Mr. Grant marched his army to the Nawebete Valley, where Chitamwa once had forespoken that the battle would take place. However, Chitamwa and his army had been forewarned about the invasion by army scouts from Bukaleba, and they could not resist the temptation to run for their lives. Mr. Grant marched on Chitamwa's Mbuga of Nabitula, but found nobody there. He then ordered his army to begin a thorough search for Chitamwa, together with all his ministers. It was then that Chitamwa's son Kabusera yielded himself to Mr. Grant and proved that himself he was innocent of any rebellious attitude towards the government. Mr. Grant accepted Kabusera's pleas and sent him to find his own father and arrest him. Kabusera could not find his father, who had crossed into Bulamoji, where he was now in hiding. Mr. Grant thought that perhaps Chitamwa had sought refuge in one of the islands of the lake. He therefore ordered the soldiers to begin firing on the islands in the lake in Takwe. They used the cannon, which was fired from the Chisinzi hill. They even opened fire on the islands in the lake between Bugiri and Busoga districts with the big cannon gun. These lakes do not exist now, but at that time there were big lakes dotted with some inhabitable islands. The shots from a big gun as a cannon could cause no havoc. They were only meant as a display to frighten people who had never seen them. The explosion was so loud and terrible that people thought it was lightning and thunder all at once. The noise was so frightening that many people fled to the remote parts of Bulamoji and Bugiri. When Zibondo learned that Chitamwa had sought refuge in his country, he went quickly and captured him and handed him over to the British Mr. Grant, who charged him with rebellion and sentenced him to imprisonment at Bukaleba. It was during Chitamwa's time of imprisonment that the Nubian mutiny against Mr. MacDonald occurred. Mr. MacDonald was engaged in surveying parts of East Africa. The mutiny had originated in Kenya, but the mutineers spread all over Uganda, murdering and striking terror wherever they went. They came to Bukaleba unexpectedly and forced their way into the prison. They released all the prisoners on condition that they would join the mutineers. However, the mutineers were being pursued by Mr. MacDonald and Mr. Jackson, together with a number of soldiers recruited from Asia. Once released, Chitamwa did not comply with his promise but quickly went back to his own country of Bukono. He found that he had been replaced by his brother Nyiro Mutiaba II. Chitamwa immediately gathered an army and defeated Mutiaba II, thus restoring himself onto his throne. Mutiaba II went to Bukaleba, Mr. Grant's headquarters, to report the matter, but found that everybody there was occupied with fighting the Nubian mutineers. This happened between the end of 1897 and nothing was done for him until 1898, over 10 years later. In that year, 1898, Mr. Grant appointed the Saza chief, Igobi, to take Mutiaba II and restore him back into power. But Miro did not go. Instead, he appointed his man Sulaiman Kakuma, who had escorted him back from Buganda where Nero had been kidnapped. Sulaiman Kakuma and Mutiaba II marched into Bukono with a large army. They found Chitamwa prepared to meet them, and a terrible battle ensued. However, Kakuma's army was too strong and Chitamwa's army could not resist for very long. He fled to Bukedi, and Mutiaba II was restored to power with the help of Kakuma. When Chitamwa heard that Sulaiman Kakuma had returned to Bukaleba, he gathered a foreign army and returned to fight Mutiaba II. Chitamwa defeated Mutiaba II and assumed chieftainship once again. Yet again, Mutiaba II went and reported the matter again to Mr. Grant, who gave him an army which was again placed under the leadership of Sulaiman Kakuma. Chitamwa was defeated again, and Mutiaba II restored into power. All the chiefs in the neighboring countries then agreed to hunt down Chitamwa and capture him. After much search, they captured him and sent him to Bukaleba, where he was sentenced to 2 years imprisonment. This was in 1899. He was released after the capital had been transferred from Bukaleba to Iganga. After his release from prison, Chitamwa was not allowed to go back to Bukono. Zibondo then offered him a place in his own country in Mutalabutege. Chitamwa lived there with his son Kabusera for many years till he grew very old and the government repatriated him in 1810. Nyiro Mutiaba II was later converted to Christianity and was baptized Isaiah. Henceforth, his title was Isaiah Nkono. He ruled until when the government considered that his area was too small to be regarded as a county in 1907. It was accordingly turned into a gombolola forming part of Kigulu. The chief of which country, Nicola Tega, had shown himself very loyal to the government. In 1899, Isaiah Mutiaba II had given away many of his mitala to his Buganda protectors. He ruled until 1st January 1924 when he retired, and he wanted his son Tito Mugalia II, who was working in the medical department at Jinja, to succeed him, but the government could only have a tested man to succeed him. The government therefore promised to appoint Tito Mugalia to the chieftainship if he could show himself fit for the post. It was so because this gombolola was one of those most important and influential gombololas which needed a firm ruler. In the meantime, Zadoki Gumba, who was working as an interpreter, was appointed to the post. Gumba did not inherit Nkono's traditional customs because Mutiaba II was still living. Isaiah Nkono retained his mitala where he lived even after he had retired. He was presented with the King's Silver Medal by the government, and he prospered very much and had 42 children altogether. He got most of his children after his retirement. Most of his children were aged 6 to 10 years by the time Mutiaba died. He died on 26th March 1935 and was buried 4 days later on 30th March 1935. He was succeeded by his son Tito Mugalia II, who had just been appointed Gombolola chief of Nawandala. Tito Mugalia II was educated in Balangida School at Kamuli. This was the school which later turned to Busoga College Mweri near Jinja. He was a brilliant scholar and easily gained entrance to King's College Budo in April 1917. While at Budo, Tito learned the African Native Medical Corps, the MC, which treated the wounded in war. Tito volunteered to join the organization and went to German East Africa in May 1917. He continued as a member of the organization even after the war and worked until January 1935. By then, he was a senior member of the organization. He was presented with the King's Silver Jubilee Medal on 6th May 1935. The gods that were respected and worshipped by Nkono were only Uni and Mukama. This is to say that this clan worshipped their first forefathers, Uni and Mukama. Each of these two gods was honored with an annual sacrifice of a fat cow. It is said that an army from Buganda entered Bukono on 3 occasions. The first was when Kaira invaded Bukono via Bukedi. The army killed many people and looted much property. This took place during the reign of either Kabusera or Muzetia. The second was when another bloody invasion took place in Kemba's days. When the invaders came in through Busiki, they murdered the Chisiki leader Isiko Ngweri and killed many people in Busiki and Bukono. Much bounty was also taken. The third invasion was nicknamed Namutwe or Muperi. Many Baganda fighters penetrated into Bukedi. This also took place in Kareba's days. The invaders robbed many things and took women and children into captivity. Common people in Bukono would distinguish themselves for their bravery. The weapons used by these brave warriors and fighters were beautiful long-bladed spears denoting a high standard of craftsmanship. These spears had very sharp points and edges. The fighters also used shields made of very tough hides and skins, lined with beautiful fur such as the beards of he-goats. Armed with such beautiful but formidable spears and beautiful shields, the warlike propensitiveness of the fighters would be further inspired. Despite the toughness of the skins from which the shields were made, a brave and strong man could spear right through them and thus strike his enemy. Other fighters used shields and spears of an inferior quality and beauty. Still others used poles measuring about 20 feet but very sharp at one end. Such weapons were known as miwunda when there were many, or muwunda when it was one. And their sharp points were customarily toughened by heat so that they could pierce through tough shields. As for customs pertaining to marriage, food, types of buildings and government, these were the same anywhere else in Busoga. There is a legend that states that between Uni and Kabusera, there were 8 people who ruled Bukono as the Nkono, but their names are not known. Chapter 6. The History of Zibondo, Bulamoji. Ngabani was the son of Mukama, the king of Bunyoro. On his arrival in Busoga, Mukama had with him the following children: Okali of Bukoli, Ibanda of Kigulu, Ngabani of Bulamoji, and Uni of Bukono. Zibondo, Ngabani, and Uni were both left in Bukono after they crossed River Mpologoma into Busoga with their father Mukama. They later roamed about the country hunting wild animals. Ngabani and Uni were by then young, strong men who enjoyed hunting as a sport. They hunted elephants and killed so many animals that men under them never starved or had lack of food. Besides hunting, these two young men were skilled craftsmen. They knew pottery, carpentry, and many other forms of handiwork. Soon, their reputation spread over the land which is now Bulamoji, across a now non-existent lake in Takwe, which then separated Bukono and Bulamoji. The people of that land heard of the wonderful things which were being done by the people who had come from Mount Elgon. They sent envoys to Bukono to see what these wonderful things were. Nantamu and Musosa were the envoys of Bukono, and they were greatly impressed by the respect which people paid to these two young men. The outcome was to invite one of these young men to cross over into Bulamoji. Uni encouraged his brother Ngabani to accept the invitation and followed the envoys to Bulamoji. He took with him his counselors. The first was Muwoye, who looked after his cattle. The second was the minister, or Katikilo Tuoli, to whom he gave the land of Isalo and also permitted him to possess royal drums and drummers in his imbuga. The third was Nyoro, whom he gave the area of Gadumide, part of which was later named Panyoro, meaning of Bunyoro. The name had become Panyoro owing to the fact that the initial B had been reduced to P. Panyoro still exists to this present day. Nyoro was Ngabani's chief drummer. Ngabani's other counselor was Nankola, who was given Buyinda. Ngabani and Nankola were relatives, and their children could never intermarry for fear of incest. But Nankola changed his clan at a later date, and his new totem was Ngabi, the antelope. When Ngabani first arrived in Bulamoji, he settled at Izinga, Nantamu's area, but he later moved his imbuga to Buyuge. He made Nantamu one of his principal chiefs and assigned him authority over a small island about 2 square miles at Izinga. When Nantamu died, he was buried on this island in his home of Chebakaire. While in Bulamoji, Ngabani married a girl named Banjibasa. She gave birth to a son whom Ngabani named Nyabongo after Ngabani's mother Nanyango. Then Ngabani began the task of widening his kingdom. This was a period of expansion, and all chiefs were without exception busy at it. It is said that Mukama, their father, made Ngabani the paramount chief in the whole of Busoga. Other chiefs like Wakoli and Igobi used to offer sacrifices to Zibondo. Gifts such as young maiden girls, spears and shields, both of Chikedi make, were offered. In return for these offerings, these chiefs received good blessings from Zibondo. This was practiced for many generations until the time of Mukunya I. At that time, the people of Bulamoji were known as Banyama or Banyamatoko. Ngabani died a very old man. At the time of his death, Bulamoji was sparsely populated. He was buried in his imbuga of Buyuge and was succeeded by his son Nanyambogo, a man entirely dedicated to cultivation. Nanyambogo would wake up very early in the morning and go to work in his banana shamba. He would work all day and his midday meal would be served in the shamba. Whoever wished to see him on any matter had to go to the shamba where he worked. And when they arrived there, Nanyambogo would make them do some work for him. Eventually, the whole of Bulamoji became interested in the work, and the country consequently extensively cultivated. More people were attracted into Bulamoji from Bunyoro and Bukedi. However, Nanyambogo was troubled with the people of Bukedi, who used to kidnap his people and rob certain things from his country. He solved this problem with open battle. Nanyambogo married a girl who was reputed for both beauty and kindness. The name of his beautiful wife was Wamoyo Mweru, interpreted as kind-hearted. She gave birth to a son whom they named Isoba, meaning one who moves stealthily with sure steps. Isoba was born in the Buyuge Mbuga where Nyambogo died at a very old age. Isoba was his successor. After his succession to the throne, Isoba lived in his father's Mbuga of Buyuge. He had much trouble with the neighboring chiefs because he became a very ambitious chief. He fought many battles in order to expand, and the most outstanding battle was fought between him and Nkono Ntumba. Ntumba had crossed River Mpologoma and encroached upon Isoba's land as far as River Kasokwe near Kaliro. The battle which erupted took place at Kasokwe, and by the time the sun set that day, Isoba was the victor. Isoba fought many other battles and is said to have come to grips with Gabula at Chigulu. As a result of many battles, he grew old and exhausted very soon. Fortunately, he had some sons, one of whom, Boye, whose mother came from Panyoro, succeeded Isoba at his death. Boye transferred his Mbuga from Buyuge to Ramboga. He built another Mbuga on Lubolo Hill for the sole purpose of stopping the Bakedi from entering his country. Strong gangs of Bakedi people used to enter Busoga to rob or to kidnap people, mostly women. Situated on the top of Lubulo, Boye commanded a view of the large part of the counties around and could easily spot these gangs before they had time to do any havoc. It is believed that between Boye and Mukunya I, there are some other chiefs whose successful order is now forgotten. These chiefs were Chige, Lubogo, Isoba II, Wandira, Wako I, and many others. All these are supposed to have ascended Zibondo's throne, each in his own day, but nothing else is known about them. This obscurity reduces the number of the known Zibondos. It is believed that the obscurity was due to many battles which took place during their time. People had no freedom to digest all the historical events as they did in peaceful times. These battles are said to have occurred between the Bakedi, Gabula, Igobi, and Tabingwa. Mukunya I succeeded one of these unknown chiefs, but it was later assumed that he was Boye's successor. Like his predecessors, Mukunya I was much troubled by Bakedi, against whom he accordingly fought many battles. He also fought many battles against the people of the north of Lake Choga. These people were Banyoro, but they were popularly known as Bapakoyo. He fought very hard and nicknamed himself Nabwanda, a very fitting name which means a very cunning person who can always defeat his enemies however strong they may be. Bwanda is the name of a kind of grass which can survive on rocky ground where no other type of grass can grow. Bwanda grass is not easily destroyed. Mukunya I thus considered himself as tough as this grass. At a later date, Nabwanda moved his Mbuga to Mpwambwa, where he married a woman of Nyonyi clan. Her name was Inyanga. She gave birth to a boy who was named after his father. However, Mukunya was a polygamist with about 450 women in 5 of his Mbugas. Each of these Mbugas consisted of about 20 to 35 houses. The senior wife's house accommodated 15 to 35 women. Most of these women were merely given to Mukunya I as presents or perhaps offerings. A large number of wives was a symbol of wealth too. A man having many wives was counted as being very rich. It was often very easy for an able man to have a large number of women, since by the way the first woman one married would bring all her sisters to marry her husband. When Mukunya I died, he was buried in his Nyumbuga of Mpambwa. Mukunya had inherited all his father's wives, amongst whom was a woman named Nayuruba, who had a son known as Wako. She had other children, Luwe, Mukunya, and others. And Wako I's brother, Luwe, should have succeeded their father Mukunya. But because of Luwe's cruelty, he was outshined by his brother Wako. But Wako inherited his father's toughness and cunning. He was a brave man, and after his death, he was buried at Mpambwa, just next to his father's tomb. Before he died, Wako had succeeded his father. He was so aware of his new position that he nicknamed himself Nabuguzibwantama Bugulamuchira, which is interpreted to mean that people buy sheep just for the sake of their fat tails. Wako believed that a good chief is one who is just and useful to his people. Should a chief lack any of these qualities, he would be considered unworthy by his people. Wako also assumed another nickname later on. This name was Fudu, which means one who is rich and contented with their own ambitions. He meant to emphasize that every person should be contented with whatever he has and never long to convert other people's property. The name depicts the tortoise, which seems to be self-sufficient since it moves about with its own shelter and bedding. Wako was therefore not anxious to expand his kingdom or even to procure wealth in the form of women. He built a new mbuga at Wataka Hill in Gadumide. Wako the First's reign was a peaceful one, and he was liked by all his people. He died at an old age. The following were Mukunya the First's children. The first, Luwe of Kabuikwa. The second, Mugonyi of Namulungu. The third, Nanyangoli of Bupiana. The fourth was not recorded, but the fifth was Musuga of Wangobo. The sixth, Dulu of Nampingwe. The seventh, Gwaka of Kakosi. The eighth was Nairima of Bulirama. The ninth was Buleju of Buyonjo. The 10th was Kaseru of Isalo. The 11th was Dongo Kapere of Buyuge. The 12th, Wako of Gadumire. The 13th, Matende of Chani. The 14th, Mugaju of Nameje. The 15th was Nakora of Nakaboko. The 16th was Intende of Nakwangala. And the 17th was Isamba of Busambeko. While the following were Wako the First's children. The sons were Muyodi Chige of Buyondi, Nkona of Nabigwali, Kaluya of Buluya, Mukunya of Bulumba, Boye of Bulumba, Nadoi of Bulumba, Mulegu of Chisiki, Nkora of Buluya, Naita of Bugwangala, and the 10th was Galimu of Nawampiti. The 11th was Naluvulunguti of Chibuye. The 12th was Nanyango of Chibuye. The 13th, Nsambagwa of Nawampiti. Then was Impalo of Bupini, Ibanda of Nawaikoke, Kamanya of Bufuganyonyi, Mukuya of Businda, Busimba of Busulumba, Ikona na Igobia of Nabigwali. The 20th was Nkunya of Nsamule. The 21st was Baga of Buyuge, and the 22nd was Bamutia of Panyoro. The 23rd was Walifugani of Panyoro, and the 24th was Tetembera of Buyuge. These were the sons of Wako the First, while his daughters were Nchakana, Buya, Nadongo, Nakato, and others. The following were Chisira's children: Isakwa of Busanda, Boye Wambuzi of Nantwanda, Gonza Chitabanga of Kanankaba, Yakobu Muloki of Nabitende, Mutabaniwani of Kanankaba, Makere the first Kunya of Namaleba, Makere the second Mudola of Namaleba, Mukunya Wambuzi of Nabitende, Yakobu Nkote of Nabikoli, Muzinge of Nangala, Nabita of Rangalo, Nampera of Butege, Nampera the second Wako of Butege, Hensa of Butege, Wako of Chibwiza, Chiganira of Bwanyuya, Pokino of Bwanyuya, Kagwambi of Naikoke, Kezekia Wako of Buyuya, Erisa Wako of Kaliro, Maweri of Butesa, Dongo of Butesa, Mpanda of Wairaka, Kubonaku of Bwanyuya, Kisejaki of Nakwangala, Polina Nyanzi of Muwala, and Mary Nyanzi of Muwala. In number, there were 27. Then the following were the children of Mukunya II, the first being Mukama of Bugonza, then Ezekeri Tenywa Wako II of Kaliro, Saulo Wako of Kanansaik, Kosi Ampanda of Untwana, C. Gerard Kisira of Gulamumbiri, Nekemia Kisira of Bulyankubi, Mariam Nawango of Muwala, Mali Zabalunji of Muwala, Esiri Kaboli of Muwala, Tabi Sanyanzi of Muwala, Anna Buya of Muwala, and Buya of Muwala. The following were the children of Mukunya Kakaire: Isoba Kinyonyi, Mugulusi, Waike Lubogo, Echige, Bi Isoba, Y Kunya, N Kunya, A.W. Kisanjaki, and Wambi, and the daughters Erisa, Nzala, Ikesa, Doloka Kaboyo, and Chobo. Werko I died in 1863 and was succeeded by his son Kisira, whose mother was Nanyanzi. Kisira succeeded to the throne at the age of 25. He had a home in Bwanyuya, which his father had given to him. However, after succeeding his father, he built his new mbuga at Ikumbia, now known as Kaliro. This place later became the capital of Bulamoji County. Two reasons were responsible for the establishment of this mbuga at Ikumbia. The first, there was a prince named Chige Muyondi, son of Mukunya II, who lived at Buyondi. This prince ruled over an area consisting of about 20 mitala, or villages. This region was bounded by Luka, Kigulu, and Bukono. He was so powerful that he had assumed independence of Zibondo. Kisira did not like this state of affairs, and he went to battle against Chige. However, Chige Muyondi was a brave and good fighter, and Kisira's army could not defeat him at the first attempt. Kisira had to acquire the assistance of other brave fighters, such as Kanene of Butege, Chidanga of Kanakamba, among others, before he could defeat Chige. When at last Kisira defeated Chige, he took away all Chige's lands, with the exception of only Buyondi. In one of these mitalas, which Kisira confiscated from Chige at Ikumbia, he built his mbuga. Another reason why Kisira built his new mbuga at Ikumbia was that this place was very near the boundary between Kigulu and Bulamoji. He wished to live near the boundary so that he could watch it against the encroachment from Igobi. Kisira fought many battles against Tabingwa. These battles took place at Namali, Bulike, and Chamanya. In his time, Busoga had many guns which he bought from the Arabs. On one occasion, Tabingwa defeated Zibondo's army led by Kisira and even burned down his mbuga at Nawaikoke. But Zibondo later recaptured his mbuga and built a house in it which he named Kalegere, which means a trap. Kisira threatened that Tabingwa would be inviting trouble to himself if he would ever attempt to attack that house. As a result, this house stood for many years until the time of Wambuzi. It is said that this was a magic, or should we say supernatural house, for it could turn into a bush when attacked by any enemy with the intent to destroy it. It was a round house built in the ordinary way. It was there that one of Kisira's wife named Saba, who gave birth to Prince Muzinge, lived. During this time, there were many battles between Tabingwa, Bugabula, and Kisira. The first two chiefs always wished to encroach on Kisira's kingdom. During Kisira's time, religious wars ravaged in Buganda between Mohammedans and Christian Protestants. Many Mohammedan deserters sought refuge in other counties. One of them, named Ali Ranga, escaped into Busoga and besought Kisira to offer him shelter. Kisira then kept him as a refugee in his mbuga at Gadumire. This is how Mohammedanism came to Bulamoji. Kisira did not regret having admitted Ali into his country because of Ali's new and interesting doctrine. Ali also showed the people of Bulamoji how to make soap and use it. All these things surprised the people of Bulamoji. No other religion had ever been heard of in Bulamoji before. Ali thus became Kisira's favorite. He used to wash Kisira's clothes and was a very good cook. Most important of all, he could speak Swahili. In those days, Swahili was the medium of communication between Europeans and African chiefs. It is easy to understand how valuable Ali Ranga became to Kisira. Ranga rose to a very high rank in Kisira's house and was responsible for the needs of the Europeans as far as Kisira was concerned. Ali Ranga was such a useful man that the DC eventually made him his interpreter. He was soon promoted and became a Saza chief. He ruled for many years and married hundreds of women and was a very outstanding ruler in Busoga. He was very liberal and slaughtered 6 to 7 herds of cattle for his big household every day. Rice was a common factor in his daily diet. During Kisira's days, the country was very prosperous, being extensively cultivated, and the population increased in density. Kisira himself encouraged cultivation by giving his people already cultivated fields to plant whatever they wanted. This custom made the people obligated to maintain cultivating their areas. Kisira enforced many laws, one of which forbade people, apart from himself of course, from sitting on chairs. Important people and princes in Bulamoji could only sit on skins. Of all Zibondos that have been, Kisira had the largest number of daughters and sons. He gave each of his sons a piece of land for himself. Unfortunately, Kisira contracted a new disease from one of his many wives. This new disease was gonorrhea, which was brought into Busoga by the Sudanese troops at Bukaleva. He was one of the chiefs who went to Bukaleva in 1890 and had taken with him many porters to assist Mr. Grant in building his headquarters. Kisira lived at Bukaleva for the rest of his time. At first, the people were quite ignorant of the way in which the disease was contracted. They thought that it was contracted by women eating infected food, that a woman who ate infected food became infected, and if a man had sexual intercourse with her, he would automatically get the disease from her. They believed that anybody wishing to contract gonorrhea needed only to collect all types of stinging insects and cook them together with the food, which would then be infected with the disease. Any woman eating this food would become a carrier of the disease. This gonorrhea-infected food was meant for women only. This kind of food was supposedly prepared only by Luba's men. However, it was soon realized that gonorrhea was a disease completely unconnected with human creation. They realized that the disease was brought by people from the coast, such as the Arabs, Indians, and Europeans. Being such a new disease, Kisira's physicians could not think of any medicine to cure their master. Consequently, Kisira was victimized by the disease and died on 18th September 1898 at Bukaleva, but his body was taken to Kaliru, where he was buried. Kisira had succeeded his father around 1863 and he had ruled for 35 years. He died after the advent of the white men into Busoga. Mukuya, later widely known as Wambuzi, was chosen to succeed his father. However, there were some princes and ministers who strongly objected to this. Many of them favored Namuyonjo and a few wanted Musiba to succeed. But owing to the efforts of the minister Nsembesa and other notable men like Kanene and Telenga, Wambuzi was the successor eventually. He was confirmed as such on 5th October 1898. Once on the throne, Wambuzi was anxious to punish those chiefs who had objected to his succession. He accordingly collected a group of loyal and strong young men to help him subdue the rebels. He put all his trust in young men, the youth, whom he lavishly entertained in his mbuga daily. He allowed them so much freedom that they assumed power to do anything. They could arrest princes or confiscate any person's property without any reason. The whole country was at the mercy of these young men. Wambuzi himself stayed most of the time at the headquarters, first at Bukaleva, later at Iganga, and finally at Jinja. The most deadly famine recalled was known as Mugudia, and it took place during Wambuzi's rule around the year 1899 or 1800. Many people died during this famine. Wambuzi had kept all Ziwondos in Buga, each of which was full of women, but the effect of the famine reduced the density of the population in quarters. Many people left the country and migrated to other parts of Busoga. Most of them migrated to Bugabula, Bukono, Busiki, and Kulu. The rough behavior of the young men also contributed to the migration. They would rob the fattened cows and goats which were meant for offerings to the gods, and they showed no respect for any man except their master Wambuzi. Wambuzi was a strong-spirited man and was not easily frightened by anything. On one occasion, he defied the government by arresting its policemen, whom he stripped of their uniforms and severely flogged without being afraid of the bitter consequences. News of this cruel behavior arrived in Jinja and was heard by Mr. Grant. This was in 1906. Grant had already gathered evidence of additional crimes against Wambuzi, and he was not impressed by the chief's inability to maintain freedom. He accordingly dispatched a man named Sawano Twasenga to unseat Wambuzi. The government regarded at that time Wambuzi as a dangerous man who deserved exile. Grant managed to exile Wambuzi in Bukedi at Kokolo in 1907. He stayed in exile for only 1 year, and he is said to have died in 1908 of gonorrhea. After the deportation of Wambuzi, his son Ezekiel Wako, who was at school at Mengo High, succeeded him, but he did not begin ruling Bulamoji until about 7 years later, in April 1914, when he completed his education at King's College Budo. Wako's mother was Aliku Musuta. Sawano Twasenga had been appointed by the government to rule Bulamoji as regent. He was Wako the first's son, but he, together with his friend Nicola Tenga, had denied their tribe and association to Busoga and regarded themselves as Baganda. Nicola Tenga first came to Busoga from Buganda with Mirongobi, brother of Sawano Twasenga. Nicola Tenga had been given a big post in Kigulu, and in return recommended Sawano Twasenga for the post of regent of Bulamoji. Sawano Twasenga was regent in Bulamoji from 1907 and worked very well. He endeavored to convert his people to Christianity and to educate them. During his regency, many churches and mosques were built all over the country, and many missionaries came to Bulamoji as a result. At one time, Sawano Twasenga was even fined about 100 shillings by the government for having built so many churches in the country. He was a staunch Christian, liked by everybody. However, he economized his property to the point of being a miser. Altogether, he was a very rich man, able to afford and eat all he wanted, yet he did not even prefer to eat meat. He was a strong ruler who never spared the rod in dealing with sub-chiefs who misbehaved, and could even order his men to flog any offender mercilessly, almost to death. The famine, which was known as Mutama, occurred in Sawano Twasenga's time. The government tried to provide relief, but many people still died. Ezekiel Wako II had been chosen to succeed his father Wambuzi because Wako was the only educated man. The old order had changed, and only educated men could be chosen as chiefs. The government, therefore, encouraged every chief to educate at least his first son who would succeed him. Wambuzi had sent his son Mukama to school, but because Wambuzi loved his first son so much, he recalled him from school and sent Ezekiel Wako in Mukama's place. Ezekiel Wako was first given to a missionary named Reverend T.R. Buckley, who educated him at Iganga. Later, Wako entered Mengo High School, which was eventually transferred to Budo as King's College Budo. He stayed at Budo from 1911 to 1914. In April 1914, he was confirmed as Saza Chief of Bulamoji, and Sawano Twesenga became his junior and was named Deputy Saza Chief. Ezekiel Iwako II did not depart from Sawano Twasanga's methods of ruling. Although he had many influential young men around him, some of whom he appointed as Gombolola chiefs. At the time of Ezekiel Iwako's rule, many people had migrated from Bulamoji, and were still doing so owing to the mischievousness of the newly appointed young Gombolola chiefs. However, most of his people had been converted to Christianity, and they respected their chiefs very much as if they were a king. He built many schools and churches. He married Yunia Nachibandi, daughter of Mutakuwa, the Saza chief of Busiki, in October 1915. Ezekiel Iwako's outstanding ability as a ruler was recognized by the government, who appointed him president of Busoga in January 1919. At that time, Mr. Postlethwaite was the DC and Mr. F. Spire was the PC Eastern Province. Ezekiel Iwako was the first Musoga to rule a united Busoga. Another man who had ruled Busoga as a whole was Semei Kakungulu, a Muganda who was taken to Bukedi. Busoga had received a Luchiko, which was run on a monthly basis by the Saza chiefs. The Saza chief on duty used to hear all the cases and issue all the orders from the DC. The order of things was abolished in favor of a president. As it has been stated before, Ezekiel Iwako was appointed the first president of the Busoga Luchiko. It was also known as the Native Council. On the whole, the people of Busoga did not object to having a paramount chief, but they were not pleased with the European title. As a result, this title was agreeably changed to Chaba Zinga, which may be interpreted as one paramount chief having authority over all the other chiefs. This was only after much petitioning and patient waiting by the people before the government approved the change. Mukunya II succeeded Yowasi Nyiro, son of Prince Mukunya Wambuzi of Natwana. Mukunya II lived in Mukunya Wambuzi's Mbuga of Natwana and cared for Wambuzi's children. When Mukuya became Zibondo, all these children automatically became royal children. Yowasi Nyiro had been a prince and Gombora chief of Nansololo, but when Ezekiel Wako appointed PBL, he in return appointed Yowasi Nyiro Saza chief of Bulamoji in June 1921. Yowasi Nyiro was small in stature and very shy. He was shy to the point of being timid, which badly affected his ability to rule as he was never strict with offenders or criminals. He was non-talkative but enjoyed listening to others talking. He was consequently demoted for his inefficiency due to the cunning of his clerk, to whom he had entrusted all responsibility concerning poll tax collection. The clerk's name was Yairo Boye, and he misappropriated the poll tax money bit by bit. Yairo Boye made use of the confidence which the people had in him. They used to entrust him with their own money, and Boye did not hesitate to put it to his own personal use. As a result, he became very rich and feasted daily. His property surpassed any of the Saza chiefs in Busoga, but the Saza chief, who did not understand much, could not easily realize how his clerk, who earned a monthly pay of 50 shillings, could be so rich. Although Yowasi Nyiro was once directly warned about his clerk's thieving nature, he did not believe it simply because he feared annoying him. Like his people, Yowasi Nyiro put much trust in Yairo Boye. Nyairo's fall came when the DC Mr. Salven ordered a return of poll tax tickets for checking in May 1924. The clerk who could not balance his account book, the Saza chief, was obligated to arrest his clerk and investigate the matter. It was then that it was discovered that Yairo Boye had stolen over 350,000 shillings from the poll tax money alone. The matter was handed over to Captain F. Roberts, who was the superintendent of the police in Ginger at the time. Yairobuye was found guilty and sentenced to 7 years imprisonment. The Saza chief himself, Nyairo, was also dismissed on 5th October 1924. Nyairo died within 5 days of his dismissal on 9th October 1924 in his small house of Bugembe, where he was staying during the whole process of hearing the case. He died of gonorrhea. His body was carried to Bulamoji and buried at Nantwana. His son, Semiu Boye, inherited his property. But Ezekiel Wako, who was the Chabazinga and president of Busoga then, considered very carefully before he could choose anybody else to replace Nyairo. He eventually appointed Yekonia Kaira Lubogo to the post of Saza Chief Bulamoji. Waike Lubogo was a son of Mukunya, who was nicknamed Kaira because he was a very mischievous person. Kaira was the son of Kige, whose father was Mukunya Luwe, the brother of Wako I. Mukuya Luwe should have succeeded to the Zibondoship, but because of his disagreeable behavior, he used to murder people just for pleasure, and this was why Wako was preferred by the people. Waike Lubogo was made Zibondo on 4th December 1924. He was educated in the normal school by the Christian Missionary Society in Namirembe from 1912 to 1913. He began teaching in the day school at Kamuli in 1914. Later, he joined King's College Buddo, where he stayed for 3 years between 1915 to 1917. In the May of 1917, he joined the Native Medical Corps, where he was promoted to the rank of corporal after 2 years' service. In February 1919, he became the disease interpreter at Ginger and served for 3 years. In 1921, he was appointed Gombolola chief in Luuka. In 1924, he was made Zibondo, and in March 1928, Waike Lubogo visited the following countries: Great Britain, Italy, France, Switzerland, Egypt, and the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan. His tour lasted for 6.5 months. He was escorted by Captain F. Roberts, the police superintendent at Ginger. When Waike Lubogo was appointed Gombolola chief, he introduced the idea of making tenants pay rent. When he became Zibondo, he instigated a rule that every Saza chief should have an office instead of working in temporary quarters. At first, his ideas were rejected by the people of Busoga, who thought that they were impracticable. However, at the end of the 3 years, their value was realized and the DC ordered every chief to have an office. Offices were accordingly built at every Saza headquarters, and at a later date, offices were also built at Gombolola headquarters. The idea of offices gained popularity in 1928, although it had originated as early as 1925. The people of Bulamoji were able to preserve their name, Lamoji, because they had preserved all their traditions from the time of Mukama. In addition to the name, they also preserved their Pakoyo language. The people of Bulamoji used to regard themselves as Bakapoyo, but their language later became known as Lulamoji, according to their regional name Lamoji. The titles of the chiefs in Bulamoji were quite unique in relation to the rest of Busoga, since these titles are not in any way derived from the name of the county, as in the case of Kigulu, Bugabula, and so many more. Lamoji originally was the name of a big clan whose totem was Ngabi, the bushback. This clan also exists in Acholi, near Gulu, in a county known as Lamoji. This proves the fact that the people of Bulamoji originally came from Bunyoro and traveled to Busoga and Lango. It must also be accepted as a fact that the present members of Ngobi clan in Kigulu came from the north of Busoga. Some Basoga maintain that Mukama originally came from Mount Elgon and traveled through Busoga to Bunyoro. Others hold that when Mukama came from Mount Elgon, He travelled through Budama, and having diverted to the right, he went through Bugiri and Teso. When he reached Lango, he climbed up Kaweri Hill, which lies in the middle of Lake Choga, and sighted certain hills in Busoga, such as Kasato and Kagulu. These hills attracted his attention, and because he had no canoes in which he could cross Lake Choga, he retraced his journey and reached River Mpologoma. He eventually reached Samia, from where he entered Busoga on a land route. Once in Busoga, he began roaming about the country. After his roaming, he eventually traveled to Bunyoro, leaving some of his children in Busoga. It is also true that some people who are known as Jaho traveled from Bahel Gazelle in Sudan to Acholi, Lango, Teso, Bugweri, Bunwali, and Budama. They eventually entered Kavirondo. These are the people whose leader is known to some Busoga as Mukama. Some of these people went to Kavirondo, entered Busoga and stayed there. They mostly settled in the south of Busoga and were led by Muluwe of Busamo, Isoba of Bukoba, and Kasango of Bukasange. The people of Bugiri said that some of their princes migrated into Busoga and settled there. The present name of the county Bugweri is derived from their country's name Bugweri. The ruling clan in Bugweri is of Ngabi, and their language is Lupakoyo, just like that of the people of Bulamoji. All these native customs pertaining to marriage, worship, government, and so on are all the same in Busoga. All this proves the close brotherhood which exists between the people of Bugweri and Busoga. It is true that before the advent of the Europeans in this country, all the countries across River Mpologoma, via Bugweri, Bunyuli, Budama, and Samia were all under the jurisdiction of the chiefs of Busoga. This is the truth, although the people of Bugweri tend to contradict it. If it were not so, the people of Busoga could not have easily assumed authority over Bugweri, for the former hated tampering with any other people's tradition. The name Unyi in Busoga and in Bunyoro, Owanyo in Lango, and Koi in Kavirondo is a clear indication of the spread of people from one common source. As we have seen, this name can be traced through all the countries around Lake Choga, and in some countries near Lake Victoria. In such counties, names such as Bito and Babito, meaning princess, can be found, as it is in Bunyoro. It is therefore true that Busoga had two streams of immigrants. The first of these streams came to the parts near Lake Victoria and even settled in the islands. The second stream came across the river Mpologoma and the Lake Choga. The people in the second stream proved stronger than the former and secured the largest part of the country for themselves. Chapter 7. The History of Kigulu. Niro Ibanda Ngobi. The elders in Kigulu, previously Ibanda Ngobi's kingdom, provided the following information. Mr. Wakoli, one of the most prominent main states. Long ago, Busoga was uninhabited, particularly in the center, around the shores of Lake Victoria and River Mpologoma. It was sparsely populated. Later, the father of Busoga, Mukama, traveled from the east from an unknown origin. Mukama passed through Busoga on his way to Bunyoro, but before he went to Bunyoro, Mukama stayed in Busoga for some years and even married a woman from the Baisegaga clan. Mukama left his wife in Busoga when she was pregnant and proceeded to Bunyoro. His wife then gave birth to a son, whom she named Ibanda. When the son became of age, his mother took him to his father in Bunyoro for the fulfillment of the native customs. Once in Bunyoro, the wife refused to return to Busoga, but Ibanda wanted to, So he was allowed to go do so by Mukama. There was another son of Mukama named Nyiro, who wished to accompany Ibanda back to Busoga, and he also received Mukama's blessing to leave. Mukama then appointed a man named Nabala to escort these two young men back to Busoga, where Mukama had left a number of his children. Each of these children had been given a piece of land, the boundaries of which were well known to Mukama himself. Nabala was instructed to give new pieces of land to these two young men. Nyiro and Ibanda crossed Lake Chogar at Kasato, the same route followed by Mukama on his way to Bunyoro. They traveled through Bugabula, where their brother lived, and went to Bulamoji to pay a visit to their other brother Ngabani. From there, they traveled to Bukono to see Unyi, whom they found in his imbuga at Ungiro. After a short stay, they continued their journey to Namakoko in Bukoli, where they found Okali. They traveled around Nangoma Hill and hence to Buyende. They carried on through Bugiri and reached Busambira, where they climbed Nyenda Hill. On this hill were Ibanda's relatives of Isegaga. The young men first settled at Izimba Hill, but later moved on to Kigulu Hill. While here, a civil war took place between their neighbors, and when the war became fierce, both Ibanda and Nyiro took one side and fought. Neither side won, and they sought a compromise. Ibanda and Nyiro returned to their hill where they lived for 2 more years before migrating to Chiruba Hill in Luka. The view which this hill commanded pleased them. From here, they sighted Kamigo, Buluba, Busiro, and Jinja, which they decided all to visit. While on this tour, they came to the place where Mukama had left Ibanda's mother and where Ibanda was born, which was now called Irera or Kamigo. When Nyiro and Ibanda returned to Kamigo, they asked Nabala, who had escorted them, to do his duty as instructed by Mukama. Nabala apologized for not having done it earlier, on the plea that he had thought it reasonable for the two people to see the whole country first before he allocated any land to them. Then Nabala gave the whole of Kigulu to Nyiro, and he drew the boundaries on all the sides, leaving Kigulu Hill in the middle. He also gave Bunya, but this was later detached from Kigulu when the population increased. Ibanda was given an area which extended from Namwebe Hill to Buluba and Jinja. Part of this area is the present Luuka country, and it included Kiruba Hill and Kamigo, Ibanda's birthplace. Thus the two young men separated, and each went to their own area. Ibanda lived at Kamigo for many years, and had many children to whom he gave portions of the land in his own area. Later, he moved to Mawebe Hill, where he died. Some people in Kigulu state that the first man to come to Busoga was Kintu, who was married to a woman named Nambi. Kintu descended from heaven and landed at a place called Busikira, near Iganga, but in Bunya. While at Busikira, Nambi gave birth to a son named Mukama. Later, Kintu went to Buganda, leaving his son Mukama in Busoga. Mukama stayed at Busikira and married a woman who gave birth to many children, whose clan was known as Basyengobi. When Mukama left Busikira for Bunyoro, the former place became regarded as sacred by the people who went there to worship. Many sacrifices were offered to the gods in this place, such as cows, hens, bark cloth, water pots, chairs, and many other things which were brought there. It is also said that after Chintu had a number of children in Buganda, he escaped back to Busikira in Busoga, where he died. He was buried there, and his tomb became a place of worship. The tomb was transferred into a rock which exists up to this present day. Mukama had 4 sons, to whom he gave the ports of Busoga: Nyiro Ibanda, Ngabi Unyi, Okali Chimbo, and Muzaya are the names of Mukama's son who were given parts in Busoga. After a few years' stay in Bunyoro, Mukama had a serious attack of chickenpox and died instantly. His sons who were in Busoga developed a special respect for this disease, and whenever they heard of anybody who was attacked by it, they used to go to him and collect the parts from him. They nicknamed the plague Mulangira, meaning prince. This disease was respected to the time when the Europeans first came to Busoga. Up to this day, all members of Ngobi clan, also known as those of Mukama's lineage, traditionally have their graves facing towards Bunyoro. The lineage of the Ngobi clan is as follows. Nyiro, who was given Kigulu, does not have much to be remembered about him. He stayed most of his days on Kigulu Hill. He was succeeded by Ngobi Lugwiri Buko, who was succeeded by Obo Ngoni, who was succeeded by Nyiro II, and was succeeded by Lubongebonge Ngobi. Came Izimba Ngobi, then Tambula Ngobi, who was succeeded by Mawangwe Ngobi, who was followed by Kabaka Ngobi. Then came Maiso Ngobi, Walube Ngobi, Chiregeya Ngobi, Nkobi Ngobi, Chiwayo Ngobi, Nyiro Ngobi, Waluluba Ngobi, Nzirakindi Ngobi, who was succeeded by Ibanda Nkole Ngobi, who was succeeded by Walusansa Ngobi. Walusansa was murdered by Buganda as a result of the schemes made by Bukoli, who was a friend of the Kabaka of Buganda. This is how it came about. The Kabaka of Buganda asked Bukoli to send him some stores of vegetables, known as mutere. Bukoli asked his brother Walusansa Ngobi to contribute. Walusansa complied by collecting plenty of mutere, which he sent to his brother Bukoli. Then Bukoli sent the whole collection in one load to the Kabaka. But when it was unpacked at the Kabaka's Lubiri, the palace of the Kabaka, it was found to contain feces. The Kabaka became furious, but Bukoli put the whole blame on Walusansa Ngobi, alleging hatred between two chiefs. Then the Kabaka dispatched an army to go and attack Ngobi, who had insulted him so much. The army was headed by Balikumbuga, a Musoga from Luuka. They crossed to Jinja and traveled from Bukasa to Butambogwe at Chebambezimbuga. Then the leader sent for Walusansa, who came accompanied by his katikiro. As soon as Walusansa reached Chebambezimbuga, he was told why he had been summoned, and the leader asked him to grant safe passage to the army through his country. Walusansa granted it and was made to accompany the army. Then the army traveled via Iganga to Nasuti, where they camped for 2 days. On one of these days, the leader of the army called for Walusansa, and when he came, the leader ordered for one of his men to shoot Walusansa. After the murder of Walusansa, the army robbed everything in Izimbuga which they did not set on fire. The murderers even forced Walusansa's son to lick his father's blood. From henceforth, the son became known as Kanywamusai, he who drinks blood. His name was Nyira, which was altered to Miro. He was taken to Buganda in captivity. This took place around 1879. Gologolo succeeded his brother Walusansa, and he ruled well. By this time, some Europeans had already come to Buganda and Busoga. After some time, the Baganda brought back Kanywamusai and dismissed Gologolo. Nyiro was returned to Busoga after 13 years' stay in Buganda. While there, Nyiro was treated as a prince and lived in the Kabaka's Lubiri. When he came of age, the Kabaka gave him an army to return him to his country. This was on 8th April 1892. Nyiro had many Baganda friends as a result of spending over 13 years in Buganda. He appointed them as chiefs in different parts of his country. He had completely Chiganda culture and spoke only Luganda. He even started treating Busoga contemptuously. He assumed much power and considered himself paramount ruler of Busoga. This was after the British had established their headquarters at Bukaleba. Nyiro was obligated to build his imbuga at Bukaleba, like the rest of the chiefs. He was of great help to the Europeans when they were trying to suppress the rise of the Sudanese troops. After the rising, Nyiro was selected to help in the carrying of the property of some Indian troops back to Nairobi. There were 5,000 porters altogether. At that time, there were no railways, no motor services. Nairobi was merely a resting place, far from its present status. This was in 1898. When Nyiro returned from his journey, he was exhausted and ill. In fact, most of the porters died on the way and others died on arrival to their homes. Nyiro did not survive either and died on 7th July 1899, being succeeded by his youngest son, Oboja. When Oboja succeeded his father, he was just 6 years old. Some years later, he was taken to Mengo High School. By then, he was 13 years old. In December 1902, he joined King's School Budo, which later became known as King's College Budo. While at school, Gideon Oboja was a good footballer and sprinter. He was particularly good at a 100 yards race, and being a heavily built man, he could put the shot very well. Together with his brother Sulaimani Ibanda, Oboja proved a very useful member of the school. At the end of his school days, Oboja returned to Kigulu to work as a Saza chief there. He found his county extended beyond its original borders. Nicola Tega, a Muganda who was Nyiro's page, had been working as regent in place of Gideon Oboja. Oboja proved to be a very satisfactory ruler, which made the government add some of the small counties onto Kigulu. The following were the small counties which were put under Oboja's authority. He was added Bukono, Katekalosi, Wanarari, Chisambira, and some others. In 1907, Busiki was also added to Kigulu. Gideon Oboja began working as Saza chief in 1915. Gideon Oboja was a heavy drinker and an enemy to the missionaries. He loved flattery, for which reason he often associated himself with young men who could praise him continuously. Most of his associates were only after their own interests. Oboja was never patient with anybody who tried to advise him against his associates and his behavior. He was never careful with his property, most of which was stolen by his friends. Because his associates were very mean people, Oboja was not a respected chief. He allowed all his friends to behave as they wished in his own house. They were free to sit with him at the table for meals. Some of them could take their meals even while standing next to him, without even washing their fingers. Once he became Saza chief, he recalled all his brothers and sisters from school. All the boys in Balangira school and the girls in the girls' boarding school of Church Missionary Society Iganga were asked to return home. His bad behavior had a bad effect on his job. He became so inefficient that the government could not tolerate him any longer, and he was dismissed in May 1922. Mr. Yekonia Mieya Zirabamuzali, a member of the Mieya clan, was appointed in his place. Yokanya Mieya Zirabamuzali had been working as chief of Bugiri, where he had shown himself very efficient and worthy of promotion. According to tradition, Gideon Oboja should have been replaced by a member of his own family or clan. But by the time Oboja was dismissed, there was no member in his clan or family fit to succeed him. The only member, Daudi Nsobani, was Gombora chief in Bugiri, but was considered unfit by both the native and protectorate governments. Nsobani was promoted to the point of Saza chief Bugiri, and was promised further promotion if he should show himself efficient. Zirabamuzali was then given Kigulu in May 1922, and he ruled his county for many years. Zirabamuzali was the son of Nyende of Buyende, and he was one of the 5 delegates who went to England advocating against the Federation of East Africa. The 5 delegates were Mr. S. Kalubya, the Muwanika of Buganda, Mr. Namutwe, who was a Gombora chief, and Miss Bazongera, all from Buganda. The others were Zirabamuzali from Busoga and Mr. K. Raboni, Saza chief of Bunyoro. They went to England in 1931, and the whole journey lasted 1 month and 3 days. They stayed in London for 2 weeks. The following is a summary of the memorandum drawn up on behalf of Busoga. All the people of Uganda, Africans, Europeans and Indians deplore the idea of the federation of the 3 East African territories. Owing to administrative difficulties, the government was obligated to separate Busiki and Bukono from Kigulu. The two then became Saza Busiki, ruled by Chisiki. This was first thought of in 1926 by the native government, but the protectorate government did not endorse the idea at that time because they still appreciated Zirabamuzale's good work. However, the government approved of it later. The government was obligated to accept the idea because members of the Igobi clan in Kigulu were continuously pleading to it for a member of their own clan to rule them. The government approved of the idea in a letter written to the native government in October 1936. Mr. Nonka Muwinda, member of the Chisiki line, was appointed Saza chief of Busiki. Mr. Daudi Nsobani was given Kigulu. Zirabamuzale was accordingly returned to his own county of Bugiri. The native government was pleased with the arrangement, and the following chiefs endorsed it with their signatures: the Saza chief of Bugabula, W.W. Nandope, the Saza chief of Myeya, Mr. Zirabamuzale, the Saza chief of Zibondo, Y.K. Lubogo, the Saza chief of Tabingwa, Nabikamba, Saza chief Ngobi Nsobani, Saza chief Luba Balita, Saza chief Mutembe Ezekiel Wako, and Mr. Ezekiel Wako as president of Busoga's Luchiko. But Mr. S. Mugonya, Saza chief of Bukoli, was opposed to the arrangement, which he refused to on grounds that it involved the transferring of the Gombolola Bulangi from Bukoli to Busiki. The same arrangement sanctioned the return of Mutala Wangobu, previously part of Bukoli, to Bugweri. However, the arrangement went through, having been accepted by the native government. The endorsement of this arrangement took place in a meeting which was held at Namutumba on Wednesday 9th September 1937. The representatives of the protectorate government were Mr. O.C. Noel, the DC of Busoga, and Mr. C.W. Switzer, the assistant DC of Busoga. The following chiefs were present at the meeting: the president, Mr. Ezekiel Wako, Y.M. Zirabamuzale, Saza Chief Kigulu, and Y.K. Lubogo, Saza Chief Bulamoji, who is the author of this book. Busiki County was restored on 9th September 1937. Bukono was made part of Busiki, as a result of which Busiki had a total of 2,900 taxpayers. The ceremony to place Mr. Daudi Nsobani on Ngobi's chair took place on 4th March 1938 at 10:30 a.m. The Provincial Commissioner, Mr. Temple Perkins, presided. Other notables present were the President, Mr. Ezekiel T. Wako, Mr. O.C. Noel, the District Commissioner, and Miss Nandope, wife of the Saza Chief of Bugabula. The following Saza chiefs were also present at this ceremony: Mr. W.W.K. Nandope of Bugabula, Mr. Y.K. Lubogo of Bulamoji, Mr. Z. Nabikamba of Luuka, Mr. S. Mugoya of Bukoli, Mr. Y. Balita of Bunya, Mr. B. Buyinda, acting Saza chief of Busiki, Mr. Zirabamuzale, who was due to be transferred to Bugweri, and Mr. Daudi Nsobani was taking his place and being put on the Ngobi's chair. All the Gombolola chiefs in Kigulu, including some other counties, were also present. There were many other common people who came to attend this function. There was much drumming and dancing, which marked the joy of the people. This was a very big day for the members of the Ngobi clan, because on this day, a member of their own clan, Mr. Daudi Nsobani, displaced Mr. Y.K. Zirabamuzale, who was the member of the Myeya clan. Mr. Nsobani was officially introduced to the PC and to all the people present by the District Commissioner, Mr. O.C. Noel. He said that the government appointed Nsobani, the Saza chief of Kigulu, as a measure of pleasing the people of Kigulu, who were making a lot of fuss about it, and that because the government wished to please the people, it found it necessary to change the two chiefs, not because any of them had been found inefficient. He requested all the people of Kigulu to cooperate with their new chief in order to make the new chief's task easier. He was pleased to notice the response of the women who had turned up for the occasion in large numbers. He said that it was a sign of a uniform development of the country, that women were not being left behind. Then, the president also of the Busoga Luchiko officially introduced Mr. Nsobani to the DC, who again introduced the same to the PC. The president was pleased with the government for the cooperative spirit which it showed when it granted the request put forward by the people on 22nd May 1922. He said that the government was worthy of their confidence, since it fulfilled its promise to Mr. Nsobani so well after a period of 15 years, 9 months and 12 days. All the speakers paid much respect to the good service Zirabamuzali rendered to Kigulu throughout the period he ruled. The following were the speeches made on that occasion. In his short speech, Mr. E.C. Temple Perkins, the PC Eastern Province, stated that the government often endeavored to please its people so as to make its rule peaceful. In view of that policy, the people of Kigulu had been granted their request by transferring their chief from Bugiri. He concluded by thanking all the previous speakers for their good words. Mr. Nsobani had made a vow to rule justly and efficiently with the cooperation of his people. The PC requested him to be true to his vow and endeavor to work as he had promised. He promised to submit to the governor the thanks of all the people of Kigulu. Then he gave special thanks to Mr. Zurabamuzali for the good service he had rendered to the people of Kigulu. He assured the people that Zurabamuzali had to be transferred to Bugiri, not because of inefficiency, but because the government had to do it in order to comply with the request of the people of Kigulu. Moreover, this transfer was to be effected sooner or later, according to the promise that had previously been made to Mr. Daudi Sobani. When the meeting was adjourned, some photographs were taken, and then the PC and the DC, the president and all the Saza chiefs left for Busesa to go and perform a similar ceremony in honor of Mr. Zurabamuzali. After the ceremony, all the Saza chiefs returned to Iganga for the grand feast which was prepared by the Abalangira, or the princes of Kigulu. There was much rejoicing throughout the night. The story thus ends happily with the return of the Igobi clan into the power of Mr. D. Nsobani, son of Katekalosi, and a member of the Igobi clan himself. In all his time, he tried to fulfill his vow by ruling justly and efficiently. Chapter 8. The History of Bugabula. Chitimbo is said to be Mukama's son who came to Busoga last. Because he was the last, he was given Bugabula, which was the only vacant area then. About Mukama, it is said that he came from the east, Mount Elgon. Neither his parentage nor his reasons for coming to Busoga are known. It is believed only that he entered Busoga from the east. He was a good hunter, and he roamed the country hunting wild animals. He had 2 well-trained dogs, which assisted him in this hunting, and in addition, he had 7 sons. He is supposedly to have entered Busoga via Bukono or Bukoli after crossing the river Mpologoma. He found Busoga deserted, being only inhabited by elephants, buffaloes, lions, leopards, hyenas, wild pigs, foxes, bushbergs, and other wild animals. It is also said that Mukama had many followers who belonged to a variety of clans. Some of the prominent clans among these were 1. The Bakoya of Abasibaganza clan, whose totem is a small bird named Akaduyo. 2. The Ngongolo of the Bakoyo clan. 3. The Isanga clan, whose totem is the guinea fowl. 4. The Nyangwe clan. 5. The Kibande clan, whose totem the Nyanza. 6. The Nabala clan, whose totem is the hyena. 7. The Intole clan, whose totem is the lion. 8. The Igulu clan. 9. The Baoba Magaya clan, whose totem is a certain type of lizard. 10. The Kisule clan. 11. The Insaga clan. 12. The Mukwanga clan. 13. The Bwaicha clan, whose totem is the mushrooms. 14. The Namuduli clan, who was the grandfather of Kitimbo. 15. Namuyinda clan, whose totem is the monkey. Namuyinda was the one who was looking after Mukama's cattle while he was traveling. There are many other people whose names are not known now. On his arrival in Busoga, Mukama first entered in the southern parts bordering River Mpologoma. From there, he made a thorough survey of the country for the express purpose of discovering whether it would be big enough to accommodate himself and his followers. He traveled as far as Kigulu Hill, Nyenda Hill, and visited parts of Bunya. On his way back, he called at Bulu land, which is now known as Iganga, and then traveled along River Mpologoma on his way to Lake Choga. He reached a place called Nabwetambwa, now known as Luzinga, where he stayed for some years before he moved on to Namunyangwe, Bupajango, where he built an imbuga. From there, he crossed the Nile and went to Bugiri at Nakintu Hill. He also visited Bunyara, but both Bugiri and Bunyara were uninhabited. Mukama then left his son Namunyonjo in Bugiri and continued his journey. While roaming about in Busoga, Mukama divided the country amongst his sons as follows. To the first, Ngobi Mao Muzaya, to whom he gave the area bordering the river Nile and which is now become known as Buzaya. To the second, Chitimbo I Gabula, who was given an area which extended from Buzaya up to Lake Choga. At first, it was known as Butimbito, but later became known as Bugabula. To the third, Ngabani Zibondo was given an area bordered by Kitimbo's and Nyero's kingdom. Zibondo's kingdom was further bordered by Ngobi's kingdom on the south and by Lake Choga on the north. To the fourth, Ngobi Amunyoro, who was given an area within the center of Busoga, which is now known as Kigulu. To the fifth, Nyero Tabingwa, was given Luuka, which is bordered by Kigulu, Bulamoji, Bugabula, and Ngobi Mao's area. Some people state that Nyero was Ngobi Munyoro's son, that Lagwe Olubandi was Mukama's son, who was given the area of Kamigo. It is said that when Lubandi died, he was succeeded by his brother Ngabani, who did not like to stay in Kamigo apart from retaining his brother's home. The Muluka Koroba, Luuka, where this home was, up to today is still regarded as Zibondo's property, which was within the jurisdiction of Nyero, who was supposed to be Ngobi Munyoro's son. But the people of Luuka maintained that Nyero was the real son of Mukama, that Lagwe Olubandi was the son of Chitimbo and a grandson of Mukama. Okoli Wakoli was given the whole area to the southeast, which is bordered by River Victoria to the south and River Mpologoma to the northeast. His area is known as Bukoli, and it's bordered on the remaining sides by Kakaire's area, by Bunya, and by some parts of Kavirondo. To Chitimbo II, or Uninkono, Mukama gave the area which faces River Mpologoma and is bordered by Bulamoji and Busiki. This area was known as Bukono. Chisiki later attacked Bukono, and after defeating him, the Chisiki confiscated parts of Bukono. Having divided the country of Busoga between his children, Mukama resumed his journey to Bunyoro, where after defeating some of the ruling clans there, he made himself king. His sons, whom he had left in Busoga, used to visit him expressly to get his good blessings. This was practiced so often that it became a tradition which was handed over to the next generation until the advent of the Europeans in this country. Each one of the sons left in Busoga had a number of counselors who assisted him in ruling his own area. Chitimbo I, now Bugabula, toured his whole area and found that it was almost uninhabited. He first visited a place named Nankere, which is surrounded by 5 small hills: Makale, Kagwese, Mpango, Tororo, and Kabanganya. He roamed about the country hunting wild animals. As he wandered about the country, he came to the hilly country of Kigulu and built his imbuga there. Then he moved on to Naminyege and also built an imbuga there. From there, he returned to his imbuga of Namwandiro, where he planted a powerful horn known as Namwandiro. He did this in order to safeguard his country against his ambitious brother, Ngobi Mao, who had apparently wished to capture some parts of it for himself. He left some of his followers in his imbuga to guard the horn while he was away in his other imbuga of Kagulu, on a hill called Ingo. Death overtook him at Ingo, where he was buried. It is alleged that at the time when Chitimbo first came to Bugabula, the rocks were still in a molten state because the footmarks made by Chitimbo and his followers, including his dogs, can still be seen on some rocks. The marks made by Chitimbo's wife when she knelt down to drink some water, and the place where Chitimbo fixed his spear in the ground before drawing water for his wife, are still vivid to the observer. He had 2 dogs named Nariamudi and Mutunuli, and 2 spears named Chibulu and Mani Galula Galala. Other things among his property were a number of drums, the biggest of which was called Kulu, and he had a long narrow drum known as Ngalabi, but which he named Mpeigumba. Mpeigumba is still in existence up to this day. In addition to these things, Chitimbo had many children, one of whom succeeded him. Mawerere succeeded his father, and he proved himself a good ruler, very much liked by his people. During his day, the population increased and he managed to extend his area by altering the boundaries somehow. He died at Tororo on Ingo Hill. Mawerere was succeeded by his son, Nadope, whose ambitious nature led him to attempt to expand his area on the southeast side. This attempt precipitated continuous fighting between him, Zibondo, and Tabingwa. On one occasion, he defeated Zibondo's army, who accordingly took to their heels and fled across the river Lumbuye. Nyadope pursued them, but when the retreating army was about 3 miles from Zibondo's imbuga of Gadumire, one of the fighters, who feeling exhausted, decided to ambush Nyadope, who was leading his army. When Nyadope approached the man who was laying in ambush, the man speared him in the side and Nyadope dropped dead. His army men carried the body of their dead master back to Bugabula at Naminyege, where he was buried. Zibondo was much grieved by the brutal death of such a big and important person, and he accordingly ordered the destruction of the murderer and all the members of his clan. The murderer belonged to the Abalemo or the Baisekisu clan, whose totem is the leopard. A large number of the members of this clan fled from Bulamoji and away from the hand of death. Those who managed to get refuge in other counties changed the name of their clan to Baisonga clan, whose totem is Mondo, in order to safeguard themselves against any detection. Nadope was succeeded by his son Kagoda, who, having witnessed the death of his father, developed an unquenchable thirst for blood. Accordingly, he started a series of battles against the Kabaka of Buganda. Once, Kagoda crossed with his army over to Buganda and defeated the Kabaka's army and caused a lot of havoc at a place called Kasai. Then the Kabaka dispatched another and stronger army to fight Kagodia. Kagodia's army was eventually defeated and his son Wambuzi, captured and taken to Kabakasuna, who burnt him to death. This caused Kagoya much grief, and he was so grieved that he shunned company. Kagoya had hoped that his beloved son Wambuzi would succeed him or become ruler of the part of the country that may be captured from Buganda. Kagoya starved himself in his sorrow and would not listen to any advice from his wives or counselors. After 9 days of starvation, he died and was buried at Naminyege next to his father's tomb. Chitamirike I, one of Kagodo's sons, succeeded him. Chitamirike's mother was a slave with no beauty at all, but she was honored by Kagodo for having given birth to a son. In his childhood, this son was named as Gabula, which translates to mean that food may be scarce in a well-tended garden, but plenty in a neglected one which is suited on good soil. This had the meaning that although Kagodo had many beautiful and respectable women, most of them were barren, unlike this simple, ugly slave girl. The name of Gabula was kept until the people conferred it to Chitamirike, who liked it very much. The name later became the title of all the Saza chiefs of the county, which was named Bugabula, a name derived from Gabula. Once Gabula was established on his throne, he sought to restore peace and friendship between his country and the Kabaka of Buganda, who was furious. Chitamirike himself traveled to Buganda to re-establish diplomatic relations with Kabaka Suna, but Kabaka Suna would not grant him any meetings. Suna led his army to go and fight in a certain country where he died before he had settled relations with Chitamirike. In the meantime, Chitamirike was in the hands of the Katikiro, who had instructions not to allow Chitamirike to go back to his own country. When Kabaka Mutesa succeeded Kabaka Suna, he listened to Chitamirike's pleas and even allowed him to go back to his country, and in return, Chitamirike gave part of his country to Kabaka Mutesa. The people of that part of the country which Chitamirike gave to Kabaka Mutesa were known as Bagulunguzi, given the position of cooks in Mutesa's Rubidi. Mutesa also appointed Kalyango to be responsible for the collection of toils at the port of Bugonja, and he instructed his men never to attack Bugabula. Back in his country, Chitamirike ruled peacefully. He had many children, 37 of whom were married by the time he died. He was buried at Kigulu. He was succeeded by Bwamwike Kajumbula, who died within 2 years of his succession. Bwamwike Kajumbula was succeeded by his son Chitamirike II Mutibwa. He was ambitious and fought battles against both Zibondo and Tabingwa. He knew how to organize his government and he ruled quite satisfactorily. He lived for many years, and despite the fact that he was addicted to smoking opium, he was strongly opposed to witchcraft. He equally hated those who practiced fornication or adultery and showed no mercy to anyone. Anybody found guilty of these offenses would be hanged. Mutibwa had 2 executioners who used to slash off the heads of the offenders. They were named Kajancha and Mutama. Mutibwa died in 1894 and he was buried at Naminyege. He was succeeded by his son Katalo, who had been sent to the palace of the Kabaka of Buganda for some form of education. Similarly, his brother Naika was sent to the palace of the Omukama of Bunyoro for the same sort of education. Katalo was preferred to Naika, who, having lived in Bunyoro for many years, was suspected of acquiring knowledge of great secrets pertaining to the origin of the people of Bugabula. The people believed that equipped with such knowledge, Naika would inevitably make a very proud chief. Nevertheless, there were a number of elders who preferred Naika to Katalo. A hot argument arose as a result, but because the supporters of Katalo formed the majority, he was eventually chosen to succeed his father. News of the succession was suddenly made known to the people early one morning. This was before Naika had returned from even Bunyoro, but he was informed on his arrival in Bugabula that some people had preferred him to Katalo. This fired jealousy and he began to plan how to overthrow his brother Katalu. He gathered all his supporters, most of whom had been his father's counselors. But before Katalu and his supporters carried out their plan, they first applied for permission from Kabaka Mwanga, for whom Katalu had been a servant in Buganda. Mwanga did not object to the plan, which was accordingly put into force. However, Katalu was defeated by his elder brother Naika. Although Naika had defeated his brother Katalu, he did not hold any grudges towards him, and he did not want to be hard on him. He therefore placed 5 mitala under his power. This was done with the consent of the elders of Bugabula. Nyaika's rule was very fortunate, since it was during this time that Mr. Grant established his headquarters at Bukaleba and requested all the chiefs to go and live there. This was in 1895, right at the beginning of Nyaika's rule. About this time, Semei Kakungulu, a Muganda, prosecuted him before Mr. Grant on a false charge of robbery. Mr. Grant inflicted a very heavy fine against Nyaika of 300 head of cattle, some of which was paid to Semei Kakungulu. Mr. Grant failed to see that the charge was false because he was blinded by his confidence in the Baganda people. In fact, the Europeans trusted no other tribe in the protectorate apart from the Baganda. This resulted in the Baganda bringing up unscrupulous charges against members of other tribes. Unfortunately, Nyaika was again charged with the case of having assisted Sudanese troops who had risen against the British government in their escape across Lake Choga to Bunyoro in boats supposedly supplied by Nyaika. This time, the government was considerate and only imposed a light punishment on Nyaika. That was in 1898. Within a few months of this later event, young men who were harboring a bitter hatred for him one night burnt down the Protestant church at Nyaminyege. The following morning, these bitter young men came quickly to Iganga and reported the act against their master, Nyaika. The reaction was immediate. Mr. Weatherhead of Buddo was appointed to lead a selected army which was dispatched by the government to go and arrest Nyaika, which was done swiftly, and Nyaika was taken to Mr. Grant, the district commissioner, who sentenced him to 5 years imprisonment. Nyaika served his sentence in Entebbe prison. Then, the government ordered members of Nyaika's clan to meet and elect someone else to replace Nyaika. The members failed to find anybody fit among themselves and decided to recommend Katali, who belonged to even a different clan, to the government. At Nyaminyege, they lived a clergyman named Yoswa Kiwavu, a Muganda who knew that Mutibwa had left a son somewhere aged about 11 years. He decided to present this son to the government as the right person to succeed his father. The boy, whom Reverend Yoswa Kiwavu had in mind, was one of his pupils at Naminege, called Nandope. He therefore took this boy to Reverend Weatherhead of the Christian Missionary Society and introduced him as Nyaika's brother. Judging from his handsome appearance, Nyadyope was a real prince, so Reverend Weatherhead was impressed and did not hesitate to present the boy to Mr. Grant, the DC, who immediately appointed him as successor to his brother Nyaika in 1899. Nyadyope was about 12 when he was made Gabula, but actually began ruling in 1900. Two notables, Isaka Kagwa and Kategere, were appointed as regents to rule the whole of Bugabula. Nyadyope was taken to Mengo High School, the only school capable of educating princes at that time. Nyadyope stayed about 6 years in the school before joining a new school in 1906 known as King's School, Buddo. While at Mengo High School, Nyadyope was baptized and named Yosia Nyadyope. King's School, Buddo was the result of the efforts of both Reverend Weatherhead, the man who arrested Nyaika, and his brother Reverend T.H.C. Weatherhead. Yosia Nyadyope was among the first of the children to join this new school. He left at the end of 1908 and returned to Busoga as the first highly educated chief in the whole country. On his arrival in his own country, Yosia Nyadope found that most of the important posts in the government were filled with Baganda, 2 of whom were his regents. These 2 regents had replaced the previous Busoga regents whom the government had dismissed during the time Nyadope was at school. As has already mentioned, the government had not yet developed sufficient confidence in members of other tribes, hence the dismissal of the 2 Busoga regents. Although Nyadope was a very sociable man, he regarded his people with a very certain amount of contempt, this being especially marked with regard to his equals, the chiefs whom he had rated as uneducated and primitive. He had acquired a certain amount of knowledge in English, a considerable achievement in those days, by the way. Because of his lifestyle and the way he used to do things, his life was very short. He died in Namirembe Hospital and his body was brought to Kamuli for burial. Yosia Nyadope was a keen learner and possessed a certain amount of intelligence. This made him a brilliant ruler who could easily pass for a paramount chief for the whole of Busoga. He died on 9th January 1913. Yosia Nyadope was succeeded by his 3-year-old son William Wilberforce Bwamaki Kajumbula, whose mother was Susanna Nansikombi Kagwa, daughter of Sir Apollo Kagwa, who was once the Katikiro of Buganda. Because the successor to the throne was still a child, the government was obligated to appoint Daudi Mutekanga, who was Nyadope's Katikiro, to act as regent with the effect from 9th January 1913. Daudi Mutekanga proved to be a very competent ruler, although he was a son of a commoner Igaga, who had migrated from Bugiri during Mutibwa's days. During his youth, Mutekanga was a trader, dealing mainly in simple agricultural implements, cloths, beads, tobacco, and he also bought cattle and goats in Bukedi by means of bartering. While engaged in this business, Mutekanga evolved a certain amount of self-discipline in relation to money and social behavior. This business served as a training for administrative purposes in a way. His ascent in the scale of rulers was first marked by his appointment as a Muluka chief near Kamuli. He later became a Gombora chief as Sabawali and was promoted to the point of Katikiro in 1911. Throughout the different phases of his life as a ruler, Mutekanga was increasingly careful with his money. In addition, he gained his income in many ways. Inevitably, he became the richest man in this country. He had many prosperous shambas of cotton, maize, sorghum, millet, and bananas, not to mention the many buildings he built to be rented as shops. Bearing all these things in mind, including his own pay as chief, it became appreciated how colossal his income really was. Daudi Mutekanga was not only rich but also trustworthy and competent as a ruler. He had the confidences of many people who used to go to him for personal advice. He ruled until 3rd February 1930, when William Wilberforce Bwamiki Kajumbula was considered now fit to start ruling. Daudi Mutekanga was, however, retained as Kajumbula's chief advisor on administrative methods. Mutekanga worked in this way for 4 years and then resigned. After his resignation, Mutekanga lived happily on his freehold land, enjoying his pension but still carrying on some trade. At the age of 8 years, William Wilberforce Bwamiki Kajumbula was taken to the only outstanding school in Busoga, known as Balangida School, built by the Christian Missionary Society in 1911. This school, which later became the Busoga High School, was in the immediate neighborhood of Kajumbula's home. After a few years in the school, Kajumbula was taken to Mengo High School by his uncle, Sir Apollo Kagwa. He stayed there only for a short time before his uncle sent him to England in September 1924. He returned from England in May 1929, 5 years later. Having completed his education and would speak English perfectly. His going to England affected his attitude to religion. He became a devout Christian and sincerely loved giving sermons in the church. The first year after his return from England was spent taking lessons in an administrative course, as he was only 21 years then. He assumed full responsibility on 3rd February 1930. As in the case of any other young ruler, the beginning of his rule was marked by favoritism, which caused drastic changes in certain parts of Bugabula. However, everyone in Bugabula welcomed his rule as he was of the Bugabula royal blood. The clans of the guards of the royal tombs of Bugabula. Members of the Injaza clan, popularly known as Abayisemwansi, were appointed to guard the royal tombs. The reason for this tradition was that there was once a man named Kitimbo, of royal blood, who had traveled to Nalango, accompanied by his man Lakangi. On their arrival at Nalango, Kitimbo built himself a hut in which he lived. He eventually died and was buried in it. After some time, a miraculous thing took place when a muvule tree sprouted right from the center of the tomb. It grew so mightily that soon people began worshipping it and offering sacrifices to a special being believed to live within the tree. The place over which the sacred and mighty muvule tree had stood was believed to be so holy and pure that it needed to be guarded against ignorant sinners who might walk over it or decide even to cut it down. The members of the Injaza clan were honored by being entrusted with this responsibility. From then onwards, this became a tradition which is carried on until our time. This clan is still in existence and worships a god known as Kalangi. The people who lived within Kitimbo's kingdom, the present Bugabula, were known by ancient names of Bajo Palo or Pakoyo. It is widely known that the original name of the people of Bugabula was Pakoyo, which is derived from Jopalo, the people whose origin is Bunyoro. These people came from Bunyoro at the time when worshipping ghosts and spirits was at its peak. It is believed that the ruling clan of which Mukama himself belonged originated from among the Japaluo people. It is also not clearly known whether the Luo clan is the one which originally came from the Abyssinia, being headed by Mukama, or whether it is one which originated from North Sudan. The speculation of Northern Sudan is most probably correct, since there are definitely words within the makeup of the Lunyoro language which correspond to the word Luo. Words such as Zonaluo, meaning all is well. At a later stage in the course of history of Bugabula, the original names were altered. The title of the ruler became Nyadiope, from which the country's name Butyope was derived. Later still, the ruler's titles were changed to Gabula, and the country was accordingly changed to Bugabula. However, the name Pakoyo was not altered, and in the olden days, the standard language spoken by the rulers in Bugabula was Pakoyo. In fact, the Bugabula people, like the rest of the other clans, such as the Jopadola of Budama, the Jaluo of Kavirondo, and the Lango, were fully aware of the fact that Bunyoro was their original place and that they belonged to the original Ngobi clan. Having migrated from Bunyoro, the Joluo or Pakoya clans established settlements on both shores of Lake Choga, including those of River Mpologoma, and even extended as far as Samia and Mukoli on the shores of Lake Victoria. A research on these people's traditions and languages could reveal points of similarity. For example, the Book of Chinyoro Legends, written by the Katikiro of Bunyoro, refers to a prince as Omobito, and even gives a clear account of the route taken by the migrants from Madi via Rambek in the southeast of Bahel Gazelle. The Omobito in Bunyoro bears obvious similarities to Bito in Luo language, or Mubito in Pakoyo or Bulamoji, Lukono, Lugwere languages. Bito or Mubito means a prince. The words written by President Father J.P. Granzolara in the Ugandan Journal dated July 1937, Volume 5, Number 1, concerning the two people, the Luo in Bunyoro and the Baswezi problem, all confirms the belief that the Luo clan was the father of the present clans in these countries. There is also an obvious close relationship or similarities between the Luo language or the languages of Bulamoji, Lukono, and Lugwere. The same language is also similar to Nyara or Nyoro languages. A brief and summarized comparison includes the following words.
Bulamoji. Omwami.
Lukavilondo. Omwami.
Bulamoji. Omugeni abaire hano.
Lukavilondo. Omukeni abaire hano.
Bulamoji. Haina.
Lukavilondo. Haina.
Abaire mugeni wani.
Abaire omukeni wononu.
Mbwe abaire uwo.
Mbwe abaire uwo.
Yakanindire nimubonaku.
Yahanindirire ndamubonaho.
Akobere nti abaire mangu ino.
Abaire nti abaire bwange muno.
Akobere nti yalira eizuli nakubona.
Ambolire nti aliira ekyusi yahubolera.
Omusaiza ono ndoleeta byenkutumire.
Omusaasha ono sooleetera byekutumire.
Oyeta aho owalwire aize mutumeyo mbone.
Langa aho walwire yeekye mutume ano mbone.
Omwayi obuulaho.
Omwa abulaho.
Okulwana.
Ohulwana.
Twalwana naiwe.
Unalwana naiwe.
Lwe otako tongana nanze.
Owe odaha okusoloona nange.
Omwibo.
Omwibo.
Onkoko.
Engoho.
Onyonyi.
Ennyonyi.
Amagi.
Amaki.
Oidudu.
Anyendo endwidwi.
Nankanduka.
Hasinduka.
Oyemba.
Oyimba.
Onkodere.
Ohodole.
Enyange.
Nyange.
Emini.
Obichu. Omini.
Chapter 9. Tabingwa's Lineage. The ruler of Luuka. It is said that long ago there lived a man known as Kigenyi, somewhere in the mountainous country of Elgon. He had a son and daughter known as Mukama and Naudo, respectively. Once, Mukama found his favorite pipe broken to pieces and immediately blamed Naudo, accusing her before their father Kigenyi. Kigenyi looked into the matter carefully and found that Naudo did not actually break Mukama's pipe. The case was therefore decided in Naudo's favor. Mukama was so frustrated by the outcome that he decided to run away from Kigeyi and Naudo and wander about wherever he pleased. At the beginning of his wanderings, Mukama had a number of followers. Among them were Kitandwe, Musoko, and Nabala, Mukama's wife. He traveled in the western direction. The majority of the narrators of this history state that Mukama originally came from Elgon, but they do not claim to know his actual birthplace or his parentage. However, it is stated that Mukama had with him 2 dogs, a wife, and some followers. Nobody knew the reason of Mukama's travels. He first landed at Bufuta in Bukoli, and then traveled to Buyonga via a hill known as Busoga. At Buyonga, the inhabitants begged him to stay and rule them, but Mukama refused and only asked them to follow him in the hope that he might have a son whom he would give them as a ruler. The Buyonga inhabitants accepted and offered to follow him. The member of the Igaga clan at Nyenda claimed to have come from these Buyonga inhabitants. Mukama traveled along the northern shore with a big following and eventually came into a place known as Busoga. This place is still worshipped and offerings given to it. The place is in Butembe and very near to present-day Jinja. From here, Mukama traveled along the shores of the river Nile via Buzaya to Kakindu, from where he crossed the river Nile into Bunyoro or Bugerere. which is now part of Buganda. In the course of his journey, Mukama came to a small river which separates Buganda from Bunyoro. Here, his wife gave birth to a son whom he named Igobi. With the birth of Igobi came the fulfillment of Mukama's promise. He chose a few of his followers to take his son Igobi back to Busoga, where he was to rule. Mukama then continued his journey to Bunyoro, where he lived until his death. He often sent presents to his children, such as stools, spears, and shields which were needed for customary ceremonies. To accompany Igobi, Mukama sent 2 of his wives who were pregnant, and instructed the men who were with him that in the event of Ngobi's death, one of those expected children should succeed him. Ngobi's party, which was headed by Munyingo, crossed back into Busoga at Kakindu in Bugabula. They traveled to Nyenda, where Igaga lived. Here, Igobi was brought up, and the 2 wives both gave birth to sons. Igobi ruled the central part of Busoga, but Luuka, Bulamoji, and Busiki were all included in his jurisdiction. Of the remainder, the northwestern portion of the country was placed under the rule of Muzaya, while another portion was given to Kitimbo. These 2 were the sons born at Nyenda. The south and southwest and eastern parts of the country were given between the members of the Injaza clan and other clans. At the beginning of Ngobi's rule, his country was practically uninhabited. Apart from himself and his followers, Igobi took to hunting and surveyed much of his country on his hunting tours. Gradually, people migrated into Ngobi's country from the south. Some people came from Bukedi and settled in Ngobi's country. In those days, people were invariably dressed in skins. Their chief food was millet and sorghum, which was introduced into the country by Mukama. Matoke, known as bananas or plantains, were introduced into Busoga from Bugishu at a much later date. The idea of bark cloth which replaced the skins was brought in from the north. It is said that at one stage of his existence, Ngobi traveled to Walibo, where he built an imbuga and lived there for some years before returning to Nyenda. Ngobi lived for many years and died at an old age. He had many children whose names are not known. It is alleged by some that one of them was Nyiro or Tabingwa, and that some of the rest were Zibondo, Nkono, and Izimba. Before his death, Ngobi divided his country between his children. He gave Bulamoji to Zibondo, who had a passion for hunting. Bukono to Nkono, and Nyiro was given Luuka. Izimba succeeded his father Ngobi. Having been given Luuka, Nyiro permanently established himself at Kiroba Hill and became a renowned hunter. At Kiroba Hill, Nyiro's son, Nyesinko Sewanga Idodo, was born, and Nyiro himself died and was buried there. Nyesinko succeeded his father, Nyiro. He was a restless young man, and he consequently fought many battles against his neighbors whom he wanted to dominate. He soon died and was buried at Kiroba. He was succeeded by his son Wambuzi I, who transferred his imbuga to Kiyunga. Although Wambuzi fought many battles, he was a great cultivator. He cultivated a big shamba of bananas at Nankongolo. On his death, he was buried at Kiroba. Kakuku, his son, succeeded his father Wambuzi. The country was peaceful during Kakuku's days, but he was himself put to death in Buganda during the reign of Kabakasuna. Kalogo succeeded his brother Kakuku, but he was also soon murdered by Buganda at Buluba. Kalogo himself then was succeeded by his brother Kibalya. He had a bitter hatred for Kakuku's advisors, whom he persecuted. People disliked him for that and made a plan to oust him. They kidnapped Kakuku's son, Mujungu, who was living in Zibondo's Imbuga, and carried him to the Kabaka of Buganda for the Kabaka of Buganda to appoint him as ruler. The Kabaka sanctioned Mujungu to rule the northern half of Kibalya's county. Kibalya protested, and thus a bloody battle ensued. When Kibalya went to plead to Mutesa in Buganda, he was killed and Mujungu became the ruler. Mujungu had to fight many battles against Kibalya's son Wambuzi, who often enlisted the assistance of some Baganda. The result was that Mujungu and Wambuzi both presented their case to the Kabaka of Buganda. While in Buganda, Wambuzi fell ill and died. Mujungu then returned to his country and ruled peacefully until his death. He was succeeded by his son, Nabwana Nyesinko II, a very cruel fighter in his days. Nyesinko had about 200 guns in his country, and the Europeans had stationed themselves at Bukaleva in that time. Even before his father's death, Nyesenko fought a battle against the people of Buima and named himself Tabingwa, or Invincible. He contracted a terrible form of gonorrhea and was consequently unable to rule. He therefore yielded his position to his son. In his days, Nabwana had tried but failed to subdue Zibondo and Gabula. Mujungu II, Wanzu, ruled for only 1 year and died. He was succeeded by his nephew, Gideon Wambuzi II, who was educated at Mengo High School and King's School Buddo, which he left in December 1916 when he became chief. After a short period of rule, he was dismissed because he was unfit and was replaced by his brother Salimu Isiko. Salimu Isiko was made chief in 1919 and was dismissed in 1926 because he misappropriated the country's finances. The Busoga Luchiko then voted Zephaniah Nabikamba, the son of Nabwana's Katikiro, to replace Isiko. Zephaniah Nabikamba was educated at Mengo High School and at King's College Buddo. After the completion of his education, Nabikamba first ruled as a Gombolora chief in Bugiri and was later transferred to Bulamoji. His father, who was the Katikiro of Nabwana, was named Nuwa Mwanga, and he was a very brave fighter. Chapter 10. The History of Bugiri, Kakaire and Okali. It is stated by some people that Mukama of Bunyoro had a son known by the name of Magola. Prince Magola had a wife who gave birth to a son named Kakaire, who was brought up with a number of Mukama's sons, Okali and Igobi Lugwa, to mention just a few. It is also alleged that Kakaire was the eldest and most brilliant of them all. Mukama also had a daughter named Kitimbo, who was of Kakaire's age. However, a large number of people of Bugiri strongly object to the allegation that Kakaire was merely Mukama's grandson. On the contrary, they maintain that Kakaire was really Mukama's son, and Magola, Kakaire's son who was born in Busoga. That far from being a mere son, Kakaire was a married man. Kakaire and his wife, together with 2 of his brothers and his sister, a total of 5 people, once decided to leave Bunyoro and go to settle in Busoga. Their father Mukama gave them permission to go and even allowed them to find a kingdom for themselves. By this time, many of their brothers were already established in their kingdoms. When the group of 5 left Bunyoro, they traveled towards Kigulu in the middle of Busoga. They traversed the country of Bugiri and arrived at a place known as Wangobo in Bukoli. They changed the name of this place and named it Kitukiro, meaning landing place or arriving place, and established a home there where they lived for a very long time. The country at large was sparsely inhabited, and so the princes fell to hunting the wild animals that were numerous in this area. In addition to hunting, they extensively cultivated their area. Later on, they decided to migrate from this place to an attractive hilly country on the north shore of Lake Victoria. These princes were great lovers of hilly areas. They traveled to a place known as Bukooli, from where Okali sighted the hills of Bukoli. They were Namakoko, Lualambogo, and Busoga hills. He accordingly took a fancy to them and asked his elder brother Kakaire to give him leave and go see them. Having been given leave, Okali left for the distant hills with his own followers. He arrived at a place known as Kigombero, where he stayed for some time and took to hunting. Okali and his followers had many dogs which assisted them in this hunting, After some time, Okali sent for his sister from Kakaire's place to come and help him with the cooking. Kitimbo met her brother at Kisimbiro, where he subsequently settled and built his imbuga. However, after a short time, Okali resumed his wanderings, taking his sister with him. They arrived at Namakoko, where Okali incestuously had sexual intercourse with his sister Kitimbo, and she became pregnant. News of this was brought to Kakaire, who as a result became furious and conceived a bitter hatred for Okali. Notwithstanding the circumstance, Okali offered to pay a friendly visit to his brother Kakaire at Bukooli. Kakaire could not bear such an insult, so he gathered a big army, which he stationed in the valley of the river Kituto to stop the approach of his sinful brother. When news of these precautionary measures became known to Okali, he cancelled his visit but sent his men to fetch banana leaves known as indagala for him from his brother's imbuga. Kakaire was so angry that he did not spare Okali's men. He ordered his army to arrest them and to put them to death immediately, which they did. The result was that these two brothers became bitter enemies, avoiding each other for the rest of their lives. However, their grandchildren began intermarrying without any knowledge of this past hatred of their own parents. The fetching of banana leaves from Bugiri to mark the death of an important ruler in Bukoli became a tradition. When a ruler died, special people were sent to fetch banana leaves known as indagala from Bugiri before the dead man's son could succeed his father. Following Kakaire's act, these special people would be customarily put to death so that the new ruler might be blessed. This custom was practiced until the time of Musitwa Wakoli, who succeeded Mutanda in about 1899. Since then, this practice was stopped. Kitimbo gave birth to a daughter who was named Kagoya, which is interpreted to mean one who sinned against the customs of the clan. This name still exists up to this day as the most popular one for all Bukooli princesses, known as the Bambeja. It is believed that Bukoli was a fairly densely populated area. On their way from Bukoli, the three princes had followers. Altogether, of these, Kakaire retained most, and the two brothers took a few each. These are the names of some of the followers who remained in Kakaire's imbuga. Mukuva, the master of ceremonies in Kakaire's imbuga. Narenyi of Ngobi clan and Mukuva's elder. Mupupi of Untuga clan. Musumbo of Unyonyi clan, who was entrusted with the well-being of all Mukama's children in Busoga. And the chief among these people was one named Naminya. This man was believed to be a sacred being, and as such, he was often worshipped by his people. Around his throne were put some very sharp points on which his worshippers invariably knelt. This kneeling symbolized sincere faith and loyalty. Anybody who hesitated to display such immediately fell a victim to a speedy death. Before he settled down in Bukooli, Kakaire had journeyed to various parts of the country, including Insozibiri, which was the second place he visited from Wangobo when he was still with his brother Okali. Idudu, a place where they spent a night. Another place was in Bulamoji. From here they went to Bukowe, where Kakaire established his imbuga Nabuyanja. Kakaire lived peacefully in his imbuga of Bukowe. While in his imbuga Nabuyanja, Kakaire married many wives and had several children, some of whom were Kirunda, Kiswiriri, Nyende, Mulondo Myeya, Kibedi, whose mother was known as Nakaziba Koteka, Lubogo and Injoga. During Kakaire's time, they came into his country people of Unyonyi clan who came from Nanyumba's country, Bunyuli, which was in the north and across the river Mpologoma. These people came purposely to annex Bugiri to their kingdom. Accordingly, they fought a battle against Kakaire, who defeated them and drove them back to their country, but some of them returned to Bugiri later to settle peacefully, and Kakaire, in fact, assigned the Mutala Kalalu to them. Their head was Musubo, from whom the Musubo clan originated. It is still in existence, mainly in their village of Kalalu. One day, Kakaire decided to go to Wangobo and improve his imbuga there. As soon as he arrived there, he fell seriously ill. and died suddenly. His people decided to bury him there in honor of his first home. They made a very deep grave for his body, which they wrapped in wonderful bark cloth and then gently lowered it into the deep tomb. They left the grave uncovered until they could get all the things necessary for the burial ceremonies from Bunyoro. 3 days passed and the grave was still uncovered. On the 4th day, as the people were crowded along the edge of the grave, lamenting and wailing for their dead master, the sky suddenly darkened. With thick black clouds, strong winds blew, making the trees squeak mournfully, and the great clouds of the dust flew up in the air, blinding the people, who could hear nothing. At last, the storm calmed down and the people were able to look around. To their dismay and great astonishment, they saw nothing of the dead body. It had disappeared during the storm. This discovery not only bewildered them more, but also increased their bereavement. After 8 days, a large stone was found properly laid in the grave in a place of the body which had disappeared. This stone can still be seen today as a large rock. The amazing disappearance of the body affected the people of Bugiri so much that they decided against burying any of their dead chiefs at Wangobo. Bukooli and later Mulanga became the royal burial places. Kiswiriri succeeded his father Kakaire. By this time, the whole of Bugiri had been shared among the princes known as the Babito, Kakaire's children. Kirunda was given Nondwe and Namavundu. Nyendi was given Buyendi. Kiswiriri was given the Mutala, which is now known as Buswiriri. Nyeyakibedi, who inherited Kakaire's property, was given Butendi, Ibako, Nawansega, Mulanga, Ibulanku, and Bulange. Koteka was given the present Mutala of Bukoteka. Kasinda was given the present Mutala of Businda. Njoga was given the present Mutala of Buyoga. Lubogo was given the present Mutala of Busesa. Thus, by the time of his death, Kakaire had divided his country between his sons. During Kiswiriri's reign, the country was peaceful. Everybody was busy cultivating his own area and hunting wild animals for meat. When Kiswiriri died, his brothers wished to take the throne from his children, and a bitter struggle ensued because each of his brothers wished to become the successor. At last, they all agreed that one of them, Kirunda, would succeed. Kirunda thus succeeded his brother, Kiswiriri. Nyende succeeded his brother, Kirunda. He was a good ruler, much liked by the people. Nyeyakibedi succeeded his brother Nyende when he died. Starting from this ruler, Nyeya became the official title of the rulers of Bugiri and has been handed down to this present day. The meaning of this name, Nyeya, is not very clear, although it actually means to break. Maybe this Nyeyakibedi broke something which earned him this nickname. However, he lived for many years and had many children who filled Bugiri. He became so old that he was unable to walk. When he wished to go to a meeting place, he had to be carried on the hide of a cow. He died at last, having done no memorable deeds. He was succeeded by his brother Mulondo, but some elders in Bugiri maintain that Mulondo succeeded Nyende long before Nyeyakibedi ascended to the throne, and that after Nyeyakibedi's death, his son Nalugoda succeeded him to the throne. Nalugoda thus succeeded his father Nyeyakibedi. Nalugoda's mother was Namusobya. When Nalugoda died, he was succeeded by his brother Wanyume. Wanyume's mother was Namuwaya. He was not particularly interested in ruling this country Bugiri as such. Therefore, he cut it into halves. One half, Buyendi, was made into a saza and given to the sons of Nyende. He kept the other half for himself. The new counties were known as Buyende and Bugiri respectively. Later on, the country was further subdivided into 4 small counties. The first, Bufulutu, ruled by Kiruba. The second, Bukasirike, ruled by Ramwanda, son of Nalugoda. The third was Buyende, ruled by Obiromumulo, son of Obiramatama. And the fourth was Naigobwa, ruled by Lugoja, son of Wanyume. With the passing of time, however, all these divisions were joined together to form one single Saza as it is now. Obira, whose other name, Buyenge Bito, succeeded his brother Wanyume, and his authority extended as far as river Kitumbezi. After his death, Obira was succeeded by his brother Mbani, who ruled only for a very short time and died. Mbani was then succeeded by his son Kiringa Waigulu. During his rule, the country was unsettled and there was much fighting between the people themselves. Kirunga Waigulu was succeeded by Wangobo. Some people state that Wangobo was Mieya Kibedi's son, but this is not true. Wangobo was Mieya Kibedi's grandson, not the son. It is said that immediately after Wangobo succeeded to the throne, Kabaka Suna, the Kabaka of Buganda, dispatched an army to Busoga, and his army murdered Wangobo. This was around 1840. Nkutu succeeded his father Wangobo. Nkutu, the son of Wangobo, was a very lively young man. Despite his lively nature, he met the same fate as his father. He was killed by some Baganda warriors in a battle in 1873. Kaira was the Muganda general in charge of the invaders. Nkutu was responsible for the unification of Bugiri, which had been subdivided into small parts. Nkutu was succeeded by his son Ntegwe, but Kijuba, who was Ntegwe's brother, was jealous of his new position. Kijuba therefore gathered a big army and ousted his brother by force after just a 3 months' rule. Having done this, Kijuba ruled for many years. Again, Bugiri was subdivided into the 4 original parts, that is, Bufulutu, Bukasenke, Buyende, and Naigobwa. Each of these 4 parts was independent, having its own hereditary chief. Before long, it was found that these small divisions could not remain independent for very long, and as soon as Mieyankola succeeded to the chieftainship, he combined Bukasenke and Bufulutu. During Cuba's time, Arabs, who were known as Abalungana, arrived in Bugiri. They called on Kiuba and sold him some of their things, such as clothes of various colors and shades and beads. At this time, there was much fighting in Bugiri. Some Europeans were traveling along to the north of the country. It is said that a certain European traveled through Busoga on his way to Buganda, but his name is not known. His Kisoga name was Lindi. This was at the time when Bishop Hannington was killed while he was staying at Bukaleba with Luba. Luba was afraid to let the bishop proceed to Buganda without the Kabaka's knowledge, so he sent word to the Kabaka, who quickly sent some warriors to come and kill him. The bishop was murdered in October 1985. Sometime after the death of Bishop Hannington, a number of Germans arrived in Busoga in 1889. By this time, Kawunye was the Wakoli of Bukoli, and terrible battles raged all over the country. Busoga suffered many invasions by the Baganda warriors. 2 of these invasions were headed by Kago and Namutwe. The most outstanding of them all was the one led by Waku, and the battle which resulted was known as Mupere. This battle was fought with the intention to reinstate Nero, who had been in captivity for 13 years from 1879 to 1892. Kiuba died in 1893 and was buried at Mulanga. After the death of Kiuba, he was succeeded by his son Naigambi. During his time, the country was troubled by invaders. Moreover, Naigambi prevented his people from going to Buganda. Furthermore, most people were by this time engaged in building the fort at Bukaleba, where they received their pay in the form of beads. This fort belonged to the Germans, but as soon as it was ready, Mr. Grant advanced from Samia, and his arrival in Busoga threatened the Germans, who immediately deserted their fort. Thus the fort at Bukaleba fell into the hands of the English. Mr. Grant remained in this fort and worked as the district commissioner of Busoga. He upheld the law which prevented the people from going to Buganda. In addition to this, he ordered all the Saza chiefs in Busoga to assemble at Bukaleba to assist in the completion of the fort. He formed a council which united all these counties of Busoga. Mr. Grant was the chairman of the council, and all the other chiefs were just members. Later on, one of the chiefs was elected chairman of the council. This council was first established in 1893, and every chief was obligated to have an imbuga in Bukaleba on Mr. Grant's orders. The Saza chiefs ordered any of their princes in their counties who had authority over a number of people to build a house in Bukaleba. The result was that Bukaleba, a thickly populated area with many mushroom-shaped houses. The fort itself was close to the lake, but the chiefs' houses were situated on the hill. Between the fort and the hill, there was a sandy waste. Next to the fort, there was a marketplace. The fort itself was surrounded by a very deep trench. Entrance into the fort was along a wooden bridge. Grant tried to bring peace to the country by stopping robbery and thieving or any unjust dealings among the people. Naigambi died in 1896. Munulo succeeded his father Naigambi in 1896. Immediately after his succession, Munulo was converted to Islam, and as a result he became a very proud ruler. He was fond of hunting, and he disagreed with his brothers, whom he disposed of their areas and even set their mbugas on fire. The offended brothers accused him before Mr. Grant at Bukaleba. Worse still, he disobeyed Mr. Grant's rules and orders. The result was that Munulo was arrested and cast into prison at Bukaleba. This was in the year 1897, just 1 year after he had started ruling. While he was serving his sentence, the Nubian troops under MacDonald and Jackson in Kenya rose in rebellion and came to Bukaleba. At that time, Mr. Thurston was in charge of the fort. He appealed to Luba for an army to fight against the Nubian rebels. There were two other Europeans at Bukaleba, Mr. Norman Wilson and Mr. Scott, who were responsible for sailing the ship on the lake. The rebels were very tough fighters, but they were at last overcome by Mr. MacDonald's army, which was mainly composed of Busoga fighters. However, the night following their arrival in Bukaleba, the Nubians killed 3 Europeans, 2 of whom were Mr. Thurston, who was in charge of the fort, and Mr. Scott. In January 1898, a big army of troops mounted on horseback arrived from Mombasa, and a terrible war raged against the Nubians. Captain Harrison was in charge of the mounted army along with Captain Austin. Before they arrived, the Nubians had caused much havoc in the place. They robbed anything that they could lay their hands on. They released the prisoners who were jailed and murdered numerous people. Amongst those who were murdered were Major MacDonald and Mr. Pilkington of the Church Missionary Society, who was engaged in translating certain books into the Busoga language. Having captured the fort, the Nubians promised all the prisoners freedom if they would join and fight on the rebels' side. They promised to make Munyuro king of Busoga in return for his assistance with his own army. Munyuro at once agreed to fight on the Nubian side. In fact, all the prisoners and all the Mohammedan converts fought on the side of the Nubians. When the battle was at its peak, however, Munyuro together with Nabuso deserted and returned to Bugiri. When the Nubians escaped to Bunyoro, Munyuro and 5 other people, Nabuso, Kifujwa, Bwangu, and Luzige, who had fought on the side of the rebels, were arrested and taken to Entebbe, where they were imprisoned. Nabuso and Kifujwa were both condemned to death and were consequently shot with bullets. Munulo was exiled to Nairobi, where he died. Nkolo was appointed to replace his nephew Munulo. Nkolo was the son of Kiyuba, father of Naigambi, who was Munyuro's father. Nkolo proved to be a very bad and inefficient ruler. He had many servants whom he used to order to go and rob people's properties. In addition, he used to inflict heavy fines on his chiefs. These things made him hated by everybody. During his reign, a poll tax of 6 shillings was being imposed on every man aged 18 and above throughout the whole of Busoga. This poll tax was collected annually for the protectorate government. and it was first collected in 1904. There was also a tax on firearms. Whoever owned a gun paid a tax of 6 shillings every year. All these taxes made life difficult for the people, since in those days there was no trade and finances were scarce. People could not even find employment with which to earn money. The only things which a few people could afford to sell for cash were goats, cattle, and chilies. People's needs were very limited to that. Once the person had paid his poll tax, his worries were over for that year. Some generous chiefs would pay poll tax for some of their men who were in real difficulties. These men would repay the chiefs back in time. The chiefs did this simply because their men had no real ways in which they could get the money for the poll tax. At this time, the names of the men who were eligible for paying the poll tax were not all registered as yet. Nkolo collected 600 shillings as poll tax paid by his men. Without hesitation or fear, he made use of this money for himself. The government at once took steps and sentenced him to 3 months' imprisonment, as well as dismissing him from the office towards the end of 1907. At the time of his dismissal, Nkolo had united all the 4 small sazas within Bugiri. This was done between 1897 to 1906, a period of 9 years. Nkolo's unification activities were most effective in the areas of Bufulutu, Bukasenke, and Naigobwa. In 1907, both the Busoga Luchiko and the Protectorate government agreed to appoint Nuwa Mwanga, Tabingwa's Katikiro, to the office of Meya in Bugiri. Nuwa Mwanga was a brave man who never convened to do evil things. He was not of Meya clan. He belonged to the Baisembwe clan, which originated in Bunyuli, Nanyumba's country. Having been appointed to office, Nuwa Mwanga, or known as Muzira Murunji, which means the brave, ruled Bugiri quite efficiently. However, the population of that country diminished owing to sleeping sickness and to the presence of a large number of wild animals which used to kill the people. Nevertheless, with the help of his own son, Nuwa Mwanga promoted good governance work in Bugiri. Among these helpful sons of his was one named Zephaniah Nabikamba, who later became Saza Chief Tabingwa of Luuka. The others were Kakuma and Kosia Mukasa, very young men who did useful work without being instructed to by their own father. Throughout his lifetime, Nuwa Mwanga was a very difficult man to understand. He never liked to harm anybody or to see anyone in pain. Whenever he saw anybody in need, he would promise everything, even if the promise was beyond his ability to fulfill. He would ask somebody to wait for food or tea, even though these things were not ready at the time. He did this merely to please his people. Nuwa Mwanga Muzira Mulunji ruled Bugiri for 12 years until 1919. After his retirement, Yekonia Meya Nyende of Kakaire's lineage came into office. Nuwa Mwanga went back to his native country of Luuka. He was a very old man by then. Yekonia Zirabamuzari, Nyende's grandson, was made heir to his forefather's chieftainship in April 1919, when he was appointed Saza Chief of Bugiri. Before this, Yekonia Zirabamuzari was a boy servant of Bafirawala, whom he served satisfactorily. While in Bafirawala's home, Zirabamuzari joined the Iganga Day School of the Church Missionary Society. Later, he was trained as a teacher. After a certain time, when it was seen that he had mastered his studies well, he was employed by Nicola Tenga, the acting Saza Chief of Kigulu, as his clerk and houseboy. During this time, Zirabamuzari showed competence and fitness. These qualities did not escape the sharp observation of the district commissioner, who immediately took Zirabamuzari to his office in Jinja and made him his interpreter. Zirabamuzari could now speak some English, which he learned from some ladies at the Church Missionary Society in Iganga. His ability to write and speak English surpassed anybody else who had been at school. Having won his father's position, Zirabamuzari did not sit back in complacency and enjoy himself, but worked very hard to improve his conditions. Thus he showed himself to be an extraordinary competent ruler, and in due course, he was transferred to Kulu as the Saza chief of Igobi clan in July 1922. This transfer was effected by the dismissal of Gideon Oboja and the absence of a competent successor from the members of the Igobi clan. Mr. Nsobani, Gombora chief Sabado in Bugiri, was the only member of the Igobi clan available for the post, but he was considered unfit by both the Busoga Luchiko and the Protectorate government. He was only promised promotion should he prove himself competent. Zirabamzare was the only man fit to occupy Igobi's office, for he had shown himself a very worthy ruler even if he was not of the Igobi clan. Moreover, this transfer was a departure from the established custom in Busoga, whereby a member of a given clan could succeed the chieftainship of the clan. This was an age of hereditary chieftainship. To appease the remonstrance which this departure aroused, Nsobani was made Saza chief of Kigulu. Nsobani's grandfather, Gonza Abato, had rebelled against Ngobi Walusansa and assumed independence in his own Mitala. In his childhood, Nsobani was first educated in Iganga Day School of the Church Missionary Society in 1930. Later on, he was taken to be a houseboy to Reverend Huntington and served until the death of his father. In 1914, he went to King's College, Budo. He studied well and was outstanding at games and sports. He was unequaled in these things by anyone at the school. He was also a good singer and knew every hymn in the hymn book. While still at school, he served in the Uganda police in 1916 during the war. After leaving school, he worked in the district commissioner's office at Jinja for 1 month before he was made Gombora chief on 16th September 1919 in Bugiri. He became Saza chief of Bugiri on 22nd May 1922. The following are the names of those brave fighters in Bugiri who were never chiefs. 1. Wanyocho, son of Obira, and Kibenge, son of Myeya the First. 2. Naibani, who lived during the reign of Myeya Nkutu. He was a very popular man, liked by everybody. His father was Kawa Mutangula, whom people used to ridicule because of his son. 3. Ndikobo lived in Nkutu's days. 4. Nakalangaka lived during Myeya II's reign. He was the first brave man to win the shield, which was the prize for cleanness. The shield was a very handsome trophy, beautifully adorned with a he-goat's beard. 5. Waliosana, who lived during Nkutu's time. 6. Chebaiga. 7. Mulalu. 8. Galuvuvu. 9. Namani. 10. Magoba. 11. Igoba, and 12 Lumbali. And these are the outstanding categories of Bugiri. 1. Kawa, who was Katikiro to Kakairi and a few of his grandchildren. 2. Baise Musobia worked as Katikiro until the time of Myeya Wanume. 3. Lukenge was Katikiro up to the time of Wangubo and even served 5 other successful Myeyas. 4. Ndegeya was Kiyuba's Katikiro. 5. Mulalu was Naigambe's Katikiro and served until 1907. During the second return of Zirabamzare to Bugiri, at 12:20 p.m. on 4th March 1938, Mr. E.A. Temple Perkins, Provincial Commissioner, Eastern Province, and Mr. O.C. Noel, District Commissioner, Busoga, arrived at Busesa in Bugiri. E.T. Wako II had already arrived there and was seated in Myeya's office, which was built of bricks with an iron roof. There were many people present from all walks of life, including the following Saza chiefs. 1. Nyadope, Saza chief of Bugabula. 2. Waike Lubogo, Saza chief of Bulamoji. 3. Nabikamba, Saza chief of Lubuka. 4. S. Mugoya, Saza chief of Bukoli. 5. Y. Balita, Saza chief of Bunya. 6. Imuyinda, acting Saza chief of Busiki, including the two Saza chiefs who were being transferred, Mr. Ziroba Muzale and Mr. Nsobani. The compound of the office was full of people. There were all sorts of music being played, including the marching band of Busoga Primary School. After the provincial commissioner had taken his seat on the platform, the district commissioner addressed the people and formally introduced Mr. Ziroba Muzale to the provincial commissioner. He said that Mr. Ziroba Muzale had been serving as Saza chief of Kigulu for many years. That very morning, a ceremony had been held in Iganga in which Mr. Nsobani was also introduced to the people of Kigulu as their new chief, and that Mr. Ziroba Muzale was then returned to Bugiri as Mnyeya. The people were very pleased and loudly cheered their chief who was being brought back to them. The district commissioner continued by asking everybody in Bugiri to cooperate with their new chief. Then Mr. Ezekiel Iwako, the president of the Busoga Luchiko, stood up and also introduced Mr. Ziroba Muzale to the district commissioner, who again introduced him to the provincial commissioner. Then Mr. Ziroba Muzale gave a very short but pleasant speech. He said he was made Saza chief of Bugiri on 14th April 1919 and was thus removed from the DC's office at Jinja. On 22nd May 1919, he was transferred to Kigulu, where he served for 15 years, 9 months and 12 days. He said that the people of Kigulu were very cooperative. Then the provincial commissioner addressed the people and pointed out the importance of the occasion to the people of Bugiri. He said that the government endeavored to please the majority of the people, although it was very difficult to please everyone. He was very pleased to be able to return Mr. Ziroba Muzale to his own people, and that his return to Bugiri was a necessary step taken by the government in order that all counties in Busoga were ruled by their hereditary chiefs. Some new forms of councils were due to be started soon in Busoga, and that membership of those councils would be open to everybody in Busoga. He hoped that those councils would bring much benefit to Busoga, since they would consist of various chiefs and some educated young men. He emphasized that these councils would not in any way diminish the power of the chiefs, but that they would only assist the chief just as the legislative council assists the governor. The legislative council and the executive committee do not override the governor's power. This was the same thing as done in England. He also observed and acknowledged the presence of some women in the meeting, and he interpreted it to mean uniform progress of the country, since women were the people most concerned with the early development education of their children, that by attending such occasions, women would know what sort of things to teach their children. Lastly, the provincial commissioner congratulated Mr. Ziroba Muzale on the efficient way he had done his job in Kigulu. Although Bugiri was much smaller than Kigulu, he should be content with it since it was his own Saza. He also praised him for his unhesitating consent to return to Bugiri. He promised to continue the salary of 2,600 shillings a year, which he had been getting as Saza chief of Kigulu, despite the smaller size of Bugiri. He wished him a happy time in his new office, and with that, the provincial commissioner went back to his seat. Then it was the time of Mr. Ezekiel Wako, the president of the Busoga Luchiko, to address the provincial commissioner and the people. He expressed his great pleasure at the return of Mr. Ziroba Muzale to his own people of Bugiri. Then the provincial commissioner asked the people of Bugiri whether they wished him to extend their thanks to His Excellency, the Governor of Uganda, and Mr. F.N. Kireri on behalf of the people of Bugiri, and he answered yes wholeheartedly. Mr. Ezekiel Wako quoted a Kisoga saying, which means that it is better to be a herdsman of a few cattle of your own than to be a herdsman of a large herd of cattle which does not belong to you. This was just meant to justify what the provincial commissioner had said in connection with the size of Bugiri compared to Kigulu. He then extended his sincere thanks to Mr. Sobani for his term of service as Myeya of Bugiri. Since he had made many friends in Bugiri, Sobani would not be forgotten soon in Bugiri. He said that the return of Mr. Zurabamuzari was something the people of Bugiri had been waiting for. They wished to have a chief of their own clan. At this, everybody present clapped loudly. The meeting was adjourned and some photographs were taken in which the provincial commissioner and the district commissioner were present. Chapter 11. The History of Busabida. Igaga is supposed to have been Mukama's man when Mukama came to Busoga. When Mukama was dividing the country of Busoga between his sons, he gave Nyenda the surrounding area to his man Igaga. He also left his son Ibanda in the hands of Igaga to raise him up. By that time, Nyenda Hill and the adjoining country was uninhabited. Igaga spent most of his time hunting wild animals. Igaga's country was bounded on the east by Kakaire's country. He built his imbuga at the foot of Nyenda Hill. He had two sons whom he named Kisambira and Mutanda. He died and was buried at Nyenda. He was succeeded by his son Kisambira. Soon after his brother's succession, Mutanda left Nyenda and went to find a new home for himself. Mutanda built his new home close to the shores of River Mpologoma. The Nantamu of Bulamoji and of Bukono made betrayal to this man. The two Nantamus are of the same clan, and when they die, they are both buried according to the customs of Mutala Izinga, which is part of Bulamoji and is an island in the middle of River Mpologoma. This island is traditionally known as the island of Nantamu, the son of Igaga. Kisimbira remained in his father's imbuga and had many children. Most of the time was spent in hunting and cultivating. He lived long, and when he died, his son Mugadia succeeded him. The following are the names of some of his sons: Mugadia, Munulo, Kayanga, Keta, Muyita, Nantamu, Maleka, Kabuye, Muziru, Mukanza, and Okea. Mugadia remained in his father's imbuga, but shared the country with his brothers whom he really loved. He was a good ruler. He had sons named Kisubi, Insimbi, and many others. When he died, he was succeeded by his son, Kisubi. Kisubi too was a very good ruler as his father had been. He had many sons, Changwa being one of them. When he died, Changwa succeeded him. At the time that Changwa came into power, the population of the country was steadily increasing. He began fighting a series of battles against the people of Bugiri and Kayunga. Among his many children, his favorites, Izizinga, who succeeded him, and Lukakamwa. After succeeding his father, Izizinga did not live long. He died and Lukakamwa succeeded him. Lukakamwa had many children, one of whom, Kisamo, succeeded him. Kisamo also had sons, among whom were Munuro and Kinimpowoli, who succeeded him. Kinimpowoli's children are not known, but Ijoba succeeded him. Ijoba had no son at the time of his death, so he was succeeded by Walinda, Munuro's son. After his succession, Walinda transferred his imbuga to Baluza. He was succeeded by his son Kisambira. At the time of his succession to the chieftainship, Eria Kasambira was only a boy. He was taken to Bulangida School of Kamuli. At the completion of his education, he returned to take up responsibilities as chief. His area, however, had at the time of his father's death been already joined to the Saza of Kigulu. It was now a Gombolora. Kisambira served as Gombolora chief until he was dismissed in 1921. He was replaced by Danieli Falajala of the Igobi clan, and the area was thus lost to Igaga's lineage. Chapter 12. Nimwe, Kisiki's lineage of Busiki. There is a belief by which it is assumed that Kisiki's grandfather was Niwe, who came to Busoga with Mukama and Ochwa on their way from Mount Elgon. His father is not known at all, nor is it known whether he belonged to the ruling clan, nor whether he was a mere Mukama's follower. Niwe and his masters entered Busoga across the river Mpologoma. Their first stopping place in Busoga was at Namagero. From there, they penetrated into the heart of the country and arrived at Nyenda Hill, where they stayed for some time. Here also, Niwe changed his mind and decided to retrace his journey to their first stopping place, Namagero, where he then lived alone. Later on, Niwe wished to establish himself in his own area, so he migrated to Namunyangwe and began tilling the land there. While at Namunyangwe, he had his first son, whom he named Kairu. At this time, Namunyangwe was all a jungle and inhabited by many kinds of wild animals. As a consequence, Niwe hunted these animals, particularly the elephant, buffalo, and the lion. When he died, he was succeeded by his son Kairu. It is said that after his succession, Kairu returned to Mount Elgon, where he married a girl known as Saba. After the marriage, Kairu returned with his bride to Namunyangwe. During his day, many immigrants from Budama and Bugiri settled in his country. The population thus increased tremendously. Kairu built an altar upon which 3 people were annually sacrificed according to the custom of Busiki. By this altar stood a very large saucepan which was meant to contain the blood of the victims. Saba, his wife, gave birth to a son named Kawanguzi, who succeeded his father on his death. At the time of Kawanguzi's succession, the country was sufficiently populated and extensively cultivated. Millet and milk were the chief foods of the people. They used to dress in softened goat skins and skins of wild animals. The people's dresses were made out of bark cloth. Kawanguzi was a man who loved pleasure. He was married to Kose, a girl from Bugiri, and she gave birth to twin sons, Mumisula and Muyinda. Mumisula the first succeeded his father but died early, having done nothing to remember him by. He was succeeded by his brother Isiko Mugweri, who was an old man by then, and also died soon after. But in his very short rule, Isiko Mugweri sought revenge against those who had attempted to fight against his brother, Kidandairi. Isiko died after he had a son named Muyinda, who succeeded him. He was a very fat man. Isiko's other name was Nagwere, which was his mother's name as well. He was buried at Nawansagwa, but his death was not made known until 2 months after. It is believed that one leg of his wooden bed, which he used to sleep on, grew into a big musita tree, which is still in existence today. He was succeeded by Kawanguzi I, who was the father of Kadandaire and Isiko. After Kawanguzi's death, Kidandaire succeeded. His rule is remembered for the many battles which took place during it. It was during these bloody battles that Muyinda I was born, and he succeeded his father Isiko. After he had succeeded his father, Muyinda moved his Imbuga to Nawansagwa. While in his new Imbuga, he had 3 sons, Nabongo, Kalage, and Mulyampiti. Muyinda was a brave fighter, and he greatly extended the size of his country in the course of a series of battles. Comparatively speaking, he fought the most bloody battles ever fought by the rulers of Busiki. He fought battles against the ruler of Bukoli, Bukono, Bugiri, Kigulu, and Zibondo, and was victorious in most of these battles. On the Bukono side, Busiki extended as far as the river Nawebete, which demarcates Bulyampiti from Bukono. The eastern demarcation line was marked by the river Mpologoma, which is now the boundary between Busoga and Bukedi districts. On the western side, his country was bounded by Ingobi's and Zibondo's counties. and the river Nabinkoma completed the demarcation. He also extended his jurisdiction as far as the river Naigombwa. Being a brave man himself, he naturally favored brave fighters. He lived for many years before his death, and he shared his country between his sons. In particular, he gave his second eldest son, Kalange, the area bounded by Bukoli. Kalange then built his own imbuga at Bwanyuya. It is believed that Kalange was given this particular area merely because he was brave and could resist an invasion from that direction. Mulyampiti, another brave son, was given the area bounded by Bulamoji and Vukula, Bukona. It was due also to the strategic consideration. Mulyampiti first built his imbuga at Nakeri, but he later moved to Kibali, where he lived permanently. Most of the places there became known as Bulyampiti after their ruler. Kalange of Bwanyuya had many sons. The eldest of them was Intende, followed by Mutegule, Nantege, and these succeeded each other continually up to the time of Wakiku. Wakiku is the grandson of Kapalanga. Mulyampiti's sons were Dugo the first, Walube, Isiko, Wayasa the first, and many others. Kawanguzi the first was succeeded by his son Kawanguzi the second, who had not been given any special area to rule. Kawanguzi the second transferred his father's imbuga to Nalubembe in the Mutala of Buyangwe. He ruled peacefully, and no battles troubled him. He had a son named Nyaibongo or Nabbongo. Kawanguzi II died of a disease infection due to a thorn which had pierced his foot while he was on his way to fight some Bagweri who were trying to encroach on his land. Nabbongo, his eldest son, succeeded him and lived in his father's imbuga of Buyangwe in Nalubembe. There is nothing to remember him by after his death. Nabbongo was succeeded by Nemusula II, who ruled his country peacefully until he died at a very old age. He was to be succeeded by his son Jetemwa, but because Jetemwa was very proud and unreasonable, the people opposed his succession to the chieftainship. They recommended his brother instead of the proud Jetemwa. As soon as his brother succeeded, his brother Mulyampiti and Kalyange rose against him. They declared themselves independent. As a result, the country fell into 3 independent territories of Bulange, Bulyampiti, and Bunyange. There were civil battles between these 3 territories, but at least Mulyampiti was defeated and escaped to Bulamoji, where he died. His body was buried at Nalubembe. He had his katikiro named Masegge of Itonko, but he was succeeded by his brother Kira. At the time of Jatemwa's succession to his father's position, the country was quite peaceful. There were no wars, and Jatemwa did not like to start them. Apart from the battles fought against his brothers, Jatemwa tried to live peacefully with all his neighbors. The outcome of this was to encourage people from the neighborhood to come and visit Jatemwa's country. People from Bugiri entered his country and settled peacefully. Most of these people were cultivators and came purposely to grow food crops. They also planted and grew plantains, which is known as matoke. The people of Busiki had not learned how to grow plantains and were surprised to see them being grown by the people of Bugiri. Jatemwa himself was so pleased that he granted more land to the people of Bugiri. This led to a rapid increase in the population of Bugiri people in Busiki. Soon, the area immediately next to Bugiri was claimed to be part of Bugiri, and none of the Busiki people could dare oppose it. Jatemwa died peacefully, leaving many sons, 2 of whom were Muminsula and Nkotu. Jatemwa was succeeded by Muminsula III, who was consequently succeeded by Kiria. In the course of his rule, Kiria had many sons, the best known of whom were Kawanguzi, Muyondi, and Muwangalasa. He ruled quietly and had nothing of importance against his reputation. By this time, the Europeans and Arabs had arrived in Uganda, for Kiria's father had used clothes sent to him by the Kabaka of Buganda. One of them was a piece of white cloth, which, because it was the first of its kind, mystified the people with its whiteness. Some people suspect that this cloth was sent by Kabaka Suna. Suna had sent it in addition to the calf of a buffalo and a fattened heifer because he wished Nabongo to send him beads and stuff necessary for the celebration of certain superstitious rituals. It is said that Kisiki had strong connections with the worshipped spirits. Soon after his death, Kiria was succeeded by his brother Nkulabwire, who was a very timid man who dreaded offending his brothers. He only ruled for 1 month, after which he was ousted by Mankati or Kawanguzi II, who fought a battle against him. Nkulabwire escaped to Bukono, where he died. His body was returned to Busiki for burial. Mankati came into power at the time when the Europeans had established themselves at Bukaleba. Because Mankati disobeyed the government's orders to go to Bukaleba and to pay some taxes, he was dismissed and replaced by Mulyampiti. Mulyampiti ruled for only 5 days, and then the government brought Kawanguzi, Mankati, back into power. Mulyampiti went back to his own area of Bulyampiti. Mulyampiti was finally returned to power because it was believed he was the right person to occupy the office of Kisiki. The government still respected the hereditary status of chiefs at that time. Nyiro, who was Igobi of Kigulu, was dismissed because of his disobedience. This took place in 1906. He was replaced by his brother, Muyodi, who was given an assistant because he was still too young. Unfortunately, Muyodi was dismissed in May 1910. The government replaced him by a Muganda named Sulaiman Kakuma, who had been working as Ngobi's assistant. The right person to have taken Muyodi's place would have been Stanley Nambongo, but he too was still very young. The people of Busiki attribute the degeneration of their country to this change. It is said the subsequent chiefs lacked the vigor and spirit which characterized the former chiefs such as Jetemwa, Kiria, and Nkulabwire. But even these had their shortcomings due to a failure to gain access to the place of ritual. Sulaiman Kakuma first came to Busoga with a group of young men who left Buganda to come and settle in Nyiro's country. He was among the group of people who escorted Nyiro back from Buganda. This took place on 8th April 1892. Sulaiman Kakuma became the favorite of Nyiro, who made him chief among the servants. Kakuma was a friend of Nicola Tega, the regent of Kigulu. Kakuma worked well as regent under Muyodi, until Kakuma was promoted after the dismissal of Muyodi. When Busiki was later joined to Kigulu, Kakuma became Sabadu Gombolola chief. By this time, Nkono was deputy to Ngobi. Sulaiman Kakuma first worked as Chisiki's regent in 1906. He continued working in Busiki until 1918, when all posts were returned to the natives of Busoga. Muyodi died after the dismissal and was succeeded by his son Stanley Nyabongo. Immediately, Nyabongo was taken to Abalangira School, which later became known as Busoga High School Kamuli, a church missionary society undertaking. After the time of his education in this school, Nyabongo was returned to Busiki and was made Gombolola chief. He was soon dismissed after a short period of rule in 1935 because of incompetence. The name Chisiki is derived from Nyiwe's ever-burning fire on which Nyiwe used to roast meat. It was during Kawanguzi's days that plantains, or known as matoke, were first introduced in Busiki. They were first grown in Bukoli. To begin with, the people of Busiki thought that they would grow plantains, matoke, by planting the banana fingers themselves. Soon, however, they learnt by experience. These people built the houses in the same way as the people in other parts of Busoga. The houses were basically round and the walls were made of many small holes. They had no windows and were grass-thatched. The people of Busiki were unique in relation to the rest of the people in one respect. they never removed their teeth in a way of decoration. Kawanguzi was married to a girl from Bugiri known as Kose. She gave birth to twin sons, Muminsula and Muyinda. She also had Mulyankwambi and Nagwere. Mutakiwa should have succeeded his father instead of Sulaiman Kakuma, but owing to some obscure reason, this was not so. Nabongo would have been Kisiki, but his relatives were already too discouraged by the successive dismissal of their chiefs to be able to suggest him to the government. The Baganda people inevitably occupied the post. Isiko Tongote, the brother of Muyodi, was the father of Enoka Muyinda II. Namunyangwa was Mulyampiti's son and had many brothers. He was the father of Yeremia Nabongo, Dugo, Erika, and Chibuika. Before the coming of the Europeans, he was kidnapped to Buganda, where he was thrice sold into slavery. Each time, he escaped from his new master and returned to his old master who had sold him. His master lived at Nabiriwe, near Katende. By the time Namunyangwa returned, Dugo was a well-established man in his country. After Dugo's death, Namunyangwa succeeded him. Dugo is remembered for the land which he donated to the Church Missionary Society and the RCM at Kibale and Nabisongi. It was his habit not to walk on bare ground when it rained. Enoka Muyinda, son of Isiko Tongote, became Chisiki on 9 September 1937, but he assumed full responsibility on 1 January 1938. This was 32 years after Busiki had been made an integral part of Kigulu, which was under the regency of Nicola Tenga in 1906. The subsequent Ngobis were so used to having authority over a wider area that they did not like the idea that Busiki had once been a separate country and was likely to become so again at some future point. Busiki by itself constituted 5 Gombololas within Kigulu, and the 6th Gombolola, Bulangi, was joined to Bukoli. The 5 Gombololas within Kigulu were Namutumba, Sabadukibale, Sabagabo, Nsinzi, Mutumba, and Kaiti. Later on, in 1926, the Busoga Luchiko considered that all the Sazas, which had been joined to other counties, should be given back their independent status. This consideration first originated in Bulamoji in the same year. Having decided on it, the Busoga Luchiko passed their decision on to the DC, who was to hand it over to the Protectorate government. The Protectorate government accepted the decision in part to the effect that Busiki still remained part of Kigulu, while Butembe became a separate county. This made the people of Busiki continue their pleas to the government for the return of their county to its original status, but the government could not easily grant this because of 2 reasons. Mr. Zurabamzari, who was then Saza chief of Kigulu, was being paid a substantial salary on the consideration of the size of the county, Busiki being inclusive. Now a reduction in area would mean a reduction in his salary. There were altogether 8,000 taxpayers in the integrated areas. Secondly, both the native and protectorate government had not yet found any competent members of either the Igobi clan or Chisiki clan to rule the counties separately. It was clearly understood, however, by the said governments that Busiki would one day return to its original status. In spite of the constant promises, the people of Busiki continued their pleas. At last, the governments were persuaded to yield. This came after the matter had been handled by Mr. A.E. Bolin, barrister at Jinja. Moreover, by that time, there were 2 Gombora chiefs in Busiki, each of whom was capable to rule Busiki as a separate county. But before this could be granted, the 2 governments had to carefully consider how to satisfy these 3 major points. The first, the Saza chief of Kigulu, who might sustain a loss in salary. 2. The Saza chief of Bukoli, who was going to lose Bulangi. 3. The people of Busiki, who reclaimed all the parts of Busiki without any conditions. On 9th September 1937, the ceremony of putting a new Chisiki into office was performed. The principal officials in this ceremony were the District Commissioner, Mr. O.C. Noel, Mr. Ezekiel Wako, the President of the Busoga Luchiko, Mr. Y.M. Zirabamuzari, the Saza Chief Kigulu, Mr. Y.K. Lubogo, the author of this book, and the Saza Chief Zibondo. When all these people and some common people were seated, the district commissioner addressed them and said that he was bringing to them news of great joy. He went on to tell them how His Excellency the Governor had at last consented to the pleas and had granted Busiki a separate status. This caused much rejoicing among all the people present, who clapped and shouted for joy. When they had calmed down a bit, the DC announced the name of the new Chisiki, Mr. Enoka Muyinda, previously a deputy Munyuka of Bukoli. After being presented to the people, the new Chisiki, Mr. Enoka Muyinda, was officially seated on the Chisiki's chair. Then the DC duly thanked Mr. Y.M. Zirabamuzari for the service he had rendered to Busiki when it was still part of Kigulu. The DC shook Mr. Y.M. Zirabamuzari by the hand. He also introduced Y.K. Lubogo, the Zibondo, who had been asked to attend the ceremony so that he would include it in the history of Busoga. Later on, Mr. Ezekiel Wako, president of the Busoga Luchiko, gave a short speech in which he expressed his sincere thanks to the government, which had fulfilled its promise made to the people of Busiki. He congratulated the people on their success in this respect, and he also paid tribute to Mr. Y.M. Zirabamuzari's fine service to Busiki. He asked the DC to submit to the governor the gratitude of the people. When he had finished, the DC called upon Mr. Enoka Muyinda, the new Chisiki, to address his people for the very first time. He expressed his great joy at having been made Chisiki and thanked the government on behalf of Busiki. He entreated his people to be cooperative and to assist him in everything. With their assistance, he promised he would try to serve them to the best of his ability. Lastly, he expressed many thanks to the Saza chief of Kigulu, who had been in charge of Busiki for many years. When the meeting was adjourned, Chisiki went around his people and was congratulated by them. The title of Chisiki is derived from the logs which were used to make a fire in Nyimwe's courtyard. Nyimwe used to sleep by his fire, as did his wife Saba, who used to roast meat there. Because it had become his habit, the people nicknamed him Chisiki. The Busiki culture. Natives of Busiki never removed a tooth as a decoration, as was being done and practiced elsewhere in parts of Busoga. How the Chisikis were buried. When a Chisiki died, his body remained for 8 days before burial. During these 8 days, all the necessary ceremonies were to be performed, including the selection of a man from a special clan who would be sacrificed on the day of his burial. The person to be sacrificed was given freedom to do anything and to eat anything he liked within those 8 days. He was never speared to death in any way, but his death came about like this. Once everything was ready for the burial, the man to be sacrificed would be made to fetch a cow, and as he was coming with it on his way, some people would ambush him and break all his bones until he died. The cow would then be killed on the same spot, and the people who had ambushed him would take half of it. The relatives of the sacrificed man would come to collect the body of the man and part of the meat that were left by the ambushers or the murderers. The body would then be thrown in a pit dug just next to Chisiki's grave. In addition to this, Chisiki's favorite wife would also be killed on that same day of the burial. The way in which Chisikis succeeded each other. Immediately after the burial, a new Chisiki would be chosen from the children left by the dead Chisiki. The new Chisiki would then go without food for the first 2 days. At the end of these 2 days, members of the clan from which the sacrificed man came would bring a cow and plenty of roasted matoke or bananas and prepare a feast for their new chief. This was a very big ceremony in itself, and many people, including all the lesser chiefs in Busiki, would come to rejoice with the new Chisiki. On this occasion, the new chief would be clothed in the royal robe made of bark cloth and named Wakanyene. He would also be handed a royal spear and shield. A ring would be put on his hand, and he would be shod in homemade shoes. Once all these rituals were completed, a nephew would then perform the ceremony of placing him onto the throne. When this performance was ended, all the women would cheer and make a noise with their ivory wristings. The ceremony was usually performed during the daytime. The fact that a man could be killed at the barrier of Chisiki shows that these Chisiki chiefs possessed unmitigated power. At a later date, Nyeya Muzira Murungi requested the government to return to Bugiri, the area which had been cut away. The request was granted, but a similar request submitted for the return of Bulange was rejected. Bulange remained part of Bukoli. Chisiki, the ruler of Busiki. Traditionally, the Kisiki used to sacrifice 3 people annually to his great-grandfather's spirits. These 3 people were traditionally removed from the following 3 clans: the Bakose clan, whose totem was millet; the Babangwe clan, whose totem was mushrooms; and the Bachewe clan, whose totem was Mpeo. All the 3 clans would give up a man to be sacrificed annually. The victims would never be stabbed to death, but only broken to pieces and even burnt alive sometimes. They would also have to be perfectly fit, having no physical blemish. The idea behind this was that anybody considered unclean would never be sacrificed, for the spirits would not accept such a sacrifice. Chisiki used to go for worship on his father's tomb once a year. It is on this occasion that the person who would be sacrificed at the death of the Chisiki would go with him, and on this day would be given a wife to marry. He was allowed and given every liberty to enjoy himself while there was still time to do so in the lifetime of the Chisiki. Most people attribute the degradation of the Busiki and Busiki culture when it was joined to Kigulu, and this led to the desertion of Busiki by their gods, who were angry because the people of Busiki had stopped their customs of sacrificing people every year. Of course, this is not true. This cannot be the reason for the loss of an independent status. These were the battles that were fought by Buganda and affected Busiki. The first of these was nicknamed by the people of Busiki. This was due to Bukoli, who wished to take Bulange for himself and had therefore enlisted the assistance of some Baganda fighters. This battle was fought during the days of Muyinda II. The Baganda did a lot of havoc in Busiki. The second was nicknamed Mabeye, and it was fought during the time of Nyambogo III. Like the first, it was also due to Bukoli. Much havoc was again done. Many people lost their lives and property was either just taken away or destroyed. The third was known as Kaira's battle. Again, much cruelty was shown, as it was seen by the great number of people that were killed. The fourth battle was nicknamed Seruti. In addition to the havoc done, the fighters crossed the river Mpologoma and entered Bunyuli and tried to fight the people there. However, they were forced to withdraw when their leader was killed. This battle took place in Jatemwa's days. The fifth battle was nicknamed Omwemali. It was fought during Jatemwa's time, and many old people lost their lives. Chapter 13. Lukalango Namali. There is a legend that states that Kasango Lumbwe of the Mondo clan was the first man to arrive in Busoga on his way from Mount Elgon. The reason for his coming to Busoga is said to be the dense population on the slopes of the Elgon. Busoga was uninhabited and therefore attractive to those who were in need of land. Both his parentage and birthplace are not known, but it is said that he wandered towards the west and he entered Bugishu and stayed at Namali for some time before leaving that country. It is probable that Namali was his birthplace. On his arrival in Busoga, Kasango stopped at a certain place where he laid himself down to rest. This very place became known as Namali, which means a sleeping place. He made this place his own home. Kasango had 4 sons altogether: Owita, of whom he gave the Mitala of Kibugo, Bukasango; Mukowu, to whom he gave Buyebbe; Ntulugunya, placed under Owita; and Choiza was given the Mutala of Namalege, which was included in Owita's jurisdiction. Kasango Lubwe had many followers, among whom were some of his brothers. He came from Bugishu and traveled through Bukoli until he reached a place known as Buwangwa, where he established himself permanently. Throughout the course of his travels, Kasango encountered no resistance since there were no inhabitants prior to his advent onto Busoga. The legend goes on to allege that by the time he arrived here, Lake Victoria was less extensive than it is now and much farther towards Kisumu, but that it gradually increased to what it is today. He was a great hunter and had a dog named Maiso, which assisted him in his hunting. At this time, the only food crops available were millet and sweet potatoes. But later on, people discovered how to grow bananas, known as matoke or plantain. In the early stages, people were invariably clothed in skins, but later they learned how to make bark cloth, which could be used both for dressing and sleeping in. This was his succession lineage. Kasango Lube was succeeded by his son Orita Wambwa, who heard 2 names, and when he died, he was succeeded by his son Lukandaigo. Lukandaigo was succeeded by Mujogi. Mujogi was succeeded by Kapapi, his son. Kapapi was succeeded by Musirira, his son. Musirira was succeeded by Katega, his son. Katega was succeeded by Wagera, his son. Wagera was succeeded by Lujaya, his son. Lujaya was succeeded by Nakiuzi, his son. Nakiuzi was succeeded by Ndanda, his son. Ndanda was then succeeded by Lusoma, his son. Lusoma was succeeded by Mabeza, who was his son too. Mabeza was succeeded by Wambwa II, his son. Wambwa II was succeeded by Kitau, his son. Kitau was succeeded by Masanda, his son. Masanda was then succeeded by Ace Migoli, his son. The lineage of Kasango Lubwe at Bukasango and of Mabiko Terera had a common grandfather Kintu, who traveled through Busoga and is believed by some to have been Mukama of Bunyoro. As stated before, Kasango had 4 sons. The first, Wambwa, also known by the name of Owita. The second, Mukowu. The third, Wanondo, called Ntulugunyu. The fourth, Katambula, called Choiza. Their lineage is divided into 2 clans. Those of Bukasango regard themselves as of Mondo clan, and those of Kiterera, who belong to the Impologoma clan. They have many customs in common. Ever since these 2 clans came into existence, the members have accepted their common origin and never intermarry. However, the Impologoma name overshadows the Mondo name. Chapter 14. The Abaisekomba of the Impindi Totem, Bunya. Ikoba, whose totem was Mpindi. It is alleged that long ago there was a group of people who inhabited the island Kigulu, which is situated in the neighborhood of Bunsumba Island within Kavirondo Bay. Chief among these people was one named Ikoba. At a later stage, Ikoba and his people migrated from Kigulu Island and went to settle at the shores of Lake Victoria in Buganda at Bukunja. This place proved unpleasant to the migrants who subsequently crossed the lake and landed in Busoga. It is stated that Ikoba, the owner of the canoe Walukiriri, by which people used to travel across the lake to Busoga or to Buganda. Ikoba had expected to carry Kintu Omukama across to Buganda in this canoe, but Kintu altered his direction and traveled across Lake Choga into Bunyoro. Ikoba had come to Busoga purposely to work as a transporter of people across the lake, but he later developed a desire to rule. Accordingly, he gave up his original plan and immediately assumed authority over a large piece of the country. He ruled for years as an independent ruler until the outbreak of sleeping sickness which swept the country in 1900 to 1908, killing many people. In view of this epidemic, inhabitants were ordered to vacate this country, which was then added to other parts to form Bunya County. The succession lineage of Ikoba is as follows. Nalugoda succeeded his father Ikoba. Lukusi I succeeded his father Nalugoda. Isiko Imera succeeded his father Lukusi. Kamunyoka succeeded his father Nsiko Imera. Kigwe succeeded his father Kamunyuka. Lukusi II succeeded his father Kigwe. Kamirangoma succeeded his father Lukusi II. Bazaya I succeeded his father Kamirangoma. Bazaya Isabire succeeded his father Bazaya I. Mpanda succeeded his father Bazaya Isabire. Isikoire succeeded his father Mpanda. Muluta succeeded his father Isikoire. Batwangulane succeeded his father Muluta. Luwanyi succeeded his father Batwangulane. Nkoto I succeeded his father Luwanyi. Nkoto II succeeded his father Nkoto I. Nsondo succeeded his father Nkoto II. Nalugoda Kirevu succeeded his father Nsondo. Nalugodwa then was succeeded by Kirindwe. Irusubye succeeded his father Kirindwe. Isabire Mageja succeeded his father Irusubye. Kintu succeeded his father Isabire Mageja. Namirembe succeeded his father Kintu. Waiswa succeeded his brother Namirembe. Lukusi III succeeded his father Waiswa. Bazai II succeeded his father Lukusi III. Kirimulukoba succeeded his father Bazai II. Chapter 15. The lineage of Wakaiba of Mpindi clan, Bagaya. On his way to Busoga, it is said that Kintu was accompanied by a man named Wakaiba of Mpindi clan. Kintu came from Mount Elgon and traveled through Budama. He entered Bukoli and went to Buyaba hill. While on this hill, he was struck by the emptiness of the country he had come into. He immediately shared it between his followers. Having taken leave of his master, Wakaiba went and established a home on this hill. All the country surrounding the hill belonged to him, and it was sparsely populated at that time. His home was built at a place known as Bulume, where he lived and had many children. With the exception of Nkoto, who succeeded him, the rest of his children are not known. The succession lineage of Wakaiba was as follows. Nkoto succeeded his father Wakaiba. Katogo succeeded his father Nkoto. Muyinda succeeded his father Katogo. Nachidomi succeeded his father Muyinda. Mwanyi succeeded his father Nachidomi. Kalema succeeded his father Mwanyi. Kabazinga succeeded his father Kalema. Isabire succeeded his brother Kabazinga. Maganda succeeded his father Isabire. Kanabara succeeded his father Maganda. Mukangu succeeded his father Kanabara. Then Nabavuntumba succeeded his father Mugalu. Nambavuntumba's succession to his father Mugalu was during the reign of Semakokiro, the Kabaka of Buganda. Chapter 16. How the Inza clan came into Busoga, Buswikira. It is said that while Kintu was in Buganda at a place named Nsege in Chagwe County, he had a son whom he named Kitaka. When Kitaka became of age, Kintu gave him the whole of Nsege to rule. It is believed up to this day that the part of Chagwe extending from River Musamya and across the Nile belonged to Busoga. Musamya was the principal boundary between Buganda and Busoga. Kabaka conquered this area and thus extended his country up to the Nile. Some years later, Kintu left Buganda and came to settle in Busoga at a place called Igombe near Buswikira. Before he left for Busoga, Kintu was living at Magonga in Buganda. He lived in Busoga many years and after his death was buried at Buswikira. The Baganda do not regard this migration as having been deliberate, but that Kintu had merely gone astray. But be as it may, Kintu's burial ground is regarded as a highly holy place by the people who worship it. In ancient times, any children that had any physical defects were sacrificed there. Further still, any living thing that was born with a defect was given as an offering at this place. A belief was evolved among the people that anyone born with a defect was Kintu's due share. Later on, Kitaka, son of Kintu, left Nsege and came to Busoga to look for his father. On his arrival, he found that Kintu had been dead for many years and only some of his followers were still living. Kitaka was shown his father's tomb and decided to live in this place for the rest of his days. He had with him his wife called Naigwe and many followers. Chief among them were Chema of the Fish clan or Nsuma, Inga of the Edible Rat clan, and Kimba of Unyonyi clan. Kitaka himself is believed to have belonged to the Injaza clan. While in Buswikira, Kitaka had two children, a son and a daughter. The son was named Kifunvu or Kibubuli. The daughter was named Naigwe after her mother. When Kitaka died, he was succeeded by his son Kifunvu. When Kifunvu became a man, he married a girl who belonged to the Baiseruba clan, whose totem is Nyanza. The girl's name was Nalubanga. Later, Kifunvu, or known as Kibubuli, resorted to polygamy and had many children as a result. He did not live at Buswikira for many years then. He broke up his father's Mbuga and moved to the Mutala of Buvuta on the hill called Ingomi, at a place known as Busamo. There he built his new Mbuga. The following were some of his children: Kibwinka, Ibulabato, Mambala, also known as Ngunihire, Igombe, Kalikolaki, Wangubo, Muluwe, and Namabali. Once, Kibubuli fought a series of battles against the inhabitants of Bugaya and Buvuma Islands, which stand in the Lake Victoria. The ruling clan of the two islands had Mamba as their totem and were known as Baganda. Kifunvu, also known as Kibubuli, defeated the inhabitants and conquered the islands which he placed under the rule of Kibwika, his son. Then he gave Busamo to Igombe. Ibulabato was given Bubambala area. Kalikolaki was given Busakira, previously known as Nanyima. The new name was derived from Busakira, who later succeeded Kalikolaki. Wangubo was given Bugaya, previously known as Buzimba. Muluwe was given Butambala. Namabali was given the area which was then known as Namasaka, but is now known as Bugulu. Kibubuli's youngest son, Nabwana, was given no country owing to his age. After the conquering of the islands, Kibubuli stayed there until he died. Some people state that he returned to the mainland and died there. In any case, he was succeeded by his youngest son Nabwana. The new chief ruled over the islands off the shores of Bunya. He had his new mbuga built on Namali on the mainland. From here, he ruled over the islands, but he made his death at Buvuma Island, where he had gone on tour. Chapter 17. Ngudirire of the Injaza clan, Bubambala. Ngudirire Ibulabato had a considerably long lineage which was established in the country of Bubambala. He had many children, some of whom were Isinda, Ibulabato II, Kaluba I, Nambalagala, and Mukwaya. All these were sons. The daughters were not numbered. After the death of Ngudirire Ibulabato, he was buried at Kavule and was succeeded by his son Nanyima. Ngudirire belonged to the Injaza clan. His lineage was as follows. Ibulabato was succeeded by his son Nanyima. Nanyima was succeeded by his son Ijiruma, who lived in his father's mbuga. Ijiruma was succeeded by his son Ijaya I. Ijaya I was succeeded by his son Ngudirire II. Then Ngudirire II was succeeded by his brother Kaluba I. Kaluba I was then succeeded by his brother Isinda, who was then succeeded by Ijaya II. Ijaya II was succeeded by his son Mbwala. Mbwala was then succeeded by his son Mpindo II. Mpindo II was succeeded by his son Kaluba II. Kaluba II became succeeded by his grandson Wachitega. Wachitega was succeeded by his son Nandigobe. Nandigobe, who was killed by the Baganda, was succeeded by his son Mukwaya Iraru. Mukwaya Iraru was succeeded by his son Katabi, who moved his mbuga to Bukongo. Katabi was succeeded by his son Kawogo. Kawogo was succeeded by his son Walugoma. Walugoma then became succeeded by his son Ganantwaga. Ganantwaga was succeeded by his son Kisiwa. Kisiwa was succeeded by his son Kisambira. Kisambira was then succeeded by his son Kaluba III. Kaluba III was succeeded by his son Wanjuki. Wanjuki was succeeded by his son Magumba. Magumba was still living at the date of writing this book. Chapter 18. The lineage of Chibwika of the Injaza clan, who lived in Bukonge, Buvuma, and Sese. Chibwika's father was Chibuburi, son of Chitaka, the son of Chintu. He was given Buvuma Islands, including Sese and Bukonge, on the mainland. He built his mbuga at Nabubi in Bukonge. He was later buried there in his mbuga. The succession lineage of Chibwika was as follows. Chibwika I was succeeded by his son Busoga. Busoga was succeeded by his son Agali Echibia. Agali Echibia was succeeded by his son Basangwa. Basangwa was succeeded by his son Ndolombe. Ndolombe was succeeded by his son Chibwika II. Chibwika II was succeeded by his son Ezra Eriato. Ezra Eriato was succeeded by his son Chifunvu. Chifunvu was succeeded by his son Igulu I Baliseku. Igulu I Baliseku was succeeded by his son Igulu II Miti. Igulu II Miti was succeeded by his son Lusalarira. Lusalarira was succeeded by his son Ahafa Eminya. Ahafa Eminya was succeeded by his son Munyegero. Munyegero was succeeded by his son Olwerire. Olwerire was succeeded by his son Balyamungaro. Balyamungaro was succeeded by his son Ndikumwereka. Ndikumwereka was succeeded by his son Izimba. Then Izimba was succeeded by his son Chitundu. Chitundu became succeeded by his son Bwobika. Bwobika was succeeded by his son Igulu III Chibikigwanawala. Chibikigwanawala was succeeded by his son Katologo. Katologo was succeeded by his son Awomi. Awomi was succeeded by his son Igulu IV Mugeja. Igulu Mugeja was succeeded by his son Nakujirija. Nakujirija was succeeded by his son Walya Igulu Obuto. Walya Igulu Obuto was succeeded by his son Echimenyenku. Echimenyenku was succeeded by his son Chebaiga. Chebaiga was succeeded by his son Muzito. Muzito then became succeeded by his son Mpango. Mpango was succeeded by his brother Nasanairi Bagenda. Nasanairi Bagenda was still living at the date of writing this book. All the above-mentioned rulers ruled their country from Nabubi. The islands were under Chibwika's rule. They were actually ruled by his representatives. This rule was during the period of 1752 to 1800, when the islands resumed their independent status. Some of them became parts of Buganda and some remained parts of Busoga. Chapter 19. The lineage of Mulu, son of Chifunvu, Chibubuli, son of Chitaka, son of Chintu, who lived in Butambala. Muluwe I was succeeded by his son Muluwe II, who was then succeeded by his son Awavuga. Awavuga was succeeded by his son Muluwe III, Dongodi. Muluwe III, Dongodi, was succeeded by his son Tefe. Tefe was succeeded by his son Awali Oluvu. Awali Oluvu was succeeded by his son Malibwa. Malibwa then became succeeded by his son Nyago. Nyago was succeeded by his son Nkonge. Nkonge was succeeded by his son Kagurire. Kagurire was succeeded by his son Magala. Magala then became succeeded by his son Ausiwaiswa. Ausiwaiswa was still living at the date of writing this book. Members of this lineage lived at Butambala in the Mutalabugulu in Bunya. Chapter 20. The lineage of Igobi, son of Chibubuli, himself son of Chitaka, who was the son of Chintu, who lived in Busamo. Igombe was succeeded by his son Kiriwa Kagolo I. Kiriwa Kagolo I was succeeded by his son Chunju I. Chunju I was succeeded by his son Kigoma I. Kigoma I became succeeded by his son Magumba. Magumba was succeeded by his son Kagolo II. Kagolo II was then succeeded by his son Chomunyani I. Chomunani I was succeeded by his son Mugobi. Mugobi I was succeeded by his son Mayodi I. Mayodi I was succeeded by his son Kagolo III. Kagolo III, Nyajego, was succeeded by his son Kigoma II. And Kigoma II was succeeded by his son Chunju II. Chunju II became succeeded by his son Chomunyani II. Chomunyani II was then succeeded by his son Mpiti. Mpiti became succeeded by his son Kayanja I. Kayanja I was succeeded by his son Miodi II. Miodi II was then succeeded by his son Tulye Kamawolo. Tulye Kamawolo was succeeded by his son Kayanga II. Kayanga II was succeeded by his son Asimbiewa. Asimbiewa was succeeded by his son Abeiri Kakaire. Abeiri Kakaire was still living at the date of writing this book in 1911. Members of this clan lived at Igombe in Bunya. Chapter 21. The lineage of Namali, son of Chibubuli, son of Chitaka, was the son of Chintu of the Injaza clan. Namali I was succeeded by his son Busoga. Busoga was succeeded by his son Igobi. Igobi was succeeded by his son Chifumvu. Chifumvu was succeeded by his son Kabaja I. Kabaja I was succeeded by his son Kairu I. Kairu I was succeeded by his son Kasaja I. Kasaja I was then succeeded by his son Namali II. Namali II was succeeded by his son Kasaja II. Kasaja II was then succeeded by his son Wangubo I. Wangubo I was succeeded by his son Kasaja III Walusu. Kasaja III Walus was succeeded by his son Kairu II Nsoni. Kairu II Nsoni was succeeded by his son Namali III. Namali III was then succeeded by his son Kinani. Kinani was succeeded by his son Ikonde. Ikonde became succeeded by his son Kabaka. Kabaka was succeeded by his son Kibale Kitamiro. Kibale Kitamiro was succeeded by his son Kasaja IV Mugabe. Now Kasaja IV Mugabe was succeeded by his son Kairu III Chiyemba. Kairu III Chiyemba became succeeded by his son Wangubo II. Wangubo II now became succeeded by his son Kasaja V Nangongo. Kasaja V Nangongo was succeeded by his son Kasaja VI Makiro. Kasaja VI Makiro was succeeded by his son Namali IV. Namali IV was succeeded by his son Iwanya. Iwanya was succeeded by his son Inyesiko. Inyesiko was succeeded by his son Miti. Miti then became succeeded by his son Wanyume I. Wanyume I became succeeded by his son Iriezimu. Iriezimu was succeeded by his son Babitambiro. Babitambiro became succeeded by his son Mutebaka. And Mutebaka was still alive at the date of writing this book. Members of this clan live at Bugulu in Bunya. All those who ascended of the chieftainship assumed the title of Igulu. The country therefore became known as Bugulu. Chapter 22. Kayongo of Unjaza Clan Bukasa. It is said that long ago there lived a man named Kayongo on the islands of Sese. This man had a son called Mukasa. The actual island on which Kayongo lived was known as Nango. One day, when Mukasa became of age, he sailed in his canoe named Bubu across to Busoga. He came with a man known as Kisui of the Ngo clan and a dog named Ibula. They landed at Ramba, which is between Jinja and Buluba. This place was a market in which traders bought and sold by bartering. As soon as they landed, Mukasa left his canoe in the safekeeping of one of his sons and proceeded inland. The son was known as Nakibanja. Mukasa and his followers developed a passion to hunting wild animals inland. In the course of this hunting, they wandered all over the country, the hinterland of Ramba. Their wandering brought them at last to a place named Kasita. There they camped. By then, they had killed many animals and had a lot of meat in stock. Unfortunately, they had no fire by which to roast the meat, so Kisui requested Mukasa to go and look for fire. But Mukasa refused on the grounds that during his absence, his followers may be attacked by some wild animals or unfriendly animals. Even with this, Kisui still offered to go and look for the fire himself. People seem to disagree on whether Kisui or Mukasa was the leader of this journey. Some maintain that Kisui was the leader and that he had many children with whom Mukasa himself was among. If this has any grain of truth, then Kisui had at first desired his son Mukasa to go out in search of the fire. When he found it, the people who heard it refused to spare him any, and Mukasa returned to report this to Kisui. Then Kisui went for it himself, But before he went, he first entrusted all his children to Mukasa, the eldest son. Kisui was successful and came back bearing some fire. On his return, Kisui yielded all the power to his son Mukasa and only remained as his advisor. Kisui belonged to the Ngo clan, and all the members of this clan in Busoga are known as Baisekisu, the grandchildren of Kisui. If it is true that Kisui was senior to Mukasa, all those of Mukasa's lineage should belong to the Ngo clan, just like the rest of Kisui's. But since this is not so, the allegation is obviously false. Mukasa's lineage belongs to the Injaza clan, and he himself belonged to Chibubuli's lineage. It is worth noting the following. 1. After some years, Mukasa finally entered in the Mutala wa Bulungu in Bukasa. He had the following children: Chango, Kijoma, Ligwe, Bulenge, and Mugulu. Mukasa died and was buried at Wabulungu and was succeeded by his son Kijoma. 2. Kijoma built his Inyumbuga at Wandegea. He died at Mawundo and was buried there. 3. Nsaiga Kibwa succeeded his father Kijoma. During Nsaiga Kibwa's rule, many battles were fought against Baganda, who invaded Busoga continuously. Nsaiga died and was buried at Mawundo Bukasa, which is now occupied by Madivani's sugar estate of Kakira. The fourth thing to note, Gansala succeeded his father Nsaiga, who died and was buried at Mawundo. And the fifth and last thing to note is that Bandi succeeded his father Gansala. Bandi was the last of this lineage to rule. By the time he died, sleeping sickness was invading the whole country, striking at most of the people with its death-inflicting hand. Between Bandi and Gansala, there are two of this lineage who succeeded to the chieftainship but are not clearly remembered. After Bandi, there might have been two more. The total number of Bukasa rulers should have been 12, but now it is just 5. The lineage indicated in this book is traced up to November 1933. Chapter 23. The lineage of Musegula of the Injaza clan. Long ago, there lived a man named Musegula, whose totem was Injaza. This man is said to have traveled from the north parts of Busoga, and it is probable that he was of the lineage of Chibubuli. Musegula came to a chief named Okwiri Mukwanga, who ruled a very large piece of country which lay between the kingdoms of Ngobi Mao and Chibalya, Lagwe of Bulole. Musegula was a skilled worker of bark cloth and came purposely to work for the said chief as a trimmer of bark cloth. Okwiri was pleased to enlist Musegula's services. He gave him 10 mitalas in the area of Butamira, which is now known as Busegula. Once Musegula was properly established in his mitalas, he rebelled against his master and became an independent chief. The lineage of Musegula is as follows. Musegula ruled Busegula and gave up his former job as backcloth trimmer until he died. Takambla succeeded his father Musegula. Mutesa succeeded his father Takambula. Kasaja succeeded his father Mutesa. Boye succeeded his father Kasaija. Kisakiro succeeded his father Boye, who was condemned to death for murder. Mulenju succeeded his father Chisakiro, and Muleju was still living at the date of writing this book. Chapter 24. The lineage of Waguma of the Injaza clan, who lived in Busoga, Bugembe, Chamagwa, Kakira, Buwambuzi, Kamega, and Waijaka. It is said that long ago an old man came from the east and stayed in Busoga for a while. His name was Kintu, and he had many wives, dogs, and followers, among other things. While he was still in Busoga, he stayed mostly in Bukoli on two hills known as Busoga and Lubogo. He had many sons while in Busoga Hill, and among these children was one named Ntembe. When Ntembe, together with a number of others, became of age, they developed a passion of hunting wild animals. Because Ntembe was so interested in hunting, he preferred to live isolated in a country of jungle that had numerous animals. By this time, he had some children of his own, Kaguma, Ntamilio, and Kaluba. He had a number of followers too, who assisted him in all this hunting. On leaving Busoga Hill, he wandered for a considerable length of time. From here, he went on to Batambogwe, and in the course of his hunting tours, he finally came to Bugiri and established a home at a place known as Kagoma, where he lived permanently. Some people do not agree that Ntembe was Kintu's son. They state that he was Kasoga's son. They add that Kasoga came to Busoga with Kintu from the east. Kasoga is also known as Mukama. These two people traveled through Bugishu, Budama, Samia, and then arrived at Bukoli. They penetrated right into the heart of Busoga, where they spent much time wandering about. Finally, they came to Bugoma Hill, known as Bugule. After a short stay there, Kintu separated from Kasoga and traveled in the direction of the Nile. He finally crossed into Bunyoro. Kasoga, on the other hand, remained at Bugule with a number of followers. He appreciated the fertility of the soil there. After a time, he went to Buganda at Bugolo in Chagwe and married the daughter of Kamunye. Her name was Kumwenda. At this time, there were no people in Busoga. Soon, Kumwenda gave birth to a son who was named Ntembe. Most Baganda know Ntembe as Kintu's grandson. The same people assert that Kintu gave Busoga to Ntembe, but this is not true. Ntembe was Kasoga's son and Chamutwe was his brother. But because Ntembe's area was in the neighborhood of Buganda and derived its name Busoga from Kasoga, the Baganda applied the name Busoga to the rest of the country. Prior to this, the whole country had no common name. Each area was named after its own ruler. For instance, Bugabula after Gabula, Bukoli after the Wakoli, Busegula after Musegula, Busewanga after Seranga, and so on. Busoga comes from Kasoga. After he had succeeded his father Kasoga, he built Bugule and made it look better than it had ever been before. Like his father, he went to Bugolo and married many women, as a result of which he had many children. Some of these children included Waguma, Mukalu, Lugembe, Idondo, and Imbajwe, to whom he gave various areas to rule. Waguma was given the area surrounding Ginger Hill and near the falls. Mukalu was given the area known as Chamagwa. Lugembe was given Bugembe, including Igenge Hill. Idondo was given Kakira, where he built his imbuga. Wanyume was given Bwazabuzi, Kamega, and Waijaki. Ntembe himself lived at Bugule, hunting. He was skilled in making drums, and the first drum to be made was Muliambiaki. It was such a good drum that the king of Buganda took a fancy to it and demanded it from Ntembe. This drum was made from a tree which was cut from Bwenge. It is said that Ntembe was not the man who sent the drum to the Kabaka, but his grandson Lukwata did. Lukwata was the son of Lugembe, the ruler of Bugembe, where the headquarters now stand. Lugembe was Ntembe's son. Ntembe died of old age and was succeeded by his brother Chamutwe. After his succession to the chieftainship, Chamutwe lived at Bugule. Apart from the fact that he had a considerable number of children, Chamutwe had no other points to remember him by. On the other hand, Chamutwe ruled over 2 sub-areas in Buganda which Ntembe had somehow secured. Fact shows that Chagwe was part of Busoga. The 2 sub-areas were Naminya and Nachesanja. Naminya is a Kisoga name. Ntembe had made a very big pit at Namulesa. This pit was meant to trap hunted elephants, and Chamutwe made use of it on many occasions. The result was that Chamutwe killed many elephants and had many tusks. He sold these tusks and received a lot of money. He had a famous spear known as Nakangu, which had belonged to Ntembe. It was a hereditary property. Chamutwe had succeeded his brother when he himself was advanced in age, so he did not rule for many years before he died. Nkombe succeeded his father Chamutwe and transferred his imbuga to Iwamba. Among his children were 2 sons, Mulumba and Waiswa. Nkombe too was always occupied with hunting, among other things. He was succeeded by his brother Badje, who built his new mbuga at Iwamba, where he lived and died. Badje was succeeded by his brother Bamuje, who also built his new mbuga at Chidubundubu for the fear of death. Bamuge was succeeded by his son Mayanja, who built his mbuga at Nkalange. When he died, he was buried there. Luinja succeeded his father Mayanja, and as was the custom, built a new mbuga at Musima, just behind Igenge Hill. He died and was buried there. Luinja was succeeded by his son Indimulala, who had his home at Butiki. He left his father's mbuga Musima to his brothers. When he died, he was buried at Butiki. Mugabe succeeded his father Luyinja. This was in the year 1921. He built his home at Buoya in Bugabula, where he died in 1933. Mugabe then was succeeded by his brother Ndanda, who were still living at the date of writing this book. It is claimed that the chiefs of the lineage of Ntembe were not in the habit of marrying children wives, that is, women who were of a young age. Just like all the other chiefs, Ntembe and Chamutwe were also polygamous, each having 3 wives. Most of the chiefs had between 2 and 5 children each. Ntembe was an exception because he had 6 children. Most of them had 1 wife each, others just 2. Mbajwe I was the father of Lubale Wairaka, who gave his name to the part of the country known as Wairaka. Byanoga too was Mbajwe's son, and Byanoga was the father of Mbajwe II. Chapter 25. Butambogwe. Kaima was the son of Chibuika, who was the son of Chibubuli Chifunvu, the son of Chitaka, who was the son of Chintu, who came to Busoga from the east. Chifunvu, or known as Chibubuli, was the father of Kibuika, Iburabato, Wambala, Igombe, Kalikolaki, Kigoma, Muluwi, Igulu, and many others. While Kibuika was at Bukonge, he had many sons, among whom were Kaima and Kaluba. Kaima had his own lands in Bunya at Bukonge, which was given to him by his father, Kibuika. He fought and lost a battle against Luba of Bukonge. After his defeat, Kaima sought refuge in Nambavu, Ntumba's country. Ntumba was of the Impindi clan and had been Kintu's follower. Kaima behaved very cunningly and became very popular as a result. He was such a faithful worker that when he assumed the chieftainship at the death of Ntumba, no one opposed him. He thus terminated the rule of the members of the Impindi clan. It is worth noting that first, Kaima had the following sons: Igodi, Kibugo, Wakasajja, Kitampiga, and Budanda. Kaima died and was buried at Buyondi, which name was derived from Igodi. Second, Igodi succeeded his father Kaima and has nothing to remember him by. The third thing to note is that Kibugo succeeded his brother Igodi and also did nothing to remember him by. Fourth is that Nampala succeeded his father Kibugo and has nothing also to remember him by. Fifth thing to note is that Mpango succeeded his father Nampala and did nothing to remember him by. Luwarira succeeded his father Mpango and did nothing to remember him by. Nyango succeeded his father Luwarira and did nothing to remember him by. Tukube succeeded his brother Nyango and did nothing to remember him by. Nkwewembye succeeded his father Tukube and has nothing to remember him by. Chebambe succeeded his father Nkwewembe and has nothing to remember him by. Then Daudi Gahole succeeded his grandfather Chebambe. Kaima himself belonged to the Injaza clan. His lineage is the one that ruled Butabongwe until the time of D. Gahole, who was dismissed in 1933 and was replaced by a member of another clan. Chapter 26. Lubale Wairaka of Njaza clan. Long ago, there lived a man named Mugulusi, who it is said lived in Bukoli at Wangobo. He was a ruler as well as a hunter. As he wandered about, Mugulusi came to Wairaka and saw that the country was fertile. He therefore settled there, since it was such a suitable place and there was no need for him to return to Bukono. The truth is that Lubale Wairaka was the son of Mbajwe, who was the son of Ntembe. Lubale Wairaka belonged to the Njaza clan. The following are worth noting. That Lugulusi lived in Wairaka and had one son named Kazindo, whose mother was Begulachi, a Muvum by tribe. Kazingo succeeded his father, and while his father was a hunter, Kazingo was more of a fisherman. When Kazingo died, he was buried at the shore of the lake. Bugabula is the one who succeeded Kazingo after his death, and he followed Kazingo's professions of fishing. Bugabula had the son who was named Lubale Wairaka. Lubale Wairaka succeeded his father. It is said that the reason why this son was named Wairaka was that there were many people at that time known as Lubale. It was therefore necessary to distinguish him by giving him a second name. He was given his country's name, and he died in 1872. Lubale Wairaka was succeeded by his son Kabega, who ruled until 1903. Kabega, he was succeeded by his brother Waiswa. By this time, the whole country was divided into many sub-areas which were under the rule of some other chiefs and tribes. This division came about because by the time Wairaka died, Waiswa, his brother, was just a small child, and he only succeeded him after he became a youth. Chapter 27. Kaluba of Njaza clan. Kaluba of the Injaza clan was the son of Kabwika, who was the son of Chifumvu Kibubuli, son of Kitaka, who was the son of Kintu. While Kibwika was at Bukonge, where he ruled over the lands given to him by his father Kibubuli, including some islands, he had a son named Kaluba. Kaluba was born on a small island known as Buyanzi, one of the Buvuma Islands. When Kaluba grew up, his father gave him lands on the mainland, which became known as Buluba after their ruler Kaluba. Kaluba came to his lands in a boat accompanied by one called Muyobo, who had been appointed as emissary who was to hand over the lands to Kaluba. They landed on a place known as Namagera, and after the presentation of the lands which were practically uninhabited, Kaluba started cultivation. The following are worth noting. He had a son named Mugulu Gwanzu, who succeeded him. Kaluba was buried at Kakira Kambuzi. Mugulu Gwanzu, the successor, had a son called Mumira, who succeeded him. After succeeding his father, Mumira had two sons, Idondo and Wakikinara. Idondo Kaluba, he succeeded his father Mumira, and Wakikinara Kaluba succeeded his brother Idondo Kaluba. Bitege succeeded his father Wakikinara. Kigira succeeded his father Bitege. Kitubi succeeded his father Kigira. And Wangadia succeeded his father Kitubi. Wangadia was a brave man and he stayed most of his time in Buganda with the Kabaka. He took part in many battles fought by Baganda outside their kingdom. He lived until the time of Kabaka Mutesa of Buganda. Alindaki succeeded his father Wangadia. Galuwombo succeeded his father Alindaki. Then the country was attacked by sleeping sickness which took a heavy toll, and the survivors sought refuge in other countries. Chapter 28. Mbiko of the Impala clan. Although Mbiko was of the Impala clan, it is believed that he was one of Kintu's sons. It is said that his father Kintu lived at Magonga in Buganda and had 3 wives, Nambubi, Naigwe, and Malamba. Malamba had 3 children, Lumbwe, Kasango, and Mbiko. One day, Kintu became very angry and arrested his Katikiro, whom he put to death. After this, Kintu felt remorse about what he had done and fled from Buganda to Busoga, where he settled in a place known as Busiki. Before his entry into Busoga, Kintu traveled through Chagwe and was nearly tempted to stay at Nsenge. However, he still continued his flight. He had with him Lumbwe, Kasango, and Mbiko, his sons, in addition to his wives Lubanga, Kiyembe, and Ingia. On his arrival in Busoga, he saw that the country was very sparsely populated. Most of the people were living in an area called Buyanira, and the people were known as Bamaganda or Baisemaganda, whose names are derived from Maganda, the name of their great-grandfather of Umamba clan. These people tried to resist the entry of Kintu, but he defeated them and ruled them. Later on, he gave them the responsibility of carrying out the cultural ceremonies. Kintu lived at Buswikira, and one day his son Kaluba opened a packet of millet which had become musty. Because of the mustiness of the millet, Kintu named Kaluba Lumbwe. The name was taken by his lineage, who later called themselves the Baise Lumbwe clan. This clan is considerably a large one today. Lumbwe was given the lands of Namabale, which later became known as Bukasango, after Kasango. Mbiko was given the lands of Kiterera in Bumbe. Kintu did not give any lands to his followers other than his sons. When he died, nobody succeeded him. Mbiko lived in his own area of Kiterera and had 2 sons, Nanombe and Kaigwa. Mbiko wished to get some people to come and settle in his lands, but he was unsuccessful at this since there were very few people in the whole of Busoga. His death was of natural causes. Nanyombe, the son of Mbiko, succeeded his father, and he soon developed a desire to expand his area. He therefore resolved to attack and subdue a neighboring clan, whose members belonged to the lineage of Namwena. He defeated them and imposed his rule over them. He soon died afterwards. Kaigwa succeeded his brother, Nanyombwe, who had no son at that time. Kaigwa was ambitious as his brother had been, and he immediately launched an attack against the members of the Baise Kema clan, who belonged to the lineage of Keima. He defeated them and drove them away from their land, which he added to his own. He only had one son called Irige, who succeeded him. It is worth noting that the rule of Irige I was uneventful, and he was succeeded by his son Nanyombwe II Kasule. His reign was also uneventful and was succeeded by his son Mboli. Mboli was a tough fighter. He fought against the members of the Baise Komba clan and conquered them. Then he ruled over their lands. Bialo succeeded his brother Mboli, but only ruled for a short time and then died. Kamadi succeeded his father Bialo. Like some of the brave ancestors, Kamadi started a fight against the members of the Baise Komba clan and lived at Lugala in the Mutala Ituba. At that time, the Baise Komba clan were very strong people and had brave fighters who defeated Kamadi's army, killing Kamadi himself as well. Nsabadi succeeded his brother Kamadi and resolved to avenge his brother's defeat and death. In the battle which he fought against the Baise Koba, his army was victorious, but he himself lost his life. Kalali succeeded Nsabadi and was too grieved to spare the Baise Koba. He waged a bloody battle against them and defeated them. taking their lands of Ikoba. Kalali's sons were Mukua, Mulindwa, Ntale Kitegeta, and Kagulire. Mukua succeeded his father Kalali, and as soon as he felt secure in his position, he planned to fight members of the Baisekizibu clan of the lineage of Kintu. These people lived in the Mutala of Buzibu. There were a series of battles fought with them, which were very fierce. 3 brothers, Mukua, Mulindwa, and Ntale Kitegeta, lost their lives. Their brother Kagulire still persisted and at last defeated the Baisekizibu clan and took their lands of Kizibu. Because of his bravery, Kagulire was appointed the successor of his brothers. Kagulire had many children, of whom were Kirobe and Irige the second Kiyumbi, who were the most outstanding. Kirobe succeeded his father and within a few days went to war with the people of Buyebe. He was uneventful, and it was in that war that he was killed. Kiyuba II Irige succeeded him. The new ruler was afraid to attack the people of Buyebe immediately. His sons included Mugoli I, Ntole, Nkoma, Mugoli II, Mbyeyagala, and Kayanja. Later, Kiyomba II attacked Muyembe and a bloody war ensued. There were many casualties on both sides. 4 of Irige's sons were among the casualties. Soon after, Irige died. He was succeeded by his son Mbyeyagala, who proved to be a very peaceful ruler. Mbyeyagala was succeeded by his son Tuvemu Muti. Tuvemu Muti had the following sons: Namusota, Kaigwa, Luwabira, and Jiwerera. The new chief, Tuvemu Muti, did not live long. He was succeeded by his son Namusota, who wished to avenge his ancestors on the members of the Baisekema clan. In the course of this revenge, Namusota and Kaigwa were killed. They were succeeded by a man named Jiwerera. After his succession to the chieftainship, Jiwerera ruled peacefully and had many children, some of whom were Kirigia, Mpeju, Kirihaigulu, Kagweyi, and Luleneki. All of them lost their lives in a battle which was fought at Bugata against Chema people. Luleneki was the only survivor and succeeded his father. Luleneki did not continue fighting but spent much of his time lamenting the deaths of his brothers. He had one son, Mwanamubi, who succeeded him. Mwanamubi was the father of Ndalula and Njaye Kagulire. He was succeeded by his son, Ndalula, who died at the early stage of his rule. Njaye Kagulire II succeeded his brother Ndalula. Ntale succeeded his father Njaye Kagulire. Ludingo I succeeded his father Ntale. Mugaino succeeded his father Ludingo. Nanyumba succeeded his father Mugaino. Nanyumba was the father of Lugoko, Nambusi, Tole, and Gulemi. Luguko, Nambusi, and Ntole died of sleeping sickness. Gulenye was the father of Kisala, who was the father of Nanyumba Ludigo II. Nanyumba Ludigo II succeeded his grandfather. During his day, sleeping sickness was at its peak and many of his people died of it. The remainder, including himself, were evacuated to Kayanga's area at Igombe from 1906 to 1919. He was repatriated in 1920 and died the same year. Of his original thousands of subjects, only 60 were left. He was succeeded by James Basse, who was educated in the Balangira school at Kamuli. Prior to this, Nanyumba's country was counted as the county, but since the population had decreased considerably because of the sleeping sickness, it was turned into a Gombolula. It is maintained by some people that there were a number of Mbiko's lineage who had once succeeded to the chieftainship, but their names were not known or were obscure. Some of them were Mwambala, Mutaka, Mugerero, Balima, Namanda, Kairugavu, Kajume, Mutambuza, Naigobya, Mutakabwa, Kayanga, Iregimunda, Katembe, Naijeja, Makula, Kisozi, Kabaka, olisa bachamye, ifulu lunayonda, nkolero, tibatuke, bamulese, chasama, wabireha, kalali, ntole kiyuba, and bajubi. On the other hand, it is probable that all these were just mere princes, just sons of successful chiefs. Chapter 29. Katambula of the Impala clan, Bukasango, Bunya. Among the many children of Kasango Lumbwe was one called Katambula. When he grew up, his father gave him parts of the kingdom to rule. After the death of his father, Katambula broke away from the kingdom and assumed independence of his own area, which he had been given to rule temporarily, which he now named Bukasango. It is worth noting that Katambula was succeeded by his son Lukalango I, whose mother was known as Nachitiyo. Lukalango II, his half-brother, succeeded Lukalango I. Lukalango II's mother was known as Nabuwongo. Kasubi succeeded his father Lukalango II, while Mawondo I Katanya succeeded his brother Kasubi. Kayaba succeeded his brother Wamondo I Katanya, who was then succeeded by Mawondo II Lubondobondo. Oluta succeeded his father Kinyala, while Ngabo succeeded his father Oluta. The next three successive rulers are not known. However, the following are the members of the Katambula lineage who also succeeded to the chieftainship, but the period of their lineage or their rule is rather still obscure. Mabale, Kitali, Muzaya, Muko, Mujoji, Mbajira, Nakasana, Mugua, Olutadidika, Magua Bayune, Namaku, Kintu, Kiyoza, Kisigu Matako Gante, Namwano, Oluta Agauka, Kisigu, Mwanarira, Ntulugunyu, Mbanda, Kalango, Maiga, Katabi, Kabali, Migoli, Chezindu, Kabala, Kayaga, Mpiti, Binywera Majoji, Maundo Kitamwa, Muzaya Lukalango, Gwanna Magalo, Lukalango son of Nankofu, Katambula Kagoye, Ekaya, Katabi, Lukungu Lukalango. Lukungu Lukalango was the last in line which existed until 1934. Chapter 30. Narebe of the Ingo clan, Busamo, Butembe, and Bunya. According to the statements made about Narebe of the Ingo clan, there was an old man long ago who traveled to Mount Elgon and hence to Busoga. He settled at Impunudwe and had many children, 4 of whom were sons named Kiwalo, Wampala, Wamango, and Kivule. The old man was Kintu, and he gave land to his 4 sons in the following order. Kiwalo was given the land known as Bukibwa. Wampala was given a hill known as Mpandwe. Wamango was given the hill known as Busomo, while Kivule was given the land known as Bukali. When his 4 sons were settled in these areas, Kintu resumed his journey westwards, but later returned to Igombe and lived at Buswikira. Among the 4 brothers, Wamango was senior and was much feared by his brothers because of his ferocious nature. If anybody dared to thwart him in any way, he would kill him without any trouble. Wamango built his imbuga in a place known as Nabwango. He married and had the following sons: Nanjubu, Kidanga, Wiyule, and many others. Despite his ferociousness, Wamango had trouble with his brothers, who later rebelled against him. He fought them and drove them from their own lands. The angry brothers one night dug underneath Wamango's house and then crept into Wamango's bedroom and thus murdered him at night while he was sleeping. Kidanga succeeded his uncles. Kidanga had 7 sons as follows: Kasajja Wulu, Kasali, Walujjo, Bazibala, Bumpi, Wanziga, and Najjubu. When he died, his son Nanjubu succeeded him. Nanjubu had a scheme to punish the murderer's sons, but when they learnt of it, they went to him begging for mercy. These sons did not like to see a split in their own clan, which was the reason why they begged for mercy. After much negotiation, Nanjubu accepted their pleas to live at peace with his relations. This brought an end to the hostility which had existed until then within the clan. After his death, Najjubu was succeeded by his son Kiyaya. Kiyaya was succeeded by Kalema I, who was succeeded by Kiganira. Kiganira was succeeded by Intamba. And the following is the successful line of Untamba: Luvulu, Itenge, Kajomi, Galira. After Galira came Nzimuli, Kasajja I, Balikunjaye, Luwangwa, Wabila, Mwasa, Kalatwa, Nanyunde, and Kasajja II. After Kasajja II came Najomi II, Wanziga, Kalema II, Galira II, Nkweitire, Lubunju, Walujo, Mubiru, Itenge II, Buganga, and Yusuf Narebe. Yusuf Narebe succeeded after his father's death. When Yusuf Narebe succeeded his father, sleeping sickness was at that time prevalent in the whole country, and Yusuf Narebe was obligated to migrate to Buganda. Later on, he took up employment with a certain European and became an experienced cook. After a period of good service, Yusuf Narebe returned to his country and resumed his chieftainship. Chapter 31. Mbaji of Igongolo clan, Bukalanzi. A man named Nunogo of the Igongolo clan, who lived at Bukalanzi, stated that Mbaji was Kintu's son. When Mbaji came of age, Kintu gave him the country of Kalanzi, which is situated on the shores of Lake Victoria in the south of Busoga. Mbaji lived in the Mutala of Bukalanzi and fought a series of battles against the members of the Impala clan who lived at Kiterera. In some of these fights, he was victorious, and in others, he was defeated. The fighting between the two went on through successive generations. Despite these facts, Mbaji's country was never conquered. His lineage ruled until the outbreak of sleeping sickness, which killed off many people. Those who survived sought refuge in Buganda and in some unaffected parts of Busoga. Mbaji was succeeded by his son Magala, who was succeeded by Namwijo, and then came Ranyanga. Ranyanga was succeeded by Kitama, and then came Tibanjube. Tibanjube was then succeeded in this order: Ijuruma, Muzimba, Kiyobyo, Bulezibuka, Waibi, then came Walubi, who was succeeded by Magwede. Magwede was succeeded by Kabubwa, who was succeeded by Hatuka Embuzi, who was succeeded by Wedi. Then came Kisambira, who was succeeded by Bamwite, who was succeeded by Mabali, who was succeeded by Manoga. Mbanji's lineage ruled until 1906 at the outbreak of the sleeping sickness in the country. There are some members of the Impala clan who have now returned to their ancestors' land at Bukalanzi. Chapter 32. Luba of Unyange clan of Bunya Chando. The following old people who were members of Luba explained to me how the Nyange clan first came to Busoga. Tomasi Gemme, a Gombora chief and a member of Luba's lineage. Erisa Chibicho of Chando, a Gombora chief and a member of Luba's lineage. And Erisa Wambi of Iganga, a Gombora chief and member of Luba's lineage. These three people stated that the great-grandfather or the originator of the Nyange clan was Chituma, son of Mbazira, who lived at Bulimwe Chagwe in Buganda. Chituma was brought up in his father's home, and when he came of age, he learned how to hunt wild animals. He had 2 followers, Lugonda, whose lineage was called the Baise Lugonda, and Muwanga, whose lineage was called Baise Muwanga. Chituma wandered about along the shores of Lake Victoria, hunting animals. His 2 followers always went with him. Later on, Chituma decided to go and do some hunting on the islands of Buvuma. He landed at a place called Naima Tomanji, from where he sailed to Lingira Island, where Lingira of the Kiyuka clan lived. It is said that Luwanu was the ruler of that island at that time. Chituma sailed to this island in a canoe named Walukiriri, which he brought with him from Buganda. He was not a fisherman, therefore he owned no boat of his own. Chituma had 2 dogs named Echitwalo Munaku and Mabiro. From Lingira, Chituma sailed to Bwema Island, which faced his own land. He had with him the following men, whom he took from Lingira Island: Ikumi, the firemaker, Muluta, the messenger. These 2 brought the number of Chituma's followers up to 4. Plus himself, the whole group consisted of 7 living things, including the 2 dogs. They then sailed to Busoga and landed at a place called Muwangala, which is on the shore of the part of the lake called Nakalanga, a bay which makes the link between Bukaleba lowland and the main lake. As soon as they landed, they pulled their canoes onto the dry land, and Chituma fixed the ore in the ground, where it later grew into a tree. This tree was still in existence in 1935 and is a Lusambia tree. Accompanied by his 4 followers and 2 dogs, Chituma traveled inland. The whole country was quite empty. Chituma first built his imbuga in a place named Ngulumo, and he named the surrounding country Bunya, which he derived from his clan's name, the Baise Munya. At that time, the whole country was covered with very short grass. High grass was not in existence by that time. Even trees were few. Elephant grass increased soon after the increase in population. This was so because many people had found elephant grass useful, and so they planted it. While staying at Ngulumo, his base, Chituma often went out to hunting tours. He wandered about in many directions. One day, he came to a beautiful hill which he had never seen before, and he rested there. When he rose up to go, it is said that he fought a spirit named Luta. After his loss, he named the hill Mauta in remembrance of this spirit Luta which had attacked him. This Luta spirit became a very powerful spirit on the hill and was worshipped by the members of the Baise Munya clan. Chituma built his second imbuga at Kivumu at the foot of the Mauta hill. Later, he built a permanent imbuga at Chando, where members of his lineage have lived up to this day. That is to say, by the time the author wrote this book, in 1935. The following is worth noting. Chituma had only one son, who was born at Ngulume. The son's mother was a member of a certain clan which Chituma found existing in Busoga. His son's name was Busuka. Busuka succeeded his father Chituma and had sons named Kisoma and Kirikoka. Kisoma the first succeeded his father, Busuka. Kisoma was a magician as well as a native doctor. He could perform wonderful miracles. Whenever he wished to cross a lake, he would order the water to divide to leave a dry path for him to walk on, and this would be so. He died and was buried at Kiumo. He left a number of sons, Muoya, Muchula, Muchabule, and Nambavu. Kirikoka succeeded his brother Kisoma the first. Muoya then succeeded his uncle Kirikoka, and during his time the country was peaceful. Muchula succeeded his brother Muolia. Muchula was quite old and died soon after his succession. Muchabule succeeded his brother Muchula and had 2 sons, Mpanji and Luwanyi. Mpanji succeeded his father Muchabule the first. Ranyi I succeeded his brother Mpanji. Munulo I succeeded his father Ranyi I. Lumme I succeeded his father Munulo I, while Kisoma II succeeded his father Lumme I. Muchabule II succeeded his father Kisoma II. Muchabule II was a brave fighter and fought many battles, in the course of which he expanded his kingdom considerably. There is a legend which states that during one of these battles, Muchabule stood on a hill and his wife brought a calabash of beer to refresh him. She stooped and knelt on her knees before handing him the calabash. Muchabule had fixed his spear nearly, and his dog was standing just beside him. The marks made by the wife's knees, the calabash, the spear, and the footprints of Muchabule and his dog that was standing beside him can still be seen up to this day, 400 years later. These marks are at Bubali in Bunya. The best known of his sons, Nandigobe, Mukedi, and Munyulo. Muchabula II was so fond of hunting that he planned to go and fight the people of the lineage of his grandfather on the mother's side. When the people of Bukasa heard about it, they were shocked and immediately thought out a plan to capture him and kill him. They put a plate of food and meat in one of their houses as bait. When Muchabula II came to the house, he saw the food and the meat, and his mouth watered. He sat down to eat and satisfied his hunger. As was coming out of the house, he fell on his own spear, which wounded him terribly, and he returned home suffering. At the end of a few days, he died. Nandigobi succeeded his father Muchabule II. Mukidi succeeded his brother Nandigobe. Munyuro II succeeded his brother Mukedi. Mukedi succeeded his brother Nandigobe. Munyuro II succeeded his brother Mukedi. He had the following children: Muna, Kasoma, Mwiru, Namirimwe, Kituma, Rai, Wanyoki, Nsube, Busuka, and Nandigobe. Kituma succeeded his father Munyuro II. Rai II succeeded his brother Kituma. Kituma succeeded his father Munyuro II. Rali II succeeded his brother Kituma. He had the following children: Lume, Mpanji, Katagwa, Kisozi, Basa, Chemba, Nkwitule, Owala, Njagozingombye, and Rali. Rai II sent an army against his own son Rai, who after being captured was burnt alive. He then appointed his other son Lume to succeed him. Lume II succeeded his father Rai II. Mpangi II succeeded his own brother Lume II. Owala succeeded his brother Mpangi II. Nyango Igombye succeeded his brother Owala. The new chief had the following children: Lugezi, Kisoma Muchabule III, Gusalaire, Muhammadi, Munyulo, Yokana Mukajanga, and many others. The name Luba became the title of the rulers of Bunya, beginning with Nyango Zigombye, who nicknamed himself so. This is interpreted to mean that a goat's jaw is never without anything to chew. He assumed his name when he was still a youth, strong and active, for he was never idle. The name in full was Luba Rambuzi, but it was later abbreviated to Luba. The Europeans built their fort in Bukaleba in 1892 during the rule of Nyango Zigombye, the Luba at that time. He was still the ruler when Bishop Hannington was killed on 29 October 1885. He ruled up to 1890. This Luba had sent to the king of Buganda an inquiry whether the English bishop should be allowed to enter Buganda from the east. The Kabaka replied that he would be most angry with Luba and would even send an army against him if he allowed such a thing to happen. The Kabaka of Buganda then simply ordered Luba to put the bishop to death. Thus, when the bishop was taken with his followers to a swamp and speared to death. The bishop was killed in the middle of his prayer. Fortunately, one of his followers who was supposed to be dead recovered and went back to report his master's death. In 1897, the revolt of the Sudanese troops were on safari with some Europeans in Kenya took place. Soon after the rise of this revolt, they came quickly to Bukaleba fort with arms. They did a lot of havoc in this fort, releasing all the prisoners and killing many people, including 3 Europeans, one of whom was Major Thurston. The Sudanese were driven from Bukaleba in 1896 and went on to Bunyoro. When the fighting was over, many Busoga were chosen to return to Mombasa the equipment that had been used in this fighting. The chiefs were also asked to escort their people. When these people came back from their long journey, they had contracted sleeping sickness in 1899. In addition to sleeping sickness, there was a terrible famine which killed many people in 1900. The effects of the sleeping sickness began to have effect on the people in 1902. But by 1906, the plague was at its worst. Luba's country, including some neighboring islands in Lake Victoria, were devastated in the regard of population. The government moved its headquarters from Bukaleba to Iganga in 1899. In May 1901, it was moved again to Jinja, where it stayed. Nyangozi Gombye, Luba, was the first president of Busoga in 1893, following the establishment of the government headquarters in his country at Bukaleba. All the chiefs in Busoga were ordered to go to Bukaleba and build their mbugas there. Luba was treated as the paramount chief among them, for he had much more authority over things than any of the other chiefs. He was the chairman in the chiefs' meetings. He was not given the title of president. His leadership was like that of the president of a club. He occupied that position until his death in 1906. His successors assumed the title of Luba. Owing to the ill effects that sleeping sickness had on the population, Luba's county and Igombe, Buyondi, and Buyende counties were all joined to form one county known as Bunya. This took place in 1908. A camp for people suffering with sleeping sickness was built at Busu, near Iganga, but it was later transferred to Chetume in Buganda. Kisoma III succeeded his father in 1906, and he ruled for only 2 years and fell a victim to sleeping sickness. Tenywa Bali Tenswa Luba succeeded his father Kisoma III. He also died shortly after a year in 1909. Wandira Muryabirime of Ngobi clan in Kigulu was appointed by the Busoga Luchiko to act as regent in Bunya, in place of the then still a boy Yonasanyi Kisajja, son of Luba. Yonasanyi Kisajja was still at Mengo High School. Later, Chibudunka, son of Muchabule Luba, was appointed to the chieftainship. Like his predecessor, Chibudunka immediately fell a victim of the plague. Before he died, he entrusted the chieftainship to Yusufu Balita, a Muslim, and his deputy. By this time, the population was very sparse. The country was mostly inhabited by wild animals. Most of the sub-chieftainships were vacant. Only Nanyumba of Igombe possessed about 60 people in his country. This was in the year 1919. Yusufu Balita was later confirmed in office by the government and the Busoga Luchiko. This was done only on the understanding that Kitumwa's lineage was extinct by then, in 1914. Yusufu Balita ruled an almost peopleless country, but when the plague was eradicated, more people went back to settle in his country. There are many people now, although the number does not justify the making of Bunya into a separate county. Nanyumba's country was joined to Bunya in 1920. Yokana Mukajanga is the head of the Nyonyi clan, Kituma's clan. Members of this clan live in the eastern parts of Bunya. Chapter 33. Bauba of Lugave clan. Long ago, a man named Mugaya lived in Bunyoro. He had 3 sons, Lukonda, Kisamo, and Bauba. Each of these sons had his own mother. When these sons grew up, they learnt much more about Busoga, where certain Bunyoro princes lived. They heard that Busoga was almost uninhabited, and they longed to go there and secure land for themselves. Bunyoro was at that time already densely populated, so the 3 sons could not find a place to settle and eventually decided to go to Busoga. They landed at a place named Chamatenda in Bugabula, where they stayed for some time. Later, they traveled farther inland and reached the Mutala of Namazala. By this time, Chitimbo of Bugabula had just arrived in Busoga. Chitimbo was one of the Bunyoro princes, sons of Mukama, who were living in Busoga. The 3 sons were given land by the princes whom they found living there. Lukonda was given Buchemanyima. Kisamu was given an area called Namazala. Nyiro gave Bauba an area called Bugonya. Bauba built his imbuga on a hill named Kasozi. He died in this place and was buried there. The history of the members of Bauba's lineage is exactly as the same as that of the members of the Lugave clan, which you will see in chapter 37. Chapter 34. Kibala Kaigwa of Ngabi clan, Bulole. It is said that Kitimbo of Bugabula had a son named Kivalia, sometimes called Lugwe. His father Kitimbo asked him to go and guard the boundary between their country and that of Nyiro and Muzaya. Kivalia then established himself on the Mutala of Nakabali, later named Bulole, after their ruler Malole. Kivalia liked his new home so much that he refused to go back to his father's home because the place was very fertile. Many people came and settled there. Soon after this, Kivalia broke away from his father's kingdom and declared himself independent in his own area. At the time of his death, he had greatly encroached on his father's lands. Nabongo succeeded his father Kivalia. He built his own imbuga at Namula, where he was buried. Malole succeeded his father Nabongo. Malole altered the name of his kingdom to Bulole, and the area got its name Bulole. After his death, the following chiefs each succeeded their father. Only Abaisali Kaigwa succeeded his brother. It was Kigologo, Mawerere, Bwamiki, Kaigwa I, Kikatufu, Abaisali Kaigwa II. This lineage belongs to the Ngabi clan. Chapter 35. Kiki of Ngobi clan. Samwaire Nkondo and 3 other members of Kiki's lineage state that Kiki came from Bunyoro and that he was a fisherman on the lake of Bunyoro. One day, Kiki wished to fish off the shores of Busoga and therefore crossed the lake with the following people: Namuwere of the Ngo clan, Pangobi of Mpisi clan, Muchama of Chisige clan, and Kabundu of Lugave clan. They landed at Lumuli on the banks of the river Nile. They stayed in this place for quite a long time. Later, Kiki traveled for some distance inland, but did not want to live far away from the lake in which he used to go fishing. He reached a place named Lubanyi, where he built an imbuga. The surrounding country was known as Bukwanga, which belonged to Muzaya. Kiki took the whole area and even encroached on Kivalia Lugwe's kingdom. He established himself firmly and became a strong ruler. His area extended down to the Nile. When he died, he was buried at Lubanyi. It is worth noting that Unyi I succeeded his father Kiki. Unyi left his father's home and built his own imbuga at Namuenda, where he was buried after his death. Okwiri succeeded his father Unyi I, and Maiso succeeded his father Okwiri. Mukalula succeeded his father Maiso, and Kagunya succeeded his father Mukalula. Kavu succeeded his father Kaguya, While Unyi II succeeded his father Kavu, Muwangwa Musubo succeeded his father Unyi II, while Bazaya succeeded his father Muwangwa Musubo. Salamu succeeded his father Bazaya, while Kakoko succeeded his father Salamu. Samwiri Nkondo succeeded his father Kakoko. All these were buried at Namuendwa. Chapter 36. Lubandi of the Igobi clan, Nakinkunyu. Lubandi was Kitimbo's son and Kibalya's brother. Once Kibalya was given lands of his own, Lubandi felt offended and left his father's home, and he had many followers with him. He wandered about hunting wild animals until he reached a place which had no inhabitants at all. He built his imbuga in this place. The place in which Lubandi built his imbuga was known as Nabikunyu, but later the area was named after him and became known as Bulubandi. At one time, Lubandi fought a battle against some Baganda who were trying to come into Busoga to do havoc. The battle was a bloody one, and there were many casualties, among whom Lubandi himself was included. Many women and children were captured and taken into slavery by Baganda, who also carried away much property as spoils of war. Lubandi left two sons, Lubandi the eldest, and another whose name is not known. The successful Lubandi rulers were Lubandi I, who was succeeded by his son Lubandi II. Kigwa succeeded his father Lubandi II. Magolo succeeded his father Kigwa, while Mulowoza succeeded his father Magolo. Kisa succeeded his father Mulowoza, while Kintu succeeded his father Kisa. Owing to the fact that the old people who knew the history of the lineage of Lubandi are all dead, I've collected this meager information from their neighbors. It has been very difficult for me to feel certain about the truth of this information that I give here. What I have written is confirmed as being true by a member of Kitimbo's lineage. However, there is a little doubt concerning the names of the successive rulers. I have had to reject some names because no sufficient proof could be given. Chapter 37. Mulemu of Lugave clan of Chamatende. Long ago, there lived a man in Bunyoro named Mugaya. He had many children, 3 of whom left their home and came to Busoga. Their names were Kisamo and Bauba. They were later joined by their brother Mulemu, who also had come from Bunyoro. Mulemu was a restless young man and fond of hunting. He had 2 dogs named Bakina and Lugabo. They were very useful to him in hunting, and he was very proud of them. When Mulemu left Bunyoro to go and join his brothers in Busoga, he had with him his wife named Nabidye and his 2 dogs. He landed at Chamatende, where his brothers had landed before, in Bugabula. Here, he built his imbuga without the knowledge of his brothers. Mulemu lived here permanently and had 5 sons. Magaya, who was given a place known as Nambale in Bugabula. Kijiki, who was given a place known as Nakavule in Bugabula. Mukwata, who was given a place known as Kaliro in Bugabula. Lukonda, who was given a place known as Itakaibulu in Bugabula, and Musumba, who succeeded him. Some people state that before his death, Mulemu appealed to Kitimbo, the owner of Bugabula, for the area of land which he shared between his sons. This area later became the kingdoms of the members of the Lugave clan. Mulemu died and was buried at Kasozi. Musumba II, who succeeded Mulemu, was a brave fighter. Once, a very proud gang of Baganda fighters invaded Busoga and did much damage in many places. This gang, which was headed by Kabali, entered Musumba's country and sought to humiliate the ruler there. Musumba attacked them at once and killed their leader Kabali, including many of his men. The gang had entered Musumba's country during his absence, as he was away on a visit to Nsaiga's imbuga at Maundu, but until he had news of them, the Baganda had done much damage to his own imbuga. However, before the Vandalas were clear of his imbuga, Musumba II had fallen upon them with a strong group of fighters and killed many of them, including Kabali, their leader. Later, a charge was made against Musumba in Kabaka Mutesa's court, but Musumba was found not guilty since he had done nothing to deserve such an invasion. On the day that the Muganda Kabali was killed, the drum Namulemu was sounded. Musumba had 2 drums of the Lugave clan. The first one was named after Mulemu and was known as Namulemu. This drum was often sounded to warn the people of approaching danger so that they would get ready to fight. This was the same as Zibondo's drum called Namuzwahala, which was sounded to call the fighters together whenever it was necessary. In fact, throughout Busoga, there was a certain sound of drum which connoted a sense of danger to the minds of those who would hear it. Whenever it sounded, all people would be obligated to run quickly and assemble on a spot and find out what the matter was. This particular sound of drum was known as Mukidi or Okulaya. In the same way, this drum Namulemu was often sounded to warn people of the area of certain danger. This was just like the soldier's alarm sound on a bugle. The second drum was known as Musumba Makalu Bambamba, and its sound often broadcast peace, and everybody in the country would therefore be merry. It is worth noting that Musumba, who succeeded Mulemu, was the son of a woman who belonged to Nachigu clan. Musumba moved his imbuga from where his father had built it and took it to Kaliro, where he was buried. Magaya II succeeded his father Musumba, and he built his own imbuga at Imbali. Magaya I was killed by an army of Baganda who had come to Busoga on the request of Chizindula, who had wished to oust his brother Lujobyo. Magaya II succeeded his father Magaya I, and he built his new imbuga at Namasiga, Lukonko, where he died and was buried. Chamawa succeeded his father Magaya II. Then Senkufa succeeded his father Chamawa, and he built his imbuga at Namayengere, where he was buried. Alabike succeeded his father Senkufa, and he rebuilt the old imbuga of Kasozi, where he was buried. Kiziraho succeeded his father Alabike. Kaiso, born of a woman of Banamwanse clan, succeeded his father Kaiziraho, and he built his own imbuga at Nabutambula, where he was buried. Mpambe succeeded his father Kaiso, and he lived in his own imbuga of Bufudi. Then Mwangwa succeeded his father, and he lived in his imbuga at Bulija, where he was buried. Mutega succeeded his father Mwangwa, and he rebuilt the imbuga of Kasozi. Waiswa then succeeded his father Mutega and built his own imbuga at Namfukach, where he was buried. Luba succeeded his father Waiswa and built his own imbuga at Nalulangaire, where he was buried. Nabundagala succeeded his father Luba and built his own imbuga at Nabutambala, where he was buried. Musumba II then succeeded his father Nabundagala. He was a famous fighter, and his name went down in history as such. Whenever his peace drum sounded, his people would gather in his imbuga and make an oath to die for him under all circumstances. He then gave them much beer to drink and much food to eat as they wished. Musumba II never sat on a stool, but often sat only on hides or skins. Because of his bravery and cruelty at the same time, he was known in many parts of Busoga and Buganda alike. When he died, he was buried at Kasozi, which is now known as Bugaya, 17 miles on Jinja to Kayunga Road. Buonga succeeded his father Musumba II and built his imbuga at Bugombia, where he was buried. Biwero then went on to succeed his father Buonga, but by that time, the chieftainship had lost its independence owing to the small size of the country. It had now become a Gombora ruled by Mutuba II, Luuka. Chapter 38. Chemayima of Lugave Clan. From Buyemayima. Waira of Buchemanyima and Gaifuba of Kaliro, both of Lugave clan, were of Magaya's lineage. It is said that long ago in Bunyoro there lived a man named Chemutuka, a brave fighter, one of the fighters of Mukama, the king of Bunyoro. This brave fighter felt strong enough to build a kingdom of his own, and therefore crossed to Busoga, where he hoped to find a kingdom for himself. He had wives and an assistant, a man named Bajube of Fumbe clan. He sailed in a canoe from Chamatende and landed in Bugabula. He spent some time there hunting wild animals. Later, he went to a place called Namazala near Lukonko in Namasiga, where he lived for some time. He had 2 sons, Magaya and Chemanyuma. When these 2 grew up, their father gave them lands to rule. Magaya Bauba was given a country now known as Bugaya after its ruler. Chemanyuma was given the lands which he named Buchemanyuma. All the lands given to the 2 sons were uninhabited wastes at that time, but they both cultivated their areas and made them into their own kingdoms. Their father remained at Lukonko, which was later joined to Magaya Bauba's kingdom. Most parts of their countries had no names, but when the population increased, these parts were named mostly after some outstanding people in them. It is worth noting the following: that Chemanyuma built his imbuga at a place called Itankaibulo, and he had the following children: Kijiki, Mutachama, and Muwombi. When the population increased, members of Chemanyuma's lineage started fighting against rulers of the neighboring parts such as Kaima of Buima, Sewanga of Busewanga, and Nsaiga of Bukasa Omaundo. They wished to conquer and rule them, and their weapons were spears and big clubs. The attackers, however, failed to conquer their neighbors, who remained independent until the arrival of the Europeans. When all the small kingdoms lost their independence, some of them became Gombololas, and some were Milukas, while others became Mitalas, the smallest administrative unit. Chemanyuma had kept his independence until that time. He died in his home at Kavule. Kijika succeeded his father Chemanyuma, but he did nothing by which he is remembered. He ruled only for 1 year and then died. Mukwata, his only son, succeeded him, but the father's brothers objected to his succession because he was still a young boy. Some old people, including some common people in the country, had approved of the succession. This led to a bitter quarrel between the 2 parties, which only ended in a fight. On the side of those who supported the succession of Mukwata was a man named Mubairo of the Lugave clan. He fought so well that his side was victorious, and Mukwata was subsequently confirmed in office. He ruled well, and he had 2 sons, Chinatama and Luulo. He died and was buried at Kavule. Chinatama succeeded his father Mukwata, and he ruled successfully. He had 8 sons. He was buried at Itakaibulo, where he died. Muhombi succeeded his father Kinatama. Muhombi was buried at Kasozi. Lukanda then succeeded his father Muhombi, and when he died, he too was buried at Itakaibulo. Kakwikiri murdered his brother Lukanda and succeeded to the chieftainship. The people hated him because of this evil deed, and they eventually murdered him too. Lumbo Mwav, who had gained much popularity among the common people because of his support of the murder of Kakwikiri, the evildoer, was appointed to succeed to the chieftainship. During his reign, Europeans arrived in Busoga for the very first time, but his country was not peaceful until he fought and defeated an army which was raised against him by Lugolole, son of Kakwikiri. Lugolole was banished from the country and his lands were confiscated. Lugolole did not yield to these circumstances. He had heard that on the presentation of a case, the Europeans would show just consideration. He therefore went to Wiganga and presented his case to Mr. William Grant. This was in the year 1900, but his case was not heard until 1902, when the government headquarters was in Jinja. Mr. William Grant decided that the country in dispute should be shared between Lugolole and Lumba Omwav. Lumba Omwav was not satisfied with the decision, so he left the part which had been divided and given to him, and he went to settle at Buzimbirira in Bugabula. Lugolole was very pleased to see that his enemy had left the whole country to him. Lugolole therefore ruled the whole country, being the successor of his uncle Lumbomwavu. He ruled quite well, and when he saw that he had grown too old to rule, he yielded the chieftainship to Lumbomwavu's son, Waira. By this time, the chieftainship had been reduced to a mere mutala. The population, moreover, was very sparse in the area. Waira, son of Lumbomwavu, thus ascended to the chieftainship. His father never returned to his country, and Chemanyima's lineage was reduced to the status of a commoner in rank. Chapter 39. Kambato of Jobyo clan. Kambato was one of Kintu's sons. Once, Kintu and his wife Nambi went to Bwembe, where they left their son Kambato to rule over that area. Leaving sons in secluded areas like this was a common habit of Kintu. Being left alone, Kambato married a woman named Naikonde, who was born near the lake. The history of Bwembe is rather obscure, but one thing is certain, and this is that Bwembe was a kingdom ruled by members of Jobyo clan until the time that it was joined to Bunya as a result of the outbreak of sleeping sickness. This took place in 1906. Because all the inhabitants died of that plague, the kingdom was not even converted into a Gombora or even a Muluka. Whatever information I was able to gather concerning the members of the clan was obtained by the assistance of Luba, Saza chief of Bunya. Lugendo succeeded his father Kambato. Mpuluzi succeeded his father Lugendo. Kirikwiziranya succeeded his father Mpuluzi. Mugairebusa succeeded his father Kirikwiziranya. Kasolo succeeded his father Mugairebusa, while Muranyi succeeded his father Kasolo. Bamunyonyeza succeeded his father Muranyi. Then Biamundu succeeded his father Bamunonyeza. Iswaga succeeded his father Biamundu, while Nabutala succeeded his father Iswanga. Chikonyogo succeeded his father Nabutala, while Nakasasa succeeded his father Chikonyogo. Tabao succeeded his father Nakasasa, and Inzito succeeded his father Tabao. Chisungo succeeded his father Nzito. Kiganira succeeded his father Kisungo. Nkolongo succeeded his father Chiganira, and Nsankana succeeded his father Nkolongo. Naku succeeded his father Nsankana, while Nawano succeeded his father Naku. Then Magala succeeded his father Nawano, while Mpalakaire succeeded his father Magara. Kirigwa succeeded his father Mparakayire, and Mubbe succeeded his father Kirigwa. The reason why the line of the successors is long is that the last 10 ruled for only a short time and then died of sleeping sickness. Because of the plague, members of this clan were obliged to intermarry with their kin of Abaisekema. They forgot the relationship that existed between them. Chapter 40. Muluyi of Nkerewe clan, Bunyuli. When Chintu was still in Busoga, he traveled to a place called Muluyi. Following his arrival there, a child was born to him whom he named Muluyi. Muluyi was part of Nyumba's country. The following are the successive rulers of Muluyi. The first being Muluyi. Then came Nsomi, Mwembo, Kisiba, Lungira, Mpanji, Kasajja, Kitalo, Kisobi, Kaswa, Mwanalira, Kumwami, Bwemi, Kasindike, Byawa, Mulaya, Burala, Nyengo, Katunga, and Cheya. The country that was once known as Muluyi is now called Bunyuli. Chapter 41. Chemma of Wakaima Clan. Chemma was Mukama Okintu's son, born at Buswikira. Chemma was given the mutala of Nabuzi in addition to 11 other mitalas. These became Chemma's kingdom. He was fond of cultivation and was also a skilled door maker. Buchemma was also one of the areas that was badly affected by the sleeping sickness, just like other kingdoms in those parts. Soon after the outbreak of sleeping sickness, Buchemma kingdom came to an end. Many people died and others sought refuge elsewhere. The following were the successive rulers of the lineage of Chemma. Chemma, who later died at Nabuzi, was succeeded by Mutira, who also died at Nabuzi. Lufundu succeeded and died at Bulagala. He was succeeded by Wambwa, who died at Bumanyanjwa. Then came Mutabwe, who died at Bulagala, and Kawoma, who died at Namaigoma. Then Sigala succeeded and died at Bulagala and was succeeded by Maudi, who also died at Bulagala. Mukaduna succeeded Maudi and died at Bulagala. Then came Mansuti, who also died at Bulagala. Nkumbi died at Bulagala and Kigoma died at Bulagala. Chigoma succeeded and after died at Bulagala. Nambafu succeeded Kigoma and also died at Bulagala. Then came Kasiri, who succeeded Nambafu and also died at Bulagala. Kirianseka succeeded Kasiri and died at Bulagala. Then came Talame, Chemba, Mpalaka, Lugwe, Kivule, Kasakantu, and Kalume, all who died in Bulagala. And as sure as all these successive rulers died at Bulagala, the native lands of the members of the Chemma clan are at Bulagala. Chapter 42. Musubo of the Kasanke clan. Information about this clan was given by Yeremia Kamira, Wandicha, Musa Kaduyu, Daudi Mutekanga, and some other members of the Kasanke or Namusubo clan. The history begins with the descent of Kintu and his wife Nambi, together with a hen and a load of millet from heaven. Kintu landed at Buswikira Ngobe in Bunya. While he was at Buswikira, he heard the following children: Kimera, Kibubuli, Ntembe, Musubo, and Lukedi. Mukama Kintu lived at Buswikira for many years before he left for Buganda. When he arrived in Buganda, he had many children such as Mukasa, to whom he gave the islands, and another was given the country of Bunyoro. Before leaving Busoga, Kintu had divided the country between his sons, whom he left there. Musubo was given that part of the country which is now known as Bugiri, and he built his imbuga at Kalalu. Later, Musubo built his new imbuga at Buyende. He had two sons, Kizingule and Kitalangufu, to each of whom he gave some of the parts of the country to rule. These parts were hilly, and these hills were called Buzinguli and Kitalangufu. Later, Musubo built his own imbuga at Buzinguli Hill, within Kizingule's area. Kizingule was given the mutala of Mukole in the place of the hill that he lost. Musubo is said to have been a very reasonable ruler who never failed to settle any disputes within his clan. There is a legend which states that once a man named Mukama entered Busoga from an unknown place and wanted to claim the whole country of Busoga as his, but rather found the sons of Kintu who were living there. He then introduced himself as a prince, but Kintu's sons did not know him, although they could guess from his manner of speech and general behavior that he was from Bunyoro. Therefore, they sent an inquiry about him to their father Kintu, who was in Buganda. But Kintu, the Kabaka of Buganda, did not know him either. So he sent messengers to Unyi, king of Bunyoro, to inquire about this man. Unyi then informed the Kabaka of Buganda that it was true Mukama was a prince who who had left Bunyoro to go in search for a place where he could settle. Mukama was not satisfied with the country of Kungambwa, which Uni had given him. That was the reason why he had gone to Busoga. When the Kabaka of Buganda had this news, he immediately appointed some emissaries, Walusimbi of Umfumbe clan and Katende of Lugave clan, to go and inform the sons of Kintu officially that Mukama was indeed truly a prince from Bunyoro. The information was delivered at a meeting held at Buswikira. On reception of this information, it was agreed that the country should be divided into two so that Mukama could have half of it. The central boundary was drawn between Busoga and Samia, via Dunga Kavirondo's country, now in Budama district, up to Namakoko Hill in Bukoli. Mukama's half included Bugweri, Busambira, Busikiri, Bunyoro, now Kagulu, Luuka, Bulamoji, Bugabula, and Buzaya. After he had his share, Mukama divided his own area between his son Kakaire Mieya, who had not been included. It is worth noting that Musubu remained with Buyende and Bugulu, and he died and was buried in Izimbuga on Buzengule Hill. Kizengule succeeded his father Musubu, and when he died too, was buried on Buzingule Hill. The third thing also to note is that Chitalangufu succeeded his brother Kizengule. He built his imbuga on Kitalangufu Hill in Buyende near Bugulu. The country all around the hill was also called Kitalangufu. Kitalangufu had one son named Lunyala. After the reign of Kitalangufu, the Masubo clan began to decline in power. It is now regarded as one of the smallest clans with no importance whatsoever. But in the olden days, a man named Lubaale Kalalu, a very outstanding native doctor, nearly revived their reputation. The decline in power and reputation was due to the loss of the lands sustained by Kitalangufu. Kalalu was such a reputable native doctor that when he died, people worshipped his spirit, known as Kalalu. Goats, cattle, chickens, and other things on his tomb, members of Namusubo clan, became the priests who were responsible for receiving the offerings and even the sacrifices on behalf of the spirit of Kalalu. The Namasubo clan was also the first to own the country of Bugweri, but they were later ousted by Kakairi. Chapter 43. Ikoba of Umpindi clan. Long ago in Kavirondo, there lived a man named Ikoba. His home was on an island known as Sigulu or Kigulu, which stands in the neighborhood of two hills uniformly named Nsumbe. Later, Ikoba was fed up with the life on an island, so he decided to go to the mainland. He had his followers whom he landed at Nkunja in Buganda. It is stated that Ikoba had heard of the approach of Mukama and had hoped to give him passage across the lake. When Mukama reached Samia, he altered his direction and traveled through Bukoli. This alteration in direction is said to have been the cause of Ikoba's going to Buganda. Ikoba lived at Bukunja near Lake Victoria for many years, and later he crossed the lake and landed on the shores of Busoga. He came to Busoga because his whole culture was similar to that of the people of Busoga. When he came, he founded a kingdom named Bukoba for himself. His clan expanded greatly so that it had many members. By 1908, some parts of his kingdom had become independent chieftainships. In that year, the kingdom was joined to Bunya because of the sleeping sickness. These were the successive rulers belonging to Ikoba's lineage. The first being Ikoba, then came Nalugoda, Lukasi I, Nsikemera, Chamuka, Kamyuka, Kigwe, Lukasi II, Kamira Ngoma, Bazanya I, Bazanya Isabirye, Mpanda, Isikwere, Muluta, Batwagulaine, Luwanyi, Nkoto the first, and then Nkoto the second. These were succeeded by Nsoddo, who was followed by Nalugoda Kirevu, Kirindwe, Irusubye, Isabye Mageja, Kintu, Namirerabe, Waiswa, Lukasi the third, Bazaya the second, and then Kirimubukoba. Each of these rulers succeeded their father according to the tradition. Chapter 44. Mukama and Kintu. There are two major ways in which the history of the ancestors of Busoga is told. Each of these ways is again subdivided until we come down to individual details, such as narration of the individual persons or clans given in the previous chapters. This type of narrative history is given by members of the clan under consideration. For this reason, the reader is asked to be observant as he reads through the chapters, so that he notices the different sources or origins of the ancestors given by different clans. There are many profound differences between the narrative history of every clan in Busoga. The reason for this is because all this history is memory history, which suffered much alterations, omissions, or false additions, as it was being handed down from generation to generation. It is therefore very difficult to arrange the history of Busoga in its proper chronological order. It is even more difficult to ascertain the truth of some of these historical statements. Busoga is historically divided in two major parts. The line of division is drawn from the demarcation with Samya Kavirondo, now known as Budama districts, towards Lake Victoria, but some distance away from it, and on across the hills of Lualambago, through Nyenda, Bulanga, Kamigo, Bukanga, across the River Nile and up to Lake Choga. The line curves in the direction of River Mpologoma, across which it runs, cutting off the large parts of Bugiri, Bunyuli, and Budama districts, and back to the starting point in Samya. The area within this circle belonged to the lineage of Mukama, with the exception of Kisiki Igaga. And the second, starting from the demarcation between Wakoli's and Igulu's countries on the shores of Lake Victoria, including the islands of Buvuma, Kiringira, Buluta, Bugaya, Kabale, Kasajja, and others, form the part owned by the lineage of Kintu. Their area also included these islands situated in Lake Victoria: Nairima, Lingira, Butale, Kabale, Jasanja, Bugaya, Jaguzi, Namiti, Iziru, Sangitu, and many others. The line of demarcation runs as far down to the River Nile, including the areas of Ntembe, Nkwanga, Bugule, Kamigo, Batambogwe, Igombe, Bunya, and Igulu's part. This area belonged to the members of Kintu's lineage, excluding the lineage of Kitima of Nyangi clan. The history of the coming of Mukama into Busoga differs from the corresponding history of Kintu. Some people state that Mukama came from the east and he had with him many wives, children, servants, cattle, goats, sheep, dogs, fowls, and other things. Nobody knows the real origin of Mukama before he came to Busoga. Moreover, some people state that all the children mentioned in this chapter belonged to Mukama and were therefore subjected to the traditions and customs of their father's clan. It is said that Kakaire was rejected by all his brothers, so no statements are made in acceptance of the fact that Kakaire was truly a son of Mukama. Then, another group of historians maintain that Mukama never came to Busoga himself, but that he sent his own children to come and settle in it. These are now represented by the hereditary chiefs in various parts of Busoga. Mukama himself is said to have lived in Bunyoro, but all his children in Busoga recognized and accepted him as their father. What is in doubt is whether Mukama ever came to Busoga. The history, as given by the lineage of Kintu, is more inconsistent. Whereas these people believe that they belong to the lineage of Kintu, their customs and traditions are diverse. Some belong to Mpologoma clan, others to Njaza clan, and still others belong to Nkerewe, Ngo, Nyonyi, and Jobyo clans. They all intermarry, a thing which is never done by those of the lineage of Mukama. The people of the lineage of Mukama all belong to one Ngobi clan. This fact makes it difficult for us to believe that all the different clans that we've mentioned were of the lineage of Kintu. It is possible that with the exception of the Njaza clan, the rest were all mere followers of Kintu. It is evidently true that a man named either Kintu or Mukama ever lived in Busoga. It is probable that this man was known by two different names. A comprehensive survey may reveal that the fact that those people who know Kintu live in those parts of Busoga which are in the neighborhood of Buganda. It may be that these people learnt the name from Buganda. On the other hand, the people who believe that a man named Mukama once lived in Busoga live in Budamya, Samya, Bugweri, Bukoli, Kigulu, Bukono, and Bulamoji. All these countries are far away from Bunyoro, so it can't be thought that they were influenced by Bunyoro. Moreover, their languages and customs are similar to those of Bunyoro. Many people in these parts name their children Mukama. All these things seem to prove that Mukama actually came to Busoga. Some of Kintu's lineage, on the other hand, state that Kintu came from the east and traveled through Busoga and lived at Igombe, where he died. But members of Namusubo clan state that Kintu descended from heaven with his wife Nambi, and that he arrived in Busoga long before Mukama did and even his children. It is possible that those people whom Mukama or his sons, the princes of Busoga, found living on the shores of Lake Victoria were the sons of Kintu. It is also possible that these lakeshore dwellers were in Bukoli. These lakeshore dwellers were a ruling clan. One day, a man named Mukwaya, a herdsman in the service of the sons of Kintu, luckily picked beads of chieftainship. When he showed these beads to the public, he was automatically made chief over his servants. Mukwaya was a member of Ngobi clan, and his other name was Okali. He was one of the sons of Mukama who had come to live in Busoga. Thus, beyond all expectation, Okali, son of Mukama, snatched the chieftainship from the sons of Kintu. He was the first Wakoli, and his lineage was automatically linked to that of Kintu. But before Mukwaya became Wakoli, 22 people of the lineage of Kintu had ruled Kigulu successively. 21 ruled Bugweri, 16 ruled Bukono, 11 ruled Buzaya, 1 had ruled Bulamoji, 11 ruled Bugabula, and 11 had ruled Luuka. People who regard themselves as Barangira in some parts of Busoga would marry Bambeja of Bukoli. This practice came to an end in 1920 when a ceremony of reunification was held by members of Ngobi clan and those of Bukoli somewhere in Busoga. But sons and daughters of Bugiri still safely marry people of Bukoli, although they belong to the lineage of Mukama. Chapter 45. The birth of a son who is a Mukama. The signs which show that a newborn son is a Mukama are these, but all of them are subject to the approval of the elders. 1. The first sign is the appearance of some kind of worms immediately after the birth. These worms may come from the body of either the mother or the child. These worms show that the child has been signaled out for dedication to the spirit of Mukama. The second sign is the presence of any defect on the body of the child. An old person could also become a Mukama in the following manner. He starts by falling seriously ill or having patches like leprosy on his body. On the other hand, his whole household may fall seriously ill. If any of these signs appear, it is up to the person concerned to inquire from the wise men, usually the witch doctors. In either of these cases, the person affected is named Mukama and is further dedicated to Mukama. This ceremony of dedication is a very important one. A house is specially built for him, and this house is surrounded by a fence of reeds. In addition to this house, sacrifices are made to the new Mukama. If he is a child, then the mother and child are obligated to live in the new house until the child grows up. But if he is an adult, he lives in the house until the fulfillment of certain rituals. Any child that is dedicated to Mukama must not be seen by his father until the time that the child comes of age. Even the father's brothers are bound by the same rule until the ceremony of bringing Mukama out to the public is performed. The ceremony is performed by a group of professional witch doctors. They do it for a pay or a salary which is determined by themselves, and however high that salary may be, Mukama or his father or family has to pay it. After the ceremony, the house is now destroyed and pulled down. In most cases, these Mukamas are heathen who worship ghosts, spirits, and trees. They never eat mutton, fish, or anything that has the smell of fish. Fish must be kept very far away from Mukama's house or home. He is given a spotted dog, which in turn is also called Mukama. Traditionally, such a person is born among members of the Igobi clan only. Chapter 46. Mukama's Sons in Busoga. The reason why Mukama never took any of his sons with him in Bunyoro is not clear to many people. Whereas many more of his sons, such as Myea and Wakoli, left Bunyoro and came to Busoga, only one of those sons who were living in Busoga paid a short visit to Bunyoro. His name was Ibanda. There were altogether 8 sons in Busoga, and they eventually had sons of their own. It is believed that once the elder brother succeeded their father, the rest of the family resented his rule and so built their kingdoms which they could rule independently. These are the names of the sons of Mukama, who were given parts of Busoga to settle in and rule. Each of them was a small king in his own area. The first, Unye Nkono of Bukono. The second, Ngabani, Zibondo of Bulamoji. The third, Kakaire Myea of Bugiri, was not accepted by his brothers. The fourth, Okali Monja, Wakoli of Bukoli. The fifth, Muzaya of Buzaya. The sixth, Kitimbo Gabula of Bugabula. The seventh, Nyirongobi of Kigulu. The eighth, Ibanda Tabingwa of Lubuka. These sons developed the skill of making iron goods, and they began making hoes and other things. The places where they made these things can still be seen today. Okali or Wakoli was given that part of the country which is in the place where Mukama himself first made these iron goods. This part of the country is now known as Bukoli. Unye Nkono was given Bukono, which is bounded by the river Mpologoma. This area was so large that Uni was asked to share it with his brother Ngabani Zibondo. Then Mukama traveled through Bunyoro, now Kigulu, Luuka, and came to the hills of Kamigo, a place that dwelled many elephants. Mukama spent much time in these hills hunting elephants. While he was there, a man named Kisambira from Unyenda Hill came seeking to befriend him. Mukama accepted the friendship. Kisambira was one of the Isegaga clan and was so convinced by the good intentions of his new friend that he gave Mukama his own daughter for a wife. Her name was Tegula, which means a gift. Mukama accepted the gift and married the girl. While he continued his journey, his new wife became pregnant. Soon, she found traveling very difficult, but Mukama made her a walking stick from a mubanda tree which grew in a forest at the foot of Kamigo Hills. Even with the assistance of the walking stick, the wife still found difficulty in walking, so her husband Mukama built a house for her there in Kamigo and left her there. Her sisters then came to attend to her, but Mukama continued on his journey. He traveled along the banks of River Nile, eventually coming to parts of the country which were later known as Buzaya, after Muzaya, the prince who ruled it. He gave this part to his son Muzaya, and in the course of his travels, he gave the central part now known as Kigulu to Nyiro. Ngobi Ibanda Tabingwa was given the area of Kamigo. Muzaya built his own imbuga in the place where his father was when he was dividing the country between his sons, and he lived there permanently. Some people state that Mukama gave locations to Ibanda and Unyi from Bunyoro, and that he gave them an emissary, Nabala, of Umpisi clan to go and show them the locations. This is stated in the history of both Kigulu and Luwuka. It is also thought that Muzaya was the eldest of the sons and that he got the land last. He was older than Okali, Nyiro, Ibanda, and Kitimbo. It is further stated that most of these sons were born during the wanderings of Mukama. Having given lands to most of his children, Mukama continued on his journey along the banks of the Nile. He had with him his son Kitimbo and many followers. He, however, reached a place named as Kakindu, and then viewed that part of Buganda which is now known as Bugerere. He also caught sight of Kasato Hill, which had so long attracted his attention. He climbed on top of the hill and had a view of the whole country through which he had travelled. He also sighted the hills of Bugondo in Lake Choger and Namulumunyuka Island, which he had passed on his way from Lango. The view of the country, as seen from Kasato Hill, satisfied Mukama's belief that Busoga was too small for him and his followers. He therefore decided to cross over to Bunyoro. The whole group then left Kasato Hill and sailed across Lake Choger and landed in Bunyoro. The place where Mukama embarked on his boat on his way to Bunyoro is regarded as sacred by many people in Busoga. This is where the water for bathing a newborn Mukama, or a child to be dedicated to Mukama, is drawn. Once he landed in Bunyoro, Mukama never returned to Busoga. He found a man named Katandwe, who was living on the shores of the lake, and asked him to accompany him inland. Before the arrival of Mukama, Kitandwe had been the ruler of the whole country. Then the true rivals went inland and engaged themselves in hunting. Kitandwe, however, was a selfish man. Whenever he killed any game, he never shared it with the people. He thus lost popularity because of his selfishness. But Mukama, on the other hand, was very generous, and he quickly won the popularity of the whole community and was made king. Most of the inhabitants were people of Koli and Lango districts. They were not known as Banyoro. Before Mukama left for Bunyoro, he gave to Kitimbo that part of the country which lay before the hill of Kasato. On two of its sides, one part was bounded by Muzaya's and Ibanda's countries. Another group of historians state that Mukama was the head of a clan whose obscure origin was either the mountainous country of Bugishu or north in the Sudan. From this obscure origin, Mukama traveled westwards in company with many people, cattle, goats, sheep, dogs, and other things. That he first traveled through Teso and down to the Nile in the Madi country, now Lango districts. He then altered direction and travelled backwards. This is how the Jaluo people came to Bugiri, Bunyuli, Budama, Busoga and Kavirondo. Mukama had sighted some attractive hills and wished to settle towards them. Probably one of those hills was Gambalagala Hill in Teso. But failing to find his way to these hills, Mukama retreated and struck a new course along the Nile. He reached the shores of Lake Choga via the country inhabited by the Abamiro or Lango people. It is stated in the first chapter of the book of Basekabakaba Buganda, written by Sir Apollo Kagwa and published in 1912, that Kintu came from Podi in South Sudan, North Africa, and arrived in Bunyoro. In a book written by the Katikiro of Bunyoro, Petero Bikunya, an explanation of how Bunyoro came into existence is given. He states that the ancestors of Bunyoro came from Madi, now Lango district. All these facts prove that our ancestors came from the north in the Sudan. Sir Apollo Kagwa adds that when Kintu arrived in Buganda, he sent his grandson Ntembe, son of Unyi, to Busoga. Ntembe, it is alleged, was sent to Busoga as ruler. This is the root of the allegation often made by Baganda that the whole country of Busoga belonged to Ntembe. This, however, is not accepted by the Basoga. Petero Bikunya states that there was a Munyoro prince who was sent to Busoga and that all the Basoga of today belong to the lineage of this prince. Even this statement is not accepted. It is generally, however, believed that 4 sons of Mukama of Bunyoro were sent to Busoga by their father. Some individuals seem to disagree with this view. They maintain that these sons were only left in Busoga by Mukama on his way to Bunyoro. However, it is widely known that the Basoga people belong to the Jaluo stock of people who came from the North Sudan. The other people who belong to this group are the Acholi, Lango, Bagwere, Badama and Kavirondo people. While Mukama was still in Lango, he visited a certain island in the Lake Choga and climbed up Namulaka Hill and had a good view of the distant countries. He sighted the hills of Kasota, Kagulu, Nsoba and others. He immediately conceived an idea to travel towards them, but his progress was badly handcuffed by the absence of a boat by which he could cross the lake. The country was almost uninhabited, and there were no people who could make boats or canoes. He was therefore obligated to take the land route, which was much longer. He traveled through Teso, Bugweri, along the river Mpologoma and entered Bunyuli, hence to Budama. From Budama country, he traveled along the land route and entered in Busoga. On his arrival in Busoga, Mukama first went to Nangoma Hill in Bukoli. He settled on this hill for a short time, surveying the country and hunting wild animals. All through the course of his travels, Mukama thrived on the flesh of the animals that he killed. From Nyangoma, he traveled to Walugoma in Bunya. By then, the Luba rulers had not come into existence as such, but there were members of the Isemagumba or Njaza clan living there, mostly on the shores of Lake Victoria. The central part of Busoga was very much sparsely populated. From here, Mukama returned to Bukoli, where he had come from. Among his followers was a man named Nabala of Umpisi clan. Mukama had 2 dogs named Lubale and Munyoro, which were put in the care of Nabala. After a short stay in Bukoli, Mukama again returned to Bunya and reached Bukaleba for the second time. While he was there, he sighted the hills of Naiso in Buganda and the hills of the islands of Buvuma. From Bukaleba, Mukama traveled to Buluba, where he stayed for a short period of time before penetrating into the heart of the country. There are many and various views held about Kintu and Mukama. Some people state that Mukama was living in Buganda when he sent his sons to occupy Busoga. Others maintain that Kintu descended from heaven with his wife Nambi, a hen and other things. However, They all invariably believe that Kintu is the father of them all. Even those people who regard themselves as members of the lineage of Mukama of Bunyoro also believe that Kintu was the father of all fathers. The sons of Mukama ruled over a large piece of country which could hold a population of about 100,000 people. Every one of them had his own kingdom and ruled like a real king. They had large palaces, sub-chiefs below them, and observed customs and traditions just like any other big kabaka. Examples of these kingdoms are Bugabula and Bulamoji. The whole population of these kingdoms was loyal to their king. They practiced the custom of digging up the skulls of their dead kings for preservation in the most sacred huts. This is exactly the same custom as practiced in Buganda. Since the lineage of the kings of Buganda is believed to have originated within the lineage of Mukama, the fact that the custom is practiced in two different countries proves that the sons of Mukama truly came to Busoga. The custom is a testimony to the close relationship which exists. The skulls of the kings of Bugabula are taken to a place called Kiwa in Bulamoji. Those of the kings of Bulamoji are kept in a place called Ramboga in Bulamoji. The skulls of the kings of Buganda are kept at Kasubi. Such customs tend to draw a distinction between the sons of Kintu and those of Mukama. The sons of Kintu ruled over much smaller areas with a population of about 30,000. Some of their kingdoms had a population of under 30,000. Because of the small size of their kingdoms, they were not as powerful as Mukama's sons were. They were inferior to Mukama's sons, and their clans were diversely different from those of the lineage of Mukama. Furthermore, the lineages of the sons of Mukama were often much longer than those of the sons of Kintu. This was so because the families of Mukama were often much larger. It is probable that the sons of Kintu were the first to come to Busoga, although they were later overshadowed by the sons of Mukama, who lived much longer. The clans of members of the lineage of Kintu were very much affected also by the sleeping sickness, which took a heavy toll on them. The sons of Kintu died so soon that the lines of succession are extremely short compared to those of the sons of Mukama. These untimely deaths among the sons of Kintu were not too ancient. People died early with the outbreak of the war against the Sudanese rebels in 1897 to 1898 at Bukaleba in Luba's kingdom. This deadly episode was immediately followed by the outbreak of sleeping sickness, a plague which carried off many of the lineage of Kintu. In any case, the coming of Kintu or Mukama brought into the existence of the country of Busoga. The history of this country begins with the coming of Kintu, or the sons of Mukama. There is no definite evidence to show that either of the two people or parties came. Since no war was fought between them, it is difficult to say who came first. As it has always been stated, the various clans formed by Kintu's lineage ruled over small areas. This shows that these people as rulers were inferior to those of the lineage of Mukama. The sons of Mukama could preserve their independence as well as rule others. There were 8 ruling clans among the lineage of Mukama. In spite of their small number, they ruled over a considerably big area. 3/4 of Busoga, and the remaining 1/4 was under the rule of the rest of the clans, the sons of Kintu, owned only about 3/4 of the remainder. Mukama's sons were experienced rulers. They could organize some form of governments in their kingdom, and they also practiced rigid customs and traditions. Within Kintu's lineage, there were many ruling clans, although the area of rule was very small. They had no kingdoms or even firm established customs. They had no royal stools, spears or shields, but Mukama's sons, on the other hand, had all these things, showing that they were relatively much more advanced. They probably learnt all these things from their father Mukama. They appointed their subjects to important positions in their countries, and they often gave their princes the right places to rule. Chapter 47. Why Busoga had no king. Having read all the history narrated by the natives and heads of clans of this country, it is now quite easy for you to understand why Busoga is not a kingdom with one king. The chief reason of this is that on allocating land to his sons, Mukama or Kintu gave them full power over the areas without subordinating his sons to any one of his brothers, who could thus become king over the whole country. Each of these sons, moreover, settled in his own area, where he built a permanent home and assumed kingship over that area. They were all fully aware of the wrath of their father, which might be brought down upon them as a result of any attempt to oust any of their other brothers. So, they abstained from encroaching on each other's lands. Every family of each of these sons was a royal family, with princes and princesses, including all the kingly rituals or customs. Because of this fullness, none of these families had ambitions beyond their borders. This is a very important consideration in Busoga, because it promoted harmonious living between the various kingdoms and culminated in the saying that evicting a Musoga from his chibanje is tantamount to plucking the heart from his body. Up to this day, the Busoga are very jealous of their land. Each kingdom, however small, was self-supporting and did not welcome any invasion of any kind. For instance, a king named Nyadiope from Bugabula once invaded Bulamoji and fought a successful battle against Zibondo's army at Naiwakoke. After putting up a resistance for a brief time, Zibondo's army turned and fled. Nyadiope, however, pursued them with the intention of capturing Zibondo's Imbuga. Just as the pursuit was near the end, one exhausted fighter from among the pursued Zibondo's army turned and threw a spear in the direction of Nyadiope, who was thus fatally injured. His death marked the end of the pursuit, and his men carried his body back to Bugabula. Although the exhausted fighter's act saved Zibondo's army from capture, the murder of an anointed king was, however, an unforgivable crime. The man who so bravely saved Bulamoji was condemned and executed together with his family and members of his clan. Some members of his clan, however, escaped death by identifying themselves with another clan. This incident shows the loyalty and respect with which the various sons of Mukama had for one another. Another reason for the absence of a king may be attributed to the fact that there was no roads in Busoga. The Busoga did not travel widely enough to enable them to come into contact with large and strong kingdoms elsewhere. This contact may have helped to arise the ambitions in them for more power, instead of being content with the relative small power which they all had within their own small kingdoms. But once there is progress in a country, this ambition is bound to devolve. To appreciate the validity of this statement, note that at present there are incessant disputes for Bibanja and Mitala in Busoga. Even the royal brothers within certain kingdoms rebelled against their rulers and sought to establish their independent chieftainships. Chapter 48. How Busoga was governed. Every son of Mukama or Kintu set up a government of either these two types within his kingdom. The first type of government consisted of ministers elected by the people. The responsibility of these ministers was to preserve peace and order among the men and women of the kingdom. The second type of government consisted of senior wives elected or nominated to rule over the rest of the wives, This would be so in cases of polygamists. To begin with, let us consider a king within a given area. This king had unlimited power over everything in his kingdom. He often nominated ministers to help him with the duties of his government, and nobody could question the king's nominations, especially as he often nominated some popular people. The katikiro, also known as the prime minister, would be nominated from any of the clans within the kingdom, but the katikirorship or the premiership would be inherited at times. In power, the katikiro was second only to the king. Under the katikiro was a number of assistant ministers nominated by the king. Below these were the king's favorite princes and princesses, who also had considerable amount of power. Cases of any sort were heard and tried by the katikiro together with the ministers. The princes and the princesses and some elders too could help. The same people were responsible for legislating within the kingdom, and thus they formed a council. Whatever laws were enacted or ideas passed in the council, they would be submitted to the king for approval. In most cases, the king would give his approval without making any alterations in the legislations. It must be understood, however, that no law whatsoever passed by the council would be operational before the king had endorsed it. Normally, the king would not refuse to endorse his council's ruling or decisions. On the other hand, if a decision was considered unpopular or inconvenient, he would amend it slightly. Besides a number of small councils of the chiefs, the above-mentioned council operated in every kingdom. The said council also had the power to decide on the successor to the throne. The council ruled over the various parts of the kingdom and acted as a check against the king's power, thus avoiding excessive dictatorship on his part. It exercised authority over the princes and the princesses and administered the customary rites. The army was also under its management, for which reason it was able to keep the borders free from encroachment and maintained peace within the kingdom. It collected the taxes and authorized foreign visitors to stay or to leave the country. It authorized trade as well as marriages. There was no building for this council. It would only meet in any convenient place, such as under some big trees near the king's imbuga. Any person having complaints was allowed to present his complaints to the council through one of the members, to whom he would have to pay a fee which would amount to a cow, a goat, backcloth, a girl, or a gun. On receipt of any of these things as a fee, the member would then submit the plaintiff's name either to the katikiro or to the king. The plaintiff would then be required to pay another fee before the case would be heard. The hearing would consist of an inquiry for evidence before passing the decision, after which the person found guilty would be punished or penalized. In cases of treason disputes, no final decision would be made concerning the claims of the plaintiff and the defendant until the case was heard. In the case of the hearing, those two people would each present his case while the council would be passively listening and drinking beer. The king's wives and the chief's wives would often attend the court, holding their husbands' spears, shields, together with big calabashes full of beer. Once the plaintiff and defendant had finished presenting their cases, their witnesses would be called in to deliver evidence. The evidence was never extracted by force, as is the case today. After all evidence had been heard, the senior counselors would separate themselves from the main council for a private discussion and deliberation. During this private session, the counselors would argue out the good points given by either the plaintiff or the defendant and come to a decision. They would then come back and ask the two people to pay the court fee, each according to his ability. Then the judge, who would be either the king himself or his katikiro, would announce the court's decision. The one found guilty would be sentenced either to death, if it was a criminal case such as murder. If it was a civil case, he would be required to refund the costs or property lost to the winner of the case. If the charge was for selling another man's person or relative, the criminal would be deprived of his wives, who would be paid to the plaintiff, that the plaintiff would have children with them to replace the person sold. The same solution used to be applied in the cases of murder. In case of debts, the defendant would be deprived of all his property, part of which would go to pay the court's fee, and he would also be sent into exile. Murder, kidnapping, and theft were treated as criminal cases of the first order. The court had power to condemn anybody to death, or deprive him of his property, or even send him into exile. But in each of these cases, the king gave the final ruling. The king had his own private cabinet, which consisted of the catikiro and one other person, or some wives nominated by the king. The king attended his own cabinet more often than he attended the council. The presentation of a case in a roundabout way through one of the councils is equivalent to the present practice of first reporting to the police or to a lawyer, to whom a fee is paid before the case is taken to court. Just as a magistrate would not have a case taken to him directly, so did the catikiro in those days. If anybody was murdered for no reason at all, the relatives of the deceased would retaliate by putting to death the murderer if they found him. But if he escaped completely, they would then take a charge against the murderer's parents or relatives. If the case was proved, the relatives would be sentenced to the following two punishments. 1. To pay 1 or 2 girls from the murderer's clan. The children born by these 2 girls would replace the deceased. Or 2. He would pay 1 or 2 cows and many other things to the court as a fine. The court did not often sentence the murderer to death, since he would escape or get killed by the deceased relatives long before the arrest. A case of murder was usually heard between the relatives of the murderer and the deceased. Any person found guilty of the following crimes would be sentenced to death. 1. Practicing witchcraft. 2. Committing idolatry. 3. Treachery or crime which would lead to murder. The councillors were nominated not for a limited time, but for life. They did not work for a salary, but received their share from the court fees and the fines, and also collected taxes from their own lands given to them as councillors. On top of this, they received many presents from their people and from their king, who used to give them generously. No form of writing was practiced, but records were only memorized and preserved in this way. Most events and incidents would be remembered for a long time because people kept talking about them and thus passed them on to the new generation. In every big home, the master had the right to choose any of his wives to rule the rest of the wives in that home. The master often chose the most senior or his favorite wife. The favorite wife was mostly chosen if the senior wife was guilty of any crime or misconduct. The chief wife then had authority to report to the master in private the shortcomings of any of the wives, but she had no power to settle the wives' dispute, although she could punish any daughter in the home. The choice of a senior wife was a common practice in every big home. Even if a man had more than one home, he still had a chief wife in every one of those homes. The main duty of these wives was to guard the husband at night, to look after his property, and to conduct the traditional rituals. The chief wife was very much respected by everybody under her husband's authority. She occupied her office for life.